1 second here. We're walking down the hallway. Hello, everybody. It started to pour rain, so they switched it up from, we're not beginning in another spot, but I gotta take the elevator down and cross the, cross this like overbridge that they have from the hotel. It's back when I was in the plane crash. It was actually the hospital and the hotel actually connected, but currently it's currently we're switching over to the apartment. Everyone? Yeah. It's almost there, so it's not exactly as close, but it's going to be closer than it was before. Here, I'll put it on me for a second. Hello to y'all. I want to set up on the selfie stick though. Give me a second, guys. I'm sure that Amy will be in soon if anyone has any real questions. Amy can answer a lot of questions as I'm just like figuring out this new selfie stick. The other one snapped on me literally while I was doing. Is it magnetic? I hope it's not. Yeah, there we go. It's gonna work nicely. Let's just attach the main attachment. Amy, thank you so much for being here right now. Like you're like saving me, Amy. You have no idea. Amy is the queen. It started to pour, guys. That's the only reason everything's pushed back a little bit, just a little bit pushed back, and I'm so sorry about that. But there's not much I can do about the weather, right? Only the one up there has control over that. The weather is not something I can control. But I got a new selfie stick for this beach because the other one just was not. I got one that's a lot more simple. Let's see who's here right now. Hey, Carrie. Don't worry about it. Happy to see you. Stay in. This is going to be, the next few hours are going to be crazy. ABBA136. Who is that? Oh, Akiva. What's up? That's awesome. Akiva's a good friend, guys. It looks like the two YouTube groups are going to end up smashed together. It's totally my fault because I sent out the. Amy is driving right now, by the way, just to give you guys a heads up. So she's the one that knows how to fix anything that's not working perfectly. Keep locking you guys out. I'm so sorry about that. I will stop doing that to you. There we go. This one is so much more simple. Oh, I'm super stoked about this new one. This new one works well, and I'm gonna put on my ears so you guys I can make sure that everybody hears me perfectly. In the car, drive it. Just make sure that you guys can hear me perfectly. Right now, I didn't set it up where it's pronged out yet, but it will be in 1 second, and then I can let go of it. How do you do this? There we go. There we go. Boom. And we're set up. Again, guys, sorry that it's like this. Thank you, Akiva, for being here, man. Cool. Absolutely, D. You guys are going to have a great time. Amy, thank you so much for that. Yes, perfect. You hear me loud and clear. You're not going to, though, soon. So in a second, I want you guys to tell me if you hear me loud and clear. I got, just for the special occasion, I got Beats. I don't usually, like, care about, like, brand name stuff. But I figured to make sure that it's all even better. And my mom is actually excited now. She didn't want to be on camera all this time, but she's going to want to talk now, so get ready. Not only for my speech, but let's see, let's turn on the Bluetooth. Bluetooth, Power Beats Pro, connected. Okay. Okay, guys, by the way, anyone can share this link. I want you guys to tell me two things. First of all, also in the link, what's the picture? What's the thumbnail? Is it the picture of the crash, or is it a picture of me standing outside by the Memorial Garden? Sorry, guys, it's raining. DT! Good. Amy, DT is doesn't live too far from you. Amy is my moderator, and she is the bomb. I randomly met her through a totally different community. DT, how do you like the shades? They finally made them for me. That's an inside thing with my glasses, me and DT. Amy, thank you so much. I can't even thank you enough. And I am sorry, guys, about the rain. That's the one thing I do not control, is the weather. DT, you like it? All right. I made them crazy in Japan. It took 4 months to come back over. But no more of the garbage ones. Essentially, you guys are going on a journey with me now, because they pushed off the open house. It just started raining here, so they pushed everything off. But it'll be pretty quick back up and running. They had floods here, like, I don't know exactly, but very, very recently they had floods, and they've been trying to, like, deal with that. Like, I mean floods, like the river over, like the entire river came up, and it was bad. So it's been really bad for them. I feel bad. Thank you, DT. Yes, Mom will have a channel. Mom doesn't even know how to use YouTube, but Mom will have a channel. Guaranteed. I know it doesn't look. I'm under a canopy. It's raining. The earphones are a little bit better than, sound, so it's not. It's a little bit better. Situating everything because they made us move. But everybody will be popping into a lot of people will be the other channel. DT, I'm really happy that you got this this specific link, because there's going to be less people in this chat So you'll meet some people that I speak to pretty often on my on this specific YouTube channel. I'm actually really happy that DT ended up here, guys. I want to start off by saying something else, guys. This is really important to me. Regardless of everything that's going on here right now, I'm here and I'm healthy, thank God, and healthy enough to be here like this and whatever. And meanwhile, we have a dear friend, a dear friend that was in a horrific situation recently. And I can say confidently that he's getting better. We had like a little conversation last night. I know he's not really putting much out there on our WhatsApp group that we have from Yeshiva. But Daniel, if you're watching, man, I love you, brother. Keep up the fight. You'll be there. Literally, when we were davening for him, when we were praying for our friend yesterday, he told me, he texted me today, he said literally at the time that we were praying, which we had no clue, was literally the moments that he got walked into surgery. Literally the moments. Here, you want to see the clouds? Get out a little bit better. It's definitely gonna keep pouring. The clouds just rumbled over. You can see how soaking wet everything is. I'm under like an underpassage. You can see the 3 flags. I don't know if you guys can see them. The 3 flags. We're in 3 different states, essentially. Essentially 3 different states. Not exactly, but I'm gonna get this thing set up once we go back inside. I think we might even take a cab to the hangar, which will be, by the way, if they let us go to the hangar, it's going to be so much more dope if we're literally in the hangar, the museum part of where they literally built the hangar in where the crash was, because the airport's gone. It was obliterated. And now they have sitting there a hangar, and inside that is part of the main museum that you would have seen anyway. But I'm pretty sure when my mom comes down, because she's running around trying to figure it out. But when she comes down, we'll figure it out. We'll get out there. But how's everybody else doing? In the Scientology world too, the anti-Scientology world. Tell me how you guys are doing too. Because I'm running 2 chats here right now, but yeah, it's pretty intense seeing a lot of the other people that you're watching with your friends. Style. Good. What's your friend's name? Or not to dox, I'll just say Style Audit's friend. Yeah, it's been intense. You should, I'll tell you something, Amy, if you really want to get her attention, you could tell her that the flight that I was in it actually came from Hawaii. I don't know if she'll be interested in that. I didn't bother to make them crazy, but send her the link because I will be talking about that. A lot of people from Hawaii were on that plane. A lot of people. It was in a Hawaii plane bound for San Francisco, then bound for Denver, bound for Chicago, and eventually Philadelphia. That was that flight. And we'll talk more about it. Hey, Johnny. And my mom also is going to start off probably lightly, especially if we take a cab from this location, which I think we might. See, it's starting to rain again. Then my mom's going to do some talking. You guys will love that. She just doesn't want it to be too official for her. Hey, Dee, what's up? Yeah, I mean, definitely, Jenny says hi, cool. Definitely, if one of you guys wants to reach out to Natalie, I know that she's busy. She's got like a big channel and everything, but she might be interested because Hawaii was the original flight. I'm gonna mention it anyway. So yeah. Hopefully, also my friend Shannon's gonna come on soon too. Yeah, I'm looking at the other thing at the same time, but I am looking at your comments now. Now, once we get into that hangar, because I just got a message that we will be going to the hangar. So we're going to the Flight 232. We're going to a really, really cool spot. It's going to be even cooler than where we're at, like much cooler. Like even cooler than this morning's chilled out thing. You guys would be pretty blown away. And a lot of you don't know the whole story yet, so continue to stay in because DT knows the whole story already, but not a lot of my newer channel members on the anti-Scientology activism channel that I have. You guys don't even know about another whole situation and a lot of the crazy things that happened in between. So I think my mom's probably calling a cab. She's not going to want to walk in the rain from here to there. We're close by, but lightning. But I have it pointed. The reason I have it pointed is you guys might see there's 3 flags. Each one's in a different state. Each flag's in a different state. Let me see if I can get a better angle. Can't really get a better angle in the rain, but right now you see 2 flags. It's 3 states that we're in right now. It's pretty cool, actually. It's interesting. I hope the rabbi comes on too. I want to share with him the link. I wish there was a way for me. Amy, I'm sure there is a way for me to share it, right? I'm sure there's a way to share. Hi, my mom's down.
Yeah.
You want to say hi to everybody? DT Jacobs is in here too. He's in the chat from Base. Yeah. You don't want the camera?
I don't want to sit.
Oh yeah. I'll walk. You go. You talk. Go.
But do I stand over there? Or
do you want to look at yourself, or do you want? Either way, right now it's pointed that way, and they're looking at you.
Okay. Hello.
So wait, we're taking a cab to the hangar? Is that what's going on? Just let them know.
Yeah, we're taking a cab to the hangar, and when it shows up, we'll get in the taxi, and like
tell them now there's no
taxi and
Ubers.
cab, sofa, and couch.
No Ubers. Tell them.
Well, anyway, the point is that I'm from a different generation, and so for my generation, we're very...
Amy, I'll tell you in a second.
We're very long-winded.
Oh, you need to actually just hold one of these. And hold this out. Here, just hold this out so it stays on. And put
Can
this...
they not hear me?
Unless you keep this on. Hold this out. Take this finger.
I can't.
Put your finger in between those two
Either I
things.
speak or I don't.
Go. Put it right there. There you go. Now you're talking to that.
Can everybody hear me now?
Can you guys hear my mom now? Hi, Mama Brownstein. It looks like they can hear you. Talk right now.
Okay.
You can put that by your mouth, not your ear.
I just want to say that I'm from a different generation where in the older generation, it's not as if we don't speak in sound bites. So short little vignettes, which I'm good at too, but we're a little bit more long-winded. So I've been waiting to speak on this very joyful day, but it may take me a little while to say everything I want to say. I feel a little bit more comfortable just speaking into the camera here because I feel like, nobody's listening. I don't want anybody to listen. I can do very well on a one-to-one. It's just me and the camera. But if I'm in a big crowd, I'm like a wallflower. I got to find my way to the edge, and then I'm more comfortable.
Start off by just giving a quick hello to Amy, my moderator.
Well, you know what? I'm giving a quick hello to everybody.
But you have to thank Amy. She's upping the links.
Top of the list.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Dee
Thank you
says
for being
hello.
the facilitator.
Until
And
right as
thank
you're
you for
starting,
sitting-
Carrie says hello. Dee says hello.
Oh, well.
Mom
I have
is
a
right, thing
feeling
can be
Shirley's
taken out of
gonna
context.
Interrupt there in between. But
Mom is right. Things can be
this-
taken out of context. She likes what you were saying, Amy.
Okay,
Keep
and
going.
this is a day of great Thanksgiving, and so I am very grateful to be here on this day of great Thanksgiving. And don't be thinking that just because I've never shown up here in Sioux City on July 19th
You have to tell
before,
them. They don't know it's your first time.
just because I never showed up here on July 19th before doesn't mean that July 19th we don't celebrate. We celebrate it year in and year out, and we publicize the miracle. And so I talk about it a lot. Never wrote that book that I was thinking about writing, but maybe someday yet. But I do have the gift of the gab. So I'll talk about it a little bit. If I was going to write a book, I already know what the first line of the book would be. And it would be, the sky was a bright and brilliant azure blue. Maybe that would grab the readers, I don't know. But the idea behind that is the irony of the beauty of the sky on that day and the brilliance of the lighting and the colors contrasted with the great sorrow that happened to so many people. You know, even though we celebrate, we do have those people in our minds and our hearts and our prayers. I think that I can safely say that on July 19th, 1989, I'm the only person in the world who actually said the following words: Dear God, I will take him back any way that you choose to give him to me. Now, surely Israel can be challenging at times. I say that as his mother, but I don't care. No matter what, no matter what. It's a very much a non-judgmental relationship. We may kill each other on occasion, but that is the real truth of the matter.
You okay?
The main thrust of our celebrating Shirley's life and moving forward is the Thanksgiving that we have for all the people who were involved. So many people here in Sioux City just went outside their comfort zone, and it wasn't just going outside of their comfort zone. They took in a young child, many young children, who were here without further assistance, and the community kind of adopted them immediately and took care of them as if they would be their own children. Israel really knows that and is grateful for that, and in so many different ways, you know, opening channels through the hospital, opening their homes, opening their hearts. Children from elementary schools were encouraged to send Israel teddy bears. He got a lot of teddy bears, and he got a t-shirt that was signed by so many different little children, and it just was like a men's double XL, even though he was a little boy, but they wanted to get all of these signatures on this shirt. These children wanted to be a part of this, and that was really very profound to me. And they gave him also another t-shirt which celebrated what they celebrate every summer called the Rivercade, because there are 3 rivers that converge here in Sioux City. And so they tried to explain to us that this was a very big celebration and that they wanted us to be a part of that. People sent Israel clothing, underwear, pajamas. They sent us food. Aside from the rabbi from Nebraska coming up with food.
Shout out to the rabbi.
Shout out to the rabbi from Nebraska, Rabbi Katzman, who I also later had the zichus of being one of his daughter's teachers. And aside from that, there was a man in Minneapolis, Minnesota, who owned a co-op for food. And he sent one of his trucks down to Sioux City filled with food and parked it in the back of the hospital so we would have kosher food to eat. People thought of things that we wouldn't have otherwise thought of. Now I'm going to take a momentary break here so that we can get in the taxi, and then I'll be happy to continue to bore you.
You just hold on to that.
Oh, no, I don't want to.
I'm gonna help you. You just hold on to that. Trust me. I'm coming to get you. You just hold on to your yeah. Guys, we're just hopefully the we are taking the cab because it is raining, so I didn't want my mom to have to get soaking wet. She brought her little backpack with her. She's awesome. It's going right back on there.
Shirley, do you have cash?
Yes.
Great. I'll sell you the money later.
No problem.
We'll give you cash.
All right. So what they did, they thought you
driver.
were using your card earlier.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't care.
So they ran it.
Okay.
But he already paid me.
That's fine. We're just grateful. Thank you.
That's fine.
Do you want your money back? I mean, I can give you your money back.
Well, we'll count
Right
it
now, let's
towards
see how this
the
goes.
tip for this
All right.
ride and the
You
other
get
ride.
that 20, right?
Huh?
20, yeah.
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 Okay, Mommy, you can continue.
Okay. So.
You'll have to tell me when we get out there because I don't know exactly where it's at.
Oh, okay.
I know where the airport is. But
Right, but where are the?
You'll see where it's at. Hey, Aaron. Oh my gosh, guys, I have to stop for a second. Aaron, please introduce yourself to the chat. Guys, Aaron was with me on the plane.
Oh.
Aaron was with me, guys. Aaron was on that plane with me, and guess what he does today? He's a pilot. Aaron, I love you, brother. I'm so happy you came in here. Mommy, Aaron's in here. Aaron Badis.
Welcome, Aaron. I have tears in my eyes that you continue to have a relationship with Israel. Do they call you Israel? Or
Israel. Yeah, you're fine. You can say
call it
Israel.
Israeli.
Israeli. You could say Israeli is my Yiddish name, guys.
So, just to pick up my thread a little bit, I was talking about giving thanks to so many different people who were incredible in assistance and help and kindness and goodness and love and compassion. I'm a person who loves music, and it's kind of in my blood. It follows down through my children. My children make a joke because every time they say something, I say, oh my gosh, there's a song about that. That's kind of my line. There's a song about that. So I just want to say that Bon Jovi has a song. He has many great songs. He has a song that's called People, People Everywhere. And basically, the song is about the fact that no matter where you go, people everywhere are good and kind. And I love the song, but I love the message.
Aaron, DT is one of my closest friends, by the way. Thank you, Amy. You go. Don't worry about me.
Oh,
Keep going.
okay.
You're good. I'm just responding a little bit right now because when I speak,
That's
I'm not going to be
okay.
able to. Go ahead.
All right. I also want to give a big shout of appreciation and gratitude to Mr. Gonzalez. What's his first name?
Lawrence.
To Mr. Lawrence Gonzalez.
Professor.
Professor Lawrence Gonzalez of Evanston, Illinois, who took the time to write the book of just par excellence, which told both the personal story as well as the story of what the history of this plane was and what the technology was and what the aviation was and what had gone wrong. And he explained it in great detail, and he is a
very brilliant man to have pulled all that together, because he pulled it from the right and he pulled it from the left.
It's like a Quentin Tarantino movie, guys. You got to read that book. It's like,
well, they made a play about it, and the play was shown in the greater Chicagoland area, and they actually showed it at a theater, and the theater itself is oval shaped.
Thank you, Dee.
So they turned the theater into what would appear to be like the body of a plane. And so,
remember the walk-in?
yeah, you walk in
it
through
looked
the
like a
gate,
terminal.
right? Walking in through like a the gate.
It won every award for 3 years in a row. It won
I'm not
every
saying
award.
that the only reason why there were so many children on that plane that day was this
Love it, Amy.
reason, but that summer United Airlines had a special. Don't think they ever had a special before. Don't think they ever had a special after. But at that summer, they had a special where if a child was flying with an adult, whatever the adult was paying for the adult ticket, the child could fly for $1. So a lot of people were flying with children. I know in the summer, people go on vacations, adults fly with their children and their families, kids are off of school. But there was an inordinate amount of children on that flight. Now, Yisroel was not flying with a parent or anybody like that. He was flying by himself, but he got his ticket because my husband traveled for work, and my husband had these mileage, the miles built up, and so he was flying on a mileage ticket.
You want to start with
I have so many parts to...
Would you like to explain where the plane started, though, originated from?
Okay. The plane originated in Hawaii. I mean, this particular flight and its segments. It originated in Hawaii, flew to San Francisco. From San Francisco, it flew to Denver, Colorado, where we were living at the time. From Denver, it was supposed to fly to Chicago, Illinois, and from Chicago, Illinois, it was going to go to its ultimate destination that day, which was meant to be Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, where Yisroel was going to see his friend who had moved to Philadelphia from Denver a year before. And since we were moving to Chicago, Illinois, and Yisroel did not know anybody in Chicago, we felt it would be beneficial for Yisroel to be able to go and see his best bud in Philadelphia at the time, and he was going to go to basketball camp for a week. We even found the check, my husband's check, strewn amongst the debris in the fields that my husband had written for $25 for 1 week at basketball camp.
Daniel, oh my God, Daniel, you'll watch this on the replay. Guys, Daniel is in the chat. I'm begging of you all, say special prayers for Daniel. Mommy, Daniel's in the chat. He was in the accidents. He had the surgery. You know, I showed you the message. Daniel, that message you wrote to me was incredible. Daniel, my mother and I were crying. Incredible, an absolutely incredible message, guys.
I listened to some of my most beautiful music this morning because I told myself, today is your turn. You can cry today. So we cry for all those who need our prayers and who are suffering, and we wish them all speedy recovery.
And Daniel, we're going to be doing a special tefillah for you, a special prayer for you with the rabbi. Very, very special, like from like a whole makubal thing about davening at that site for other people that need Nisim. Daniel, I love you. Taking Shabbos because he's across the pond, as they say.
Yes.
But my mom knows Daniel. I was telling Daniel. I mean, I don't know what to say to you, man. Thank you so much for coming in, guys. Really, anybody. Pray for Daniel, guys. Pray for Daniel. He needs our prayers. An incredible human being. Incredible. And recently, well, I don't want to get into too many details.
Movie that they made about the plane crash, which ultimately they put on YouTube, which is called 1,000 Heroes. The movie was made not for the survivors, not for the people who were on board the plane. It was made to celebrate the people of Sioux City, Iowa, who came out and assisted in great numbers in so many ways. So many ways, too numerous to even count. I know, for example, later they came out with movies about this plane crash and that plane crash, and they actually copied footage from Israel's plane crash
it was caught
onto
live.
some of these Hollywood movies. And the lawyer at the time would call us and say, Israel's still a child, don't let him watch these movies. If you think I could control Israel then, any more than I can control him now, that is a fallacy. So he managed to maybe see them. Why he would want to scare himself, I don't know.
Well, I'm not
There
scared
was
of
a
that
movie
stuff.
called Fearless that starred, what was the name of his?
The Dude. Everybody, the Dude. Just think of the Dude.
I don't remember.
Everybody knows what that means.
I don't remember his
Mommy,
name.
the Dude.
I can't remember
The
his
Dude.
name.
We
Say
don't
his
roll
name
on
out.
Shabbat. But anyway, the Dude was the main character,
Sorry.
guys. That's the name of the
So
guy.
the point was, he was in this plane crash, and they did show footage of Israel's plane crash. He was in this plane crash, and from the plane crash, they said, "Oh, he's fearless." That was the name of the movie, Fearless. He could jump. He would be willing to jump off a building and not be afraid. No, there's nothing fearless about fear. There's nothing fearless about post-traumatic stress disorder. There's nothing fearless about trauma. It's everything fearful. But, fearful and fearless could be two opposite sides of the coin. I understand that. But, a person, I want to give hope to people out there that people who have experienced trauma of any kind, shape, or form, and they live with that trauma, I want them to feel hope that we can live with that trauma, with the PTSD, and we can still have joy and moments of strength in our lives.
Do you want to just take a moment? Because a lot of the people in the chat, we talk about trauma from that cult, the Church of Scientology, and a lot of the survivors.
I don't wish to touch Scientology or any cult with a 10-foot pole. Thank you very much.
And those who suffer.
That's my final word on the subject. But those who do suffer from it, I include you.
Ma, you're gonna have to take out your phone and do a Google.
Well, then I have to stop.
You'll stop talking. I'll
Okay.
Guys, the hangar of the airport is in a specific spot, so we're close by.
What's the ad? Oh, I have to put that in. Okay.
It's Al Haynes, right?
Yeah,
Al Haynes.
it's off of Al Haynes. Yeah, we're right here. It's you could see it. There should be signs that take you.
West Aviation.
Al Haynes Drive goes that way, so it's
Right. I'm not sure. You could try this way. Yeah.
Sioux City, Iowa.
Just do
Mid-America
Mid-American.
Museum of Aviation and Transportation.
Just hit directions. Just hit the word. Hit the word directions.
And then start. Sure,
And then-
sure.
and then hand it to her.
3 minutes.
Hand it to
and
her.
I'm going to hand it to you, so you can see where you're
Yep,
at.
I'm going the wrong way.
That's
All right.
okay.
All right, I'll turn around.
Okay.
You can continue, Mommy. now.
Okay.
They love you, by the way, just as an opportunity. Oh, yes, you're correct.
Okay.
Just as
Well,
long as
you
you're keeping
know,
that separated. That doesn't matter how.
These thoughts roll around in my mind every day of my life like marbles, even at night when I wake up in the middle of the night. Now, I'd like to speak about my mother of blessed and holy memory.
Oh, my bubby.
She was Israel's grandmother, his bubby, and what a special relationship they had.
I was
I
so
want
close
you to
with my
know
bubby, guys. You
that
have no idea.
On the day of the plane crash, what was she doing? She was entertaining people at the nursing home, playing music for them, reading to them. And so I didn't get to talk to her that day. But my overriding thought was, please God, I'll take him anyway. I'll take him back any way you want to give him. And my mother told me, because she only lived another year and a half, her overriding thought was, dear God, please take me, not him. So she was a very special lady and a brilliant musician. She also loved to speak. She talked a lot to people. She was a teacher her whole life. And she was a very quiet and demure person. Not me. I'm like a cowboy, hillbilly, all rolled up into one. But she was very refined.
Guys, let me know you're still in the chat. It is good for you guys to send messages, even though I know my mom's talking.
Anyway,
It keeps
so
doing weird things. I just
it's
want to make
okay.
sure you can hear. I
It's
just want to
okay.
make sure they can hear
They
you.
can hear. So
Hopefully.
the point is that she said that on that day, and then a year and a half later, she was gone. I think God answered her prayer. Now, she wrote many articles. She started a group for elderly people
This expedition.
towards the end of her life, who would come to this lunch program, a sponsored lunch program, and she
Thank you, Dovey. Dovey's in the chat.
Oh, hi, Debbie. She encouraged them to write.
Dovey's my brother-in-law, guys.
She wanted them to write, and they would write. They called themselves the laureates.
I love it, Amy. Thank you so much.
And that
Yeah,
summer,
it should be turned in, and then you'll see a hangar. You'll see a huge airplane.
okay.
If you keep
thank
it, these fences is where it crashed. If you keep going.
Well, the fences look familiar.
Well, these are the fences where it rolled over. But you'll see just like
Is that the hangar ahead?
you'll see a huge FedEx, an old FedEx airplane. I forgot how to get into the hangar. You're close by. You might have to ask somebody. What did the phone say?
It said we were here.
We're here.
So you're gonna have to
Maybe
turn around.
this is it. No,
it's
maybe that's
not.
the
It's not.
entranceway.
It's not.
No, that
There's
isn't
only
it.
there's one entranceway only. You're gonna have
We
to
can't
turn
go in
around.
here, I don't think. Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're gonna have to just turn around. There's only one entranceway.
So that
What
summer,
is it called again?
Mid-America Aviation Museum. It's
is
in
that
Sioux
it over
City.
there across the field where the fence is?
I think it is. Let her figure it. That's okay. It's just to get to the hangar. I see the airplane. It's over there. I see that is hangar. You see that red building, Em? Look.
Mid-American.
You see that red? Okay.
What's it called now?
Mid-America Aviation
That is it.
Museum.
That hangar with the red on the top.
If you can
Sorry, guys.
figure
We're
out
finally.
how to get to the
Rifki!
other side of the fence.
I love you. Rifki's my sister. So my sister and my brother-in-law are both.
And I'm
on here.
Rifki's mom.
Yes, you are.
Rifki was the only person Shirley would let allowed to come to Sioux City,
That's
Iowa. Flew
Turn
her
in whenever you can
from
here.
camp
You'll see.
out here
There it is.
because he didn't
This
want to
is it.
see anybody. Only Rifki, only Rifki, only Rifki. She was the only one that he trusted.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it says museum.
Right there.
Hold up where it says museum, Shirley.
Yeah, I will when we get out. That's the Old Navy Airport. That's for Alheem.
I'm going to hold the story about my mother's writing at the
A lot of
time.
cars here today. A lot of cars. This is the hangar, guys. This is powerful, guys.
So where
Wait
do
for
you
me.
park?
You could pull
Oh,
right
you
up
can
here.
pull right here.
Pull up
yeah.
right to the front.
Hold this.
I will.
How much do we owe you?
All right, it's not going to be that much because I'll just do 30 because I kind of went out of the way.
Yes, of course. Okay, so.
Okay, so she said that they already refunded the
Oh,
$950.
okay. Sure.
So I've got what you
So,
paid.
yeah.
Okay, so now
you
what
have
do
to-
we-
Wait a minute.
Give
wait
her
a-
the card now.
No. Hold on, Shirley. They refunded the card
The
from.
$950.
Sorry, guys. It took an extra
They
second
refunded
to get
the
to
$950?
hangar.
Yeah, for
This
that
is really
ride.
No, there was a
I'm
ride.
gonna hold
No,
on to
there were
my
two rides.
my few
Oh, the
words
ride.
that I have to say. This is it's a little intense for me right now. Give me just a second. It's really raining, guys.
Shirley, give me 40.
Okay, pop the trunk. I'll give you the cash. Crazy, guys. Just over there, that spot right there before the fence. The plane hit the ground over a few hundred miles per hour and smashed right in over there. Blew past that fence all the way in the distance. All the way in the distance. Crazy. But I want my mom to be able to speak first. I promised her that she could have her time, and then you guys will hear what I have to say. But just give me 1 second. I'm trying to help my mom to give cash so that she could. Mommy, how much do you need?
40. I need 40.
Okay.
36 out of the
That's 2 times high. Here, give her 40.
Thank you, Shirley.
Sorry, guys, I just have to get my wallet out. And we're actually like at the coolest part. I'm actually excited that it rained today so that we can go inside where we're at. And my mother's gonna have to get her bearings, and it's gonna be a little intense for her. But just give us a second. Mommy, can you just zip that for me?
Yes.
You just focus on the back, so I'll take care of the phone. It's about to get heavy, guys. Sorry. It was just pouring rain. They had to switch it over. And I'm actually happy they weren't going to do this. Now you guys will get to hear me say the blessing out loud. Do you see anything else, Mom?
No, let me get the
Okay.
trunk.
Look inside the cab. Guys, they don't even have Uber here. They don't allow Uber, but this is powerful. I'm about to walk in, and all of the employees that used to be here have retired right now, and they're all here, and they're all retired. Hello, how are you? We're so happy to be here. So you remember that big accident? So I was the 9-year-old boy in the last row. Larry doesn't work here anymore, right?
No, he does not.
Yeah. I just want to be able to. Is there a spot where I could just dump a few things?
Oh, sure. Just right over there.
How are you? Okay.
Yeah, they're gonna
Just dump everything here. Thank you so much. What's your name, sir? Oh, you want me to come in? Hello.
Hi, survivor. A survivor.
I was yes. Yes, Israel.
I'm
Oh,
Kevin.
how are you,
I'm the
Kevin?
director. Nice
Thank
to
you
meet
so
you.
much.
Yeah.
It's so nice to meet
So
you.
glad to have you.
Say hello to everybody in the chat.
Hey guys.
He runs
Nice
the
to meet
museum,
you.
guys. Please continue to share. You can get everybody in these 2 chats that I have. It's awesome to meet you. I know Larry retired.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to set up just for a little bit to keep speaking. My mom's here. I just wanted to give her that opportunity before the open house. Just 'cause-
Oh, I want to meet you.
what?
I want to meet you.
Oh, you're going to meet my mom. Oh, you're about to. It's going to be nonstop. You're going to meet my mom. Give me 1 second. My other bags are out there. It's so cool, guys. This hangar is filled with old automobiles and like really old automobiles and wait till you see the army. It's all military and jeeps, and it's actually the #1 aviation museum in the world because they just put a bunch of stuff in the hangar, so people just love coming out here. You could put everything, Mommy, right over here. They're letting us. Mommy, people want to say hello. Who on your phone, Mommy? Mommy, who are you phone? It's gotta go. Mom, you gotta go. You gotta go. My mom's coming right back. My dad's making.
Israel, do you know that Susan's going to be here?
Yes, Susan saved my life. Susan plotted to save my life.
So, just so you know, you left that first message when I started.
I understand.
didn't have any
It's okay.
contact
It's
information.
I'm not frustrated about that at all. Don't you dare worry. Don't you dare worry.
appreciate that.
The
'Cause
only
there
thing
was
is the
no
rabbi.
contact
The rabbi wanted to come, and I'm still thinking about calling the rabbi and letting him know. But that was the only thing that I was still trying to reach you about was the rabbi. He just wanted to know if he should come.
Yeah, absolutely. We welcome everybody.
Amy, that's crazy that you remember it. They're all talking. 1 second here. Hello, everyone again.
Hi.
Hi.
This is your first time here, isn't it?
It is my very first
I
time
am
here.
Kevin. I am the director here.
This is the new director, guys.
How long have you been with, how long was this built? Are you the very first director
Oh,
here?
I am the umpteenth millionth director. No, there's only been, I think, 3 other directors?
3.
3 other directors.
Yeah.
My
You're
goodness.
actually officially the 3rd. There was somebody, but he wasn't really the beginning of it. You're officially the 3rd.
I'm the lady from the newspaper.
He's new, guys.
of
He's a
the
new,
Picture where my scarf
look
was
at this. I'll
all
just show you
askew
all this.
and I looked like a deer in the
So cool.
headlights.
DT, I actually got you something really cool that you're going to love already because I was here before. Something specific. And I got something for Daniel for. And Amy also, you're going to be doxing yourself and giving me all your info because I wrote something cool up here for you guys.
So they built an entire museum around this. Wow. And I don't
So here, let me just walk with you guys around for like a second. I'll take you guys around. So this is really powerful, guys.
have the right pens.
Let me know every once in a while, Amy, that you're still here and that you can hear me. But I promised I would give my mom a chance to just get acclimated. Look at these airplanes. Everything related to transportation became a part of it, but that's the old Apache. And they used some of these vehicles, the old vehicles too. And there's the really famous, that's Captain Al Haynes. This is, everyone's here waiting in the other room. Good. We're good.
Coming in.
It's good. We're back.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Air Museum. And welcome
You guys hear her? Can you guys hear her? DT, you're awesome. Go ahead, you could talk. I'm answering, like,
Yeah,
responding
yeah,
to.
okay, good. Well, we're in Sioux City and kind of waiting on Susan White. Is
Yep,
in town.
I'm going to meet with Susan. I wanted to come early so my mom could have an opportunity to speak
Was that your
live.
mom?
That's my mom,
Oh,
yeah. It's her first time
good.
ever back.
Yes.
Here, let's walk this way. What's your name again? They want to know your name. Pam.
Mickelson.
Pam Mickelson. She's wearing a, there you go.
So I'm on
Pam
the board of
Mickelson.
directors here.
Oh, really?
Yes, yeah. And I've,
Oh, wow.
I've seen you with
You
some
have
other,
seen
yes,
me?
when
Oh,
you
my
come
God.
last year with the rabbi.
You were, oh,
Or
I
2 years
totally
ago.
remember.
Yeah.
Oh, my God, Pam. Oh, my God, Pam.
Now you know. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
my
we're
God. I'm
friends.
so sorry. You know, I can't see from the,
Oh,
the
you're
injury.
very
I
good. Yeah.
literally can't see
Tough.
very well. I have
You
pictures
got me
with
now.
you.
Okay. Yes,
I
you
have
do.
pictures
That's
with
right,
you.
right here.
Literally, yes.
Outside.
Yes, I have pictures. That's right. Oh, my gosh, Pam.
All right.
Yes, thank you. Change this up a little bit, guys. This is crazy. So I know I haven't spoken yet or anything, but this whole area, if you guys want to watch this really quick, it's crazy. Here, guys, we'll check this out. I'll come back to everything else. This wall is the most important thing in the world to me. One of the most. You'll hear this in a second. This is going to be another world.
This is Dave Nixon at KGIB Channel 4, interrupting with another news bulletin about an air disaster at the city airport. It happened just before 4 o'clock this afternoon. A DC-10 with 292 people on board, United Flight 232, en route from Denver to Chicago.
Tell me if you guys can hear.
Emergency landing at the Sioux City airport in crash. We have reporters on the scene.
I've been reflecting on the crash of Flight 232 ever since it happened. For me personally, it was a moment when I also had to come up with all of my strength to maintain some kind of composure. I remember the highlights and the lowlights. And the highlights were when it appeared as though there was some control of the plane, that Captain Haynes and the crew had some control. And then I remember the highlights when we learned that they were actually within distance of the runway and had the runway. So through all of that time, my role was to try to report the story in a sensible manner based on all of the information that we had, and at the same time maintain my composure. So when all of this was unfolding and we were reporting the information that was coming aboard, there are certain things that I remember.
It's an old
in my
video.
mind
I don't know
that
if it's
are
my
still a vision, as if it happened just a couple of moments ago. One was when I walked into the newsroom in the afternoon, not much was going on. It was early in the afternoon, so we're looking around to see what the newscast was going to look like at 6 o'clock. And there had been some scattered reports on the police radio that there was a plane with some problems because of the hydraulics. But frequently we would hear that about the A-7 fighter planes coming in for the National Guard. And after a fashion, they would say, well, we've got that under control. The plane landed safely. So I thought it might be another National Guard plane. And then there was a
Amy, tell me if
statement
it's
on the
getting any
wire
better.
that asked how many souls were on board.
And United 232, have any future souls on board, Ken? Goodbye. Hey, right now, we don't even have time to go to call the gallon. 292.
In my mind, I could just imagine almost 300 people in that large DC-10 aircraft. That is when we were able to talk about the preparations that Gary Brown and all of them had made 2 years previously, practicing for such a case. And I remember with a little bit of humor that a couple of years before that, when they were asking all of the media people to become involved in that, even some of the television employees to participate on that day of that drill, everybody kind of guffawed it because whoever would have thought a plane that large was going to crash in Sioux City. So here we were at a moment in time
Thank
when
you, guys.
this was
Amy, you're the
actually
best.
happening, and we were all witnesses to that. And that was pretty scary. And I found myself at times grabbing a hold of the anchor desk and just kind of hanging on and hoping that I could maintain my composure. As soon as it got to the runway, the right wing dipped and crashed and exploded into a ball of flames. And that's when our hearts sunk. But you can imagine, as was reported, the air traffic controller, who had been so calm and collected through the entire event, I was told, as reportedly just sunk to his knees in the control tower when that happened, and we, all of us, kind of felt the same way. So that was a terrifying moment, and we continued to report. For me, one of the best views that I had of all of it was to see the medevac helicopter.
That medevac helicopter you guys saw when I
So
walked
that was the first
in
sign
this
that
museum.
anyone had survived. One of her reporters called in and was quite upset because they wouldn't allow her to go get out on the runway where the crash site was, because that was where the news was. And she complained because she said,
Keep
some
listening.
sightseers
I'll bring it back when
milling
it's.
around
This is
the
the most powerful
crash
to me. I'm
And
going
as
to talk
she
about
learned
this
later,
man very,
there
very
was some of the
soon.
survivors that had walked
But
out of the wreckage.
There's somebody
The
here
flight
on
crew
this list
survived.
that it just
They were all
kills me. This whole wall.
the
It
cockpit of the
tears me
plane
to
that was
pieces.
squished
Man.
down.
It's like, why
And
me?
I
I
think it
don't
was later in the
understand.
evening
Just
before
don't.
they discovered that
It's hard to write
they
it. I
all
wrap my mind
survived.
around it. It's really
And then
hard.
later, as you've seen a number of times, Captain Haynes
Really,
was
really hard.
seen on television. And can you imagine? Here we had seen this plane crash before us on television.
When my mom
Or
sees
someone
this,
else
she's
had
going to be out of her
decided
mind.
to have the captain of the plane on television a few days later from the hospital in the news conference. To me, all of this has been just one of those
I
events
just want
that
you
a
guys to
person
see
will
all
never forget.
these. They all.
Now, most of
I'm
you
here,
probably
they're not.
know that
They're
there
not.
was a lot of counseling that was for anyone that was involved in the plane crash and covering it or serving the needs of those. And that's something I commend, again, the Sioux City organization of the counseling for the individuals, the triage that was enacted at the airport, and all of those lives.
Did you get the surgery in Iowa? They couldn't fly me out. I'm going to talk about that, Amy. They couldn't. I wasn't allowed to go anywhere.
Unfortunate.
They literally had to put me back together. My arm has been. It's just. I'm going to talk about how bad it
This
was.
day, that is
It's pixelated again. It might be because of the. It even says the live restarted again. I think it's because of the Wi-Fi in the building. I'm going to ask them soon for the correct Wi-Fi, and hopefully it'll. I'm just going to show you one of the name, and I just want you guys to remember this name, right?
look forward to
Richard Sudlow. Just focus on that name. Mommy. Hello, how are you? Mommy. Hi, how are you? Your name?
Tom Paulson is my name. I've known about this because I grew up in Iowa. Oh, no, that's fine. Yeah. I certainly knew about this because I grew up in Iowa but didn't know much about it until I moved to Sioux City a few years ago. And I'm really excited to learn more about this today. And I heard that maybe you were one of the survivors. Is that correct?
Yeah, I am the back of the plane, the 9-year-old boy.
Pleasure to meet you. The
Good to
story
meet
is
you.
of Sioux City and what Sioux City did as a response is absolutely
I
unbelievable.
want you to keep talking, literally.
Yeah.
Walk by my mom. That's my mom. Stand,
Wonderful.
keep talking. And so talk about what you were saying.
So yeah, I recently was promoted at Morningside University to the Dean of the School of Agriculture and Aviation. And so I'm very, very excited about aviation history, and this is a very important part of that.
No, I want you guys to.
Yeah.
Mama, you never got to see
Hi
the
there.
movie
My
yet.
name's Tom Paulson. I'm an Iowan, so I've known about
Thank
this
you so much for
from Iowa.
everything. I'm so glad too. I'll speak also because a few people asked me also later too. I'm going to say I'll say a
I
few
work at
words.
Morningside.
Perfect.
Our new
Yeah.
aviation school is
She was just
I'm
telling me
very
the
excited
story.
to learn a lot more about it. And
It's crazy, right?
Amazing.
said she has to meet your
Incredible.
son.
How old were you?
So
I was 9. I was a little kid. Do you have a specific Wi-Fi? Because it's getting pixelated on
You know what? Honestly, on
Here, if I look here.
my
Oh, you don't know.
phone,
You
I
don't know
just
that.
use the MMA or MAMT guest. So
You'll
this
tell me.
should come up.
Sorry, guys.
Sitting in the front of the plane, why are they taking it to the back?
You do it. Whatever you think is. Okay. Done?
Yeah, it should automatically connect.
Okay, connected.
That's the one I
Guys,
use.
tell me if it's clearer now. We're using their Wi-Fi. Hopefully it's clearer.
Well, if it's not clear, it's got to be making me better looking.
Stop fighting with everybody. You're making a terrible impression.
So you've been here before. You come here quite often.
I come here every year. My mom's never been here before.
For 10
And where do you
years,
live?
it was like
I live in Chicago, and
Chicago?
back and forth also Israel,
we were
like the Middle East.
tippy-toeing around. My husband wouldn't even let Israel
I just
come
love- she is
back to
amazing.
the city. He wouldn't let him come. He had to wait till he was a grown man and said, back with you. I'm going. I'll go if I want to go.
Yeah, because she's saying my dad wouldn't let
He
me come
thought that
back.
he was protecting
For years.
Israel by not coming back.
I needed to come
I
back.
don't know if it was a protection.
And I go get you a Kleenex.
But
Oh, thank you.
I mean, being a parent myself, I can't understand that, but I can
Yeah.
understand. You know,
I know that a lot of people suffer trauma in this world, and I don't try and put myself out there all the time.
sure.
But today's a really special day. It's so meaningful to us,
Absolutely.
this day in our lives. So it impacted every aspect of our life. Just last night, my
yeah.
daughter Dandy, who lives in Minnesota, and she's 33 years old, she said, all my life I've lived in the shadow of the plane crash, and she was born after the plane crash.
Sure.
So,
Right.
yeah.
So how old are you?
How old am I now?
Yeah.
44.
44.
I was
So
9,
You
yeah.
were
back
9
then.
at the time. Wow.
Keep saying hello to each other, guys. I love it. It is better. Still slightly pixelated. I'm sorry, guys. But
No, it's-
so you've never seen this, mommy, but there's some incredible stuff in the cases. Like,
Because
talk.
I know,
This
believe you, I
gentleman
would've
knows.
sent you guys some of my
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
There's a whole crowd, guys. The people that were here, that were here to hear me speak. I'm gonna actually potentially go and I might speak. My mom's having a little bit of a difficult time. Make sure you guys keep telling me if it's clear, though.
Well, he wrote the book called Flight 232. I wish I would have brought it with me.
Well, you don't have to give me yours. I can go get it.
Oh,
We
okay.
definitely
We'll have one sent to you. I can't
After-
believe you don't have one.
well,
We'll have one sent to you. No. Dr. Gonzalez will send one
You
immediately.
rarely find someone who's very left brain and right brain at the same time. But he wrote, in my opinion,
Some of it is a little bit intense, but I want to show you guys something crazy. They have plane seats in there. That is correct, Amy. Those are the seats that they put back together. And this is the worst part in the world. This was the captain's chair. Talking about chairs. And on Sunday and Monday, I'm going to give a much clearer speech. But today I really wanted to dedicate to my mom. So much more about her today. Yeah, that was the captain's chair. This is equipment that was used on that day. This helicopter was the first one to come in. And that car too, somebody used their car and they were throwing bodies of anybody into trunks and whatever they could do. They had smaller planes taking up to different hospitals. But if you look at this airplane, everybody's actually waiting to hear me speak. I feel bad, but I will speak again, guys. It says on the airplane, Captain Alfred Haynes. Captain Alfred Haynes. The captain did survive. He passed away in 2019. And we all went to his memorial. That's online. It's all very public. He served for 6 different branches of the military, and therefore was a huge part of the flight and everything else under the sun with regards to the crash. And he lived all the way till he was 9 years old. Hello. I just want to grab this one notebook. Thank you so much. Yeah. Yes, this is totally fine. I just forgot to bring. I might have put it in a different bag. It's fine. Oh, I know where it is. It's okay. Thank you so much for. Thank you. Thank you so much for everything. Thank you. So I'm gonna speak to the crowd in a second of the spot that's not. I'm not like doxing everybody because they didn't know that I was doing it. But there's a lot of people there right now in two different spots of the thing.
Responsible for the museum. This is Dr. Pam Nicholson. She is really the one
The first responders, yes, there's going to be a couple coming. Yeah, and being yeah, there will be a few coming. There will be. It feels good. It feels good to come back because it always feels so good. It's really hard for my mom.
He's the guy walking around with the camera.
I was the one on the.
I thought that
A
was
lot of people just came from the city to feel bad and really start, but they know that a lot of them didn't get here today also because of the crash. They set up what it used to look like, where the plane crashed, and where all the different seats rolled to different areas of the plane field. And we were going to crash on I-95. Yes, and I will tell them that you said that they 1 billion%. I could not agree more with you. And that's all I could say is I could not agree more with you. I'm just holding from the other crowd instead of bothering them. And,
Forward rows of that back part of the plane actually were sucked out of the plane because now it was a gaping hole. But
Was he traveling alone?
he was, and that's the reason why he was in the back of the plane. He was an unaccompanied minor.
Is that where they put him?
That's where they put him. That's exactly where they put him. Now, we
wonder if
did
that's
not
changed.
know, but we now know that the back of the plane is actually the safest place to be.
and I wasn't supposed to sit in the
And
back.
that's why they put the black boxes in the tail of the plane.
You learn a lot.
Oh,
Now,
yeah.
you weren't on the flight, though, were you?
I was.
He is
I
the
was.
one.
I was a
He
survivor.
was
Yeah.
9 years old.
Oh, you're the surviving?
I'm a
one?
survivor.
Which hospital were you at?
Oh,
Mommy, what's the current name of the hospital?
Mercy Hospital.
yeah.
He was at Marion. and
Mercy is a traumatic, is trauma
Yes,
hospital.
correct. All
am
the
Okay,
girls
Amy,
were taken to
here you
Mercy,
go.
which was Marion at the
Hey, no, this is for
And
Amy.
all the
Keep
burn
talking.
victims were
My
taken to
moderator,
St.
she's
Luke's.
going to want to hear this. I knew who you were.
I am a nurse
Yes.
who
Yeah,
is
we know.
retired, and I did help out here at the site
I know.
during that
Yeah,
day.
we weren't on the
I
scene, but
was
we
not
were in the
working
hospital when they
actively
started
that
coming
day,
in and
and
we
so
got
I
the call.
volunteered to come over and help.
I'm at Luke's, yeah. And
Were
we
you
took all
with
the.
I wanted you guys to talk about
Were
it.
you with Marion?
I wanted to give you a second. I know who you were. I knew. I knew who you were when she was walking. I just because of Dave, this guy Dave Bernstein.
What?
Dave Bernstein, but I just wanted my mom to have the opportunity to meet you first.
Oh, honey, I'm so glad you
I
survived.
remember who was the
sad that you had to be
director
alone.
of
But yeah, we
Marion
were both
Center
nurses
at
at
the
St.
time.
Luke's.
Him and
and
his
the
wife. His
burn-
wife was like a
we took the
social
burn
worker or
patients.
I know.
something.
I know one of the
And they
patients is
just
in the
took
chat.
care
Should
of
be
me
if he's
so
still in here.
much.
One of
I
the
don't
patients.
remember
You had a
their
few of the.
names. Shame on me.
They want to know: were you level 1 or 2 in the trauma? Where you were?
I'm sorry, what was that? again?
Level 1 or 2 in the trauma in the unit.
Well, I don't know that we were leveled then. We got that overhead call and we knew we had to,
Amy says
We were
hugs
got-
from one RN to another.
what?
Amy says, she says hugs from one nurse to another.
Yeah,
That's what
okay.
she's saying. She's my moderator.
So there's people, you're monitoring people.
You're live.
that are
This is
right-
live on one of the.
Well, we've been out here every time they have something going on. because, and not only that.
I met her. She might not remember this, but in 2016, I met her in the park. It's like 232 Memorial.
Really?
Yep.
Marlish, you have a good memory.
Yeah.
My
No,
husband-
but she came up to me.
Oh, okay.
The news at that time, CNN was there, and they were interviewing me.
Yeah, we
and-
all had to be debriefed way up at Prior Cliff, but My husband worked at the air guard out here. And I want to tell you a story about that. Do you want to hear it?
Go ahead.
Well, he was working that day, and all of a sudden they got this radio message there was a plane in trouble and it was coming in. But they didn't know where. They didn't know what direction. So they told everybody outside, get behind the buildings. Get behind the building. I mean, you imagine how traumatic that was for the air guardsmen to hear. They're searching in the skies. Where is this thing coming down? They didn't know it was going to crash there. It's just about a half a mile away from where it happened.
Yep.
So right away he was dispensed with all the fellow guardsmen, all the gurneys. They took them and they were picking up the patients. So we kind of became friends with one of the stewardesses that he carried, and she wanted so bad to meet somebody that carried her.
Yeah, I wish I
And
could
we
meet
met at the
the gentleman. I only met him when I was a child. He had flashbacks from Vietnam, kind of. But the gentleman that pulled me out wasn't even going to wait there. They didn't think that
We didn't.
I'm going to speak more to the chat about this, but they didn't know that I was alive.
It's just as vivid as could be because
like yesterday,
when we
right?
had nurse, I was making rounds, and when I heard that thing come over the loudspeaker, we knew it was not a drill. We realized they drill
I
when it
understand there
is,
were people
and
here
we're
in this
pretty
city
much
who
in
took it
tune to
upon
that.
themselves to go out into the fields and carefully
I came back to the
collect
station and I said,
belongings of
What's going
on
on?
that flight. I mean,
A
it was
DC-9,
strewn
10, maybe a DC-10.
miles.
DC-10.
DC-10 just crashed at the airport, and I go, oh my God, I got to call my husband. Well, there was no way in hell I could get through to him.
No.
Yeah, so
I heard the lines went down even in Season.
we both got home about midnight.
I know.
And then we live right at the bottom of Briarcliff College University now.
Okay, I know
So
exactly
they
what
had
it
a
is.
station set up there.
Right.
And I was just finishing a shift where I was starting my vacation. So I went up there every single day to see what they needed. I accompanied some people out here to look at a vast table of anything that they thought looked recognizable to a family member. So we went.
The running boards hanging on, coming down, because they couldn't.
It's all very.
And then we went up to universities to be debriefed. We had CNN, MSNBC, the whole bit. They were all there. They took us in clusters. Were you with such and such? Were you with such and such? And then
Well, hopefully
got
this weather
debriefed.
out here hasn't deterred anybody from coming out.
What is your name?
Israel is the best way. Israel, like country.
Israel?
Yeah.
Really?
I'm a little sweet, so I might have melted.
Everybody calls you Izzy?
Everybody usually calls me by my Yiddish name, which is Sroli, but I think my grandfather, they called Izzy.
Know about her.
I met you in the park in 2016.
Really?
Yeah.
Where the statue is, you're
Yes.
talking about that park? Yeah.
Yes.
Was there a service? Did we have a service there?
No, CNN and Fox wanted to give me an interview because it was the first time I had ever come back.
Okay. You came back on your...
For the first time I ever came back to Sioux City, my dad wouldn't let me come back.
Originally, I'm from Dayton, Ohio, and then I moved.
She is
I
a
mean,
first
we
responder,
lived in
yeah.
Denver, Colorado, when this happened, and then we subsequently
Yes,
moved
you're
to
correct.
Chicago, Illinois. So we've actually
Yes.
been living in Chicago, Illinois for 35
Both
years.
are actually, Amy.
It was our goal to move there that summer, and we allowed Israel to take this flight to Philadelphia.
I knew today, guys, that there's a good chance my speech wouldn't be coming out in the beginning, but it's really for my mom today. That's why I scheduled multiple times. But you guys are hearing maybe like 1/100th of the whole story.
Well, I'll tell you,
I love you, Moshe Chaim. My baby brother is the bomb. And Mommy, can you just wave to Moshe Chaim? My brother, guys, is on here. He's not putting his stuff, but love him to death. And he was with my mom. Say that part.
Here's my royal wave.
Talk about Moshe Chaim when he was with my mom, when my mom heard that no
He
one
was
was
3
alive.
years old, sitting in a car seat in the passenger side next to me. Now, anybody who would put a 3-year-old in a booster seat in the front seat today would probably be arrested and put in jail. But but this was 1989. But he was buckled in, and there was chaos on the radio.
They said no
And
survivors.
then I hear plane crash, and I hear no survivors, and I'm flipping out, and Moshe Chaim kept saying, stupid radio, stupid radio.
My brother was 3 at the
Thought it was
time.
the radio's fault.
He thought the radio was making my mom angry because when they had said there's no survivors. And don't worry, Queen, I haven't even told the story yet. Really, today I just wanted my mom to have the opportunity to start. You guys, it's like you're hearing like 1/100th of everything. When I speak, you guys will get the whole thing clearly. But that's why I took the weekend. I just wanted to give my mom the opportunity today. But I'll talk to you guys a little bit while I walk, though. But I want you to, yeah, my brother, it's like horrible. You guys can say hello to him. Amy, his name's Moshe. He's got to run to work right now, but he's. Remember, Amy, I told you that I had one sibling that's a licensed clinical social worker, and how I feel like they do more sometimes than even the doctors. That's the brother that I was talking about. But yeah, my brother was a mess because of everything. But I mean, take this for a moment, and I know you guys can't see me. Maybe I'll turn this around just for a second. But
Yeah, I'm sure glad you came.
so I want you guys to imagine for a moment, like just being a mom. I want you guys to imagine what it would be like being a mom and just going about your day. And then all of a sudden hearing, like out of nowhere, after you drop your son off at the airport to get on a flight, and then you hear on the radio, no survivors. Imagine just like being like that and hearing that information. That's the information you receive. Sorry guys, I just want to make it better for you. That's the information that you receive. You receive information, no survivors. So your son is literally pronounced dead. And I mean, just imagine what it must be like for a mom to be sitting there and attempting to comprehend. This is my favorite spot, guys, and there's a lot of people now on the other side. I'm sorry, guys. They've been waiting, so you know what? I'm going to do this because my mom is like a little bit all over the place right now, which I understand. She'll come out here. But there's people waiting on the other side of me. Sorry. Yeah, guys, I'm going to put it on myself. Don't worry. I don't want to put it on them, guys, and I want it to be in a specific way because I want you guys to see everything. So, guys, I just want you to imagine for a moment that here, and Amy, what I want you to do is we're going to do one. I'm sorry, guys. Let's just do one test run. Amy, in 1 second. Moshe, I love you. That's my brother, guys. That's my baby brother. I love you. I love you so much. I love you. These people are awesome. Healing can only happen. But yes, my brother is, oh my God, you got to meet Amy one day, Moshe, yeah. That's my brother, Moshe Chaim, Moses in English. Yes, I love you so much. Oh my God, I'm going to start crying right now. I love you, Moshe. I love you like crazy. You got to come out here, man. You got to come out here with me. We'll do it. We'll do it one of these days. I love you, Moshe Chaim. You're going to kill me right now, Moshe. I can't really, I love him to death. He went through a lot, my brother. He went through a lot in life. I mean, just imagine being a family member of somebody, and then you find out that that family member is gone. You're told that he's gone. It's like, imagine that. Imagine you send your son to Israel or to the Middle East, and there's a war going on, which I think people can relate to on some level right now. No politics. Politics aside. You find out that your child, Amy, just tell me, when I step away, I want you to tell me if you can hear me. Yes, hugs to Moshe. Guys, please send him hugs. Yes. Younger, my baby bro, love him. My baby bro, my only biological brother. I do have another brother who I love to death, Hansi, but we grew up in a family of girls. He is younger. Yeah, he's 7 years younger than me. Yeah, he's 7 years younger. Tell me right now, as like just, I got all this equipment. I just want to make sure. Can you guys hear me right now? I'm going to come up and look to see if you guys can answer. Okay, perfect, Amy. So, guys, I apologize. There's people obviously on the other side. I just don't want to. I know you guys don't mind, but I want. Yeah, it's for your. It's just. Otherwise, I'm going to put it at the back, all the chairs. It's way too many chairs. I'm going to. Okay, so there's just a few things that I just wanted to touch upon. Um, First of all, I want to thank everybody for being here, everybody for coming out. I love you guys, the Sioux City community. You guys are amazing. Everything you do for us is unbelievable. I have endless gratitude for everything you've done for my family and for my friends who have come out here. Endless gratitude. So imagine, guys, there's a flight. It's coming from Hawaii, it's going to San Francisco, eventually Denver, and then it's supposed to go to Chicago and then Philadelphia. And you drop your son off. Now, first of all, think about the concept about 9-year-old boy. You're a parent, you're doing the best you can. Can't afford to go with your son to the destination, but you go ahead and you do the send. You put your son on it. Now just imagine you have your child, he's overseas, and there's a war going on at that time. And your son is actually a citizen of that country, and officially you have to serve. You don't have that choice. It's mandatory service. So imagine that. And imagine that all of a sudden you get a phone call, once again, that your son was smashed, run over, and everything is just a mess. Just imagine that for a second. Then imagine all the times that that individual is overseas and constant suicide bombings, constant, the aftermath of, at that time, was the Second Intifada. And again, I'm not getting into science, I'm just talking about the traumatic components that existed. There's a concept in Judaism, it's a famous question, and I view Judaism in many ways as much more the way it should be in many ways. It's a racial component. The best way to explain that is like you can't claim to be a Christian and an atheist at the same time. You can't necessarily claim to be Islamic and an atheist at the same time. Well, in Judaism, you don't really have a choice. If you're Muslim, you're Jewish. That's according to Judaism and according to blood tests that you could take if you want to find out if you're Jewish or not. I'm just pointing out that, where the spirituality comes from. I'm not really going to get into the religious components. I am a religious man. Some of my family members are a lot more religious than I am. Some of them are not as religious as I am. And none of it matters to me. I'm not getting into any of that. And especially you guys from the anti-Scientology world, just know that that's one of my biggest frustrations, is because I actually come from a religion. I come from a place. You guys do? I'm so sorry, guys. My mom's. And Tommy, are you okay? I just want a moment. I'm so sorry, guys. Just give my mom a second here. You don't want it? Okay. Okay. My mom's gonna come in a second. She still wants to share. And again, I'm going to give a very official speech on Saturday night, Sunday, and Monday. So just imagine that you're that parent, and you continuously are getting these phone calls, and your child's out there, and it's like, for me, when I'm looking back upon this, I think of one famous question that a very famous rabbi, the Ramban, Nachman, in English. He asks a famous question. He says, why in Judaism are we always so focused on leaving Egypt? Constantly a focus, with miracles that happen, whether you believe in the Bible or not, regardless. Why in the Bible and in Judaism itself, every single day there's a prayer that's specifying the miracle of the Jews surviving. Every single holiday has some connection to leaving Egypt, and if it does not have a connection directly to leaving Egypt, it has to do like Purim, which is a separate holiday that happened way after, and Hanukkah. Hanukkah is another, but they're miracles. Again, all the holidays that we have in Judaism, the focus is very much on on, the focus is very much on the miraculous component. So the question becomes like, why? Why are we going to focus on that specifically? Why are we going to focus on all of these very specific miracles that occurred in history? Why is that such an important thing? Maybe we should just talk about specific commandments all the time, every day, which we do on some level, other things. But it's very interesting how, like, leaving Egypt is literally probably one of the most famous things about Judaism. So the rabbi asks this famous question: why? And his answer is extremely powerful. He says this, and again, don't think of it in the context necessarily of religion. You can think of it however you want. This is reality. Reality is that your eyes, just think about it for a moment. I have damaged eyes here. I'm still able to see a little bit certain. Just think about how the eye functions. It's insane. It takes care of itself. It duplicates itself. It is in constant, it's one of the parts of your body that's constantly in action. Let's refer to it as that. And if you think about like some of the crazier things in life that are there every day, the rabbi says this. He says, "Min hamisim hagidolim hamifol samud adam umei b'nisim hamistarim." From the great miracles, when you recognize the great miracle of Egypt, the great miracle of whatever else has ever happened, then you can start recognizing, wow, every day I need to appreciate the fact that I can open my eye. Every day I need to appreciate the fact that I'm here with my mom, and think about all the crazy blessings. And sometimes you need to experience or see at least an amazing miracle, and then you can start recognizing the small ones. That's exactly what his response was. From the great miracles, you can begin to recognize the daily one. And I think it's an important component in life in general. I think it's an important component that everyone needs to pay attention to. I think it's an important component, and I'll speak a little bit more to the subject on Sunday and Monday. I don't want to take too much time, but I think it's an important component for everybody to think about, right? So imagine you're that mom, and you're trying to deal the best you can with whatever it is. You put your son on a plane, and he's supposed to sit in the first seat, right behind first class. Why? Because the stewardesses should be at the closest thing. Well, right before the plane took off, they told my parents were fully boarded, you know what? We have to switch his seat to the last seat. That's what they said, we have to switch his seat to the last seat. And my parents got in an argument about this. So imagine you're sitting there and your parents, and they say, oh, we need to switch your son's seat. We need to put him in the last seat, but not the first. My dad started ripping into them. What are you talking about? He's flying alone. He's already anxious. My mother's response was, he's already anxious. Just let them do whatever they're going to do. That's it. Just let them do what they do. Leave it alone. And so my seat is switched. So think about that concept for the first most important thing. The flight number is flight 232. I get on the plane by myself. I'm supposed to sit in the first seat, and they put me in the last seat. Why? Their whole goal was to put me the closest to a stewardess, because I was unaccompanied, right? The closest to a stewardess that I could possibly be. And mimic that stewardess. I was the last seat. When they switched my seat, it was with the goal of putting me on the aisle. So I was sitting on the aisle seat, and a gentleman by the name of Richard Howard, like, he rested in peace, was sitting next to me. And right behind me was this guy. My mom leaves, and obviously back then you couldn't walk your child right up to the back then they didn't have the same type of security they have today. It's completely different. And imagine for a moment, you're driving home and you're in your car and you have your baby right next to you, 2-year-old child sitting in the seat right next to you, the hand laundry on the baby boys. And over the radio you hear 4232 crash, no survivor. They literally declared everyone dead and evil. And my mom lost it. She didn't know what to do with herself. She absolutely went insane. And she eventually pulled over the cars, and she eventually fainted. And a mechanic that actually randomly knew my family was there, and he was able to get my dad on the phone, and they were able to get on the phone with the airport trying to figure out, just to go wherever my body was. My mother was in America. Just fast forward for a minute. So we have flight 232, right? At the age of 19 years old, I was in Israel, and we're standing in the street corner. And there was a lot of crazy stuff that was going on at that time. I was street corner called Kikal Shabbat. It's a very special street corner. It's literally called the corner of the Sabbath. Everybody goes to shop right before Shabbat to get their food and as much as they can as possible. We're standing on that street corner, and all of a sudden, right in front of the entire crowd, literally probably about 100 people standing at each corner, a bus, a triple bus, 3 accordions, started carrying When I was in the plane crash, for about 45 minutes, everything was just like the pilot did one of the most incredible things, and I'm not going to go into all the details of the parts of that because it's something you guys can understand. What he did was absolutely incredible. It's never been done before, and for all practical purposes, you should have fallen out of the sky and it should have been completed. Captain Al Haynes created the situation where he was going to do it. All of a sudden, he gets a knock on the door for the cockpit. Opens the door. A gentleman says to me, I'm in first class. I happen to wait for you. I'm in the Is there anything I can do? So they came up, they came in, and they said, no, I know what's going on. I know what you don't. There's no answer to what's happening. We've lost all our life. And Captain Lee, the way he said it was, his face just went white. And I realized that the other captain recognized on such a major level the catastrophe that was going on at that time. And they basically literally ripped up the floorboards and were able to I just want to make sure because a lot of people, I wanted to make sure. So the captain sat there with the other captain, right? So there's 2 captains that were sitting there, and he ripped up the floorboards, and they started to literally fly the plane just by dipping it 10,000 feet. The plane would pick up the dust, and he kept on getting the plane higher. So for every 10,000 feet you drop, you gain 20,000 feet. So we were just like on the craziest roller coaster ride you could potentially think of in the entire world. And then they were just going to crash in any spot that there were not other civilians. He just didn't want to hurt any other people. Well, eventually, he had gotten over the airway that they were close to I-95, the highway. And they made a plan that they were just going to go ahead and that they were going to crash into the highway. Obviously, it would be into house to Well, he started getting a handle on the plane, like they were going to floorboard and creating and sparking engines, just using the wind. One of our engines exploded about not that long into the flight. One of the engines just completely exploded. and we just drop as much as you could potentially think of. And you think of feeling like the just diving completely on every single level. The captain figured out a way to keep us in the air. Eventually, over the radio, they got to the tower. And on the tower, they said, it's really crazy, but there's an airport that's not that far from you. And 2 years ago, they did a drill of how to get everybody and how to create a situation where people could be there as first responders in a situation like this. And he got the plane as close as he possibly could, and the goal was to crash right there and into the cornfields, which they were living in. The man sitting next to me just told me very kindly, he said, listen, Israel, you need to switch seats. And he put me by the window instead of the aisle seat. And he, oh my God. You see the name there?
No. So nice to see you.
Hi, Susan.
Hi.
Yeah. Do you live here, Susan?
I don't. I live in Florida.
You came all the way here?
Yes. Yes.
Susan
Such a pleasure to
and
meet
Richard
you.
Howard She's doing the quick
Oh, you're right. I'm right in
No,
your.
it's okay. I
I'm
wasn't
right in
planning
your-
on necessarily speaking formally today, and I just started, but I'm Alex here. I want to stop. And I wanted to come just a little bit because I knew that once you're here, I'm just going to start falling apart.
No,
How's everything
it's
going?
not great, right?
Yeah,
It's nice to see you. I'm glad you came back.
amazing. It's amazing to see.
No.
Amazing to see.
Wow.
Yeah,
Thank you.
unbelievable.
Wow.
It's crazy that we're standing here, right? It's really crazy. I tried to reach out to, I know, I tried to reach out to, Richard, his daughter before, because we didn't touch her in time. And I wasn't able to reach her, for the past few years. I haven't spoken to her for like, probably about 5 years. And we become really close. Me and his daughter, eventually we lost that, but it's just a kills me every time I think about the fact that this two being gone and yeah, it kills me. Is anybody else coming today? No. I heard last minute that you were going to be here. I didn't even know. I had no
I
fear.
didn't know until like the just like I'm like, you know what? Derek and I are going to bus this together.
How is
Good, he's here.
he's here? Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. And so we last minute
Here,
got
hold on.
him.
Now I got to do this. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna put it here. Okay, guys, this is Susan White, who I will explain just how significant she is in my world. But so you were saying, so Derek and you came from.
We came from Florida yesterday through.
Is that where you
Houston.
live most of the
We
time?
live in Florida.
Okay.
Through Houston, we had everyone get off the plane in Tampa because there was a thunderstorm in Houston.
Yeah. Oh my God.
And then we boarded again, and then we got on a flight to Omaha. And then Mitch, who's speaking, was in Kansas City, and then he was driving, so he picked us up.
I'm so excited to hear Mitch.
I'm looking forward to hearing it.
Do you know Mitch? Or?
We have been emailing back and forth for about a year.
Oh wow.
And about
Everything,
telling the
yeah.
story and
Yeah.
clarifying things that happened.
What's his official position?
He was a lieutenant colonel,
Okay.
and now he's a professor.
Wow.
He was in the Air Force, and he's his doctorate degree. He's-
Guys, Susan is, all I'll say right now, and we'll get into details later, but Susan is literally, like if anybody has a guardian angel, Susan was the one. Everybody says hello.
Oh.
Everybody's saying hello
Hi.
to Susan. I'm going to go back in the chat and look at everything. you can hear with the earbuds. Hopefully you guys can hear. I'm gonna get a mic, guys. Don't worry about it. I have to go grab it. But yeah, so you guys, are you still working?
I'm still working. So Derek and I work to
Crazy. To me,
Brussels
it's like,
together.
it blows my mind that you're still able to just.
I feel very lucky. Very lucky. There's three of us. Tim Owens is still flying, and Kathy Shin's still flying.
They're all three of you.
Yes,
Yes.
yeah. And everyone else is retired. Everyone's doing great. The crew all sends her love.
It's awesome.
So yes.
Every year when I come back, I always wish that everybody was here.
I know.
I've been coming back.
glad-
You know, my dad used to not let me come back when I was a little kid, and then I started coming back every year. I never even got to say, I didn't want to make a big deal about it at the time, but you know, the captain used to call me, like on a very regular basis. And in the school I went to, the religious school I went to, you couldn't just speak to people in the outside world. Like my dad didn't let not in a bad way. I love my dad too. I think he was just trying to do the best for like what the situation was. But here, mommy, so explain the concept. Like Abba would not let me come and get involved with. Like it's too difficult to.
A husband doesn't have the forbearance in order to be able to deal with the raw emotions. He is a person who will say, what needs to be done? Let's get the job done. He is a doer. He is a mover. He
Guys,
is
this
a
is
shaker.
crazy. I just want you to know
But
this
you
is
have
so
to deal
crazy.
with the emotions here. That's too much for him.
It's a lot. It is a lot.
But I'm saying when he wouldn't let me, talking to that, he wouldn't let me come back.
He wouldn't let Israel come back and be able to deal with it as a child, which is very sad.
Yeah.
Very
For
sad.
someone you need that to have closure. And
Yes.
just
So in
And you have to-
2016 was the first
It would
year.
have been extremely beneficial for Israel to have been able to bond with the people who did come back, who were fellow survivors, because they're their own.
yes.
You are your own close knit community
Yes.
that nobody else can touch.
It understands.
Yes.
That
And 35
funeral
years
was-
may have passed by, but it's like a blink of an eye.
Yes.
Do you know who was in the chat before? Aaron Badis.
Oh, lucky.
Aaron Badis was in the chat before. Yeah, it's hard for him to come. It's very hard for him to come. Very, very hard.
You want to get a picture together?
Of course we will. Yeah, not even a question. Mommy, you have your camera?
Yeah, I don't mind.
Yeah, my mom will do it, and then she'll send it over.
Yes. So is Israel.
Hi, little guy over here. Little guy visiting.
Let me take a picture.
Here, 1 second, guys. I'm coming right back.
So special, so special. It's so beautiful. Thank you so much, Susan.
Oh,
Did you come to Chicago when they put on the play?
yes.
Yes, she
Yes, I
can.
did.
Oh, okay. I
We
thought you
met.
met you then. Okay.
At that theater.
Okay, that was.
That is the only
Guys, I'll
time
say
we
this.
ever
I'll
met.
add one thing.
Okay.
I
Susan,
remember that.
and the guy sitting next to me, Richard Howard Sutherland, they plotted to save my life, knowing that they probably would not survive. And then I'll explain in my speech. I didn't want to, but there's a lot of little kiddos here right now. So like another, literally probably 100 people just walked in. Guys, I'm really sorry. Give me just a second. Oh, there's her. So her significant other is a pilot. Also, here he is. We need another picture, Mommy. What is up, man? How's everything going?
Good. Very good.
It's amazing to see you. When I heard you guys were going to be here, like you have no idea how ecstatic I became. It was
I'm
just
glad
like
you could make it in your mother came.
first time ever.
Wow.
My mom's first time back.
Oh, that's awesome.
I've been coming back 2016, and then we all met, remember, by the Caps memorial. You remember? That was one of the most healing things for me in my entire life. I have like 100 pictures. Like one of the pictures on Google Maps has been seen by 3.5 million views.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you'll have to go look at it. It's a powerful picture of me and you standing, and the picture of the cap is just in the background. Remember that? You have the picture. It's crazy. Oh my God! When I just found out, by the way, yesterday that you guys. I had no
This
clue.
was spontaneous. It was last minute for us.
That's awesome.
As well.
You know, I kept calling for Larry. Did you remember Larry? And so he doesn't work here anymore.
Yeah, I didn't
so
realize.
it was hard to reach through. And then I don't know where the gentleman is, but yes, yes, sure.
Your picture anywhere here?
They don't have a picture of me anywhere, but I can show you a picture soon. But she was the stewardess. She actually helped save my life. She can tell you. Yes, she was sitting right behind me. She really sacrificed herself to potentially.
That's nice.
Crazy,
So
right?
that's Karen White.
That's Susan White.
They actually misprinted that in there.
Yeah, I know. It's so
I just
funny
noticed that
that
yesterday, like, wait a minute.
that's her article. Yeah. There's another article that I have that's better. That's the one I show everybody because it's done correctly.
It's funny. I looked at it.
I did. I lost my arm. They put it back on.
Is it
You
like
see
a,
that? The thing I had about 18 of these in my arm. Holding
18
it back
of
together.
those?
Yeah. 18 of these.
can I see it?
Sure. You can hold it. They turned it into a ring.
He's not my kid, is he? He's not my kid.
All the little kiddos here.
I only have one ring.
I know. Whereas he was in my section.
Still do, yeah.
Oh, Aaron Badis. Remember Aaron? He's shouting you out right now in the chat.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Hi.
There you go.
How's it going?
He loves it. Derek, say hello for you.
That's very nice. Did
Yeah,
they like
so-
misplace your arm in any way? Or
It's a little weird. Like if you look at it, like you can see how it was like. It took a long time,
They had an area where
and they thought that I wouldn't be able to use it much, but I actually said
could still use
screw
it the
that.
same way?
And yeah, I played college football in Israel. I played college
I
ball.
play football.
Really? Nice. There you go. So I do a lot of mixed martial. I do a lot of MMA.
Yeah, I was a quarterback.
Jiu-jitsu. Really? You're a quarterback?
yeah, they were burning
Keep it up, buddy. That's the
I'm
best.
probably
I played tight end.
I also could probably play at East too.
That's awesome. So you guys came in today. That's awesome, buddy.
Yeah.
So where do you guys live?
In Sioux City.
This year we're actually staying on the other side of the river because of the floods.
Yeah.
One of the hotels got like dampened down, but you could say everybody's saying hello to you guys by the way in one of my chats. You want to say your name? It's up to you. No. No. A first name you want to say?
This is
Jaden.
So they could say hello.
I'm
Jaden.
Jaden's mom.
There you go. It's Jaden's mom. Jaden's mom.
This is our friend.
It is great, by the way, Amy. What's up? How are you? I was gonna ask.
Is that on
I was
TikTok
gonna.
or on YouTube?
This is on YouTube. This is a big, yeah. I'll send you. I'll give your mom the. I'll give your mom the link so it's direct and.
If they have TikTok, ask them if they could follow me. I really need
You okay, guys? Dear, wait. No. Amy will do this. Ready? I want you to. My moderator will put that out there. No problem. What's your channel?
Do some of your voices.
Guys, for real, help this guy out. TikTok star. What's your handle? Say it.
I usually do like voice impressions on my
But what's the name of your TikTok?
Alex_969.
So spell AL.
Capital L E X _969.
So Alex_969.
Yeah.
Right away, you have people that are going to follow you right the second.
Do you
A few people said right about.
Hello there, pal. I am Mickey Michael Mouse.
You guys will follow the little kiddos.
Thank
from
you.
CC. No problem.
How much people are watching?
There's 2 chats going. One is a few thousand. The other one I keep small. One of them I'm not really watching because it's hard for me to get a moderator for that. It's like a lot of my, like different people from different, but I have a smaller chat that I interact with a lot.
Dang, I
And
can pull
they're-
up my TikTok if they want to follow me. I don't post that all the
It's okay. You guys can say it. You guys are here today. It's special that you guys are here.
Mine's like a unique name. I can't pronounce it.
Hey, Alex, check it out.
I'll follow you.
That's you. That's you.
Yeah, that's me.
They put it in there. Now everybody will follow
Thank
you. No
you.
problem. Go ahead.
KAZUTO962.
They'll put it on there. That's awesome.
Thank you.
Are you also? Yeah, there you go. Give it thank you. Hey YG, what's up, Yachaskel? You're gonna hear the students with the speech different time. I had to stop
Yeah, I'm
because
gonna start.
there's a bunch of people that came in.
Podcast about this.
The smaller channel that happens to be I got involved with it because of trauma. The people that survived from like a cult.
Wait, can I
there's
ask
a
a
lot of
question to all
people.
your followers?
Yeah.
Are most of you actually following SML? If they are, I'm gonna be so.
I don't know what that is. You have to explain what that is.
Wait, what did you say about a cult?
There are activists that are against people that survived from being in a cult. I said, yeah. So that's how I met most of the people in the chat that I'm talking to right now. Mostly, I'm talking to 2 chats, but one of the chats that I'm talking to, it's people that work together to help people that survive a really horrible cult. You follow what?
I follow a subreddit about
Really?
that. It's one
Do you know what Scientology is?
Yes, and it's people who are ex-Scientology or
That's who I. That's
heavy
this. That's what.
Oh, cool.
This is all the people. Anybody you could think of is part of this. You see that, guys? She knows all about Scientology.
I do.
You couldn't get his handle. Say it slowly, or you want to show it? Can you show it? Amy, tell me if you could see. Here, I'm gonna read it out loud. K as in K as in King, A as in Apple, Zebra, Utah, Toyota, Octopus 962. She'll get it in there. And if not, I took a screen thing, so I'll send it to her later if my moderator can't get it.
Yeah, I'm really into cars and stuff.
Yeah.
That's the Camaro's the first thing I see.
Yeah, you like that Camaro?
The engine's beautiful.
It is an amazing car. I love cars too. In fact, I have a T-shirt that I was wearing before, and it says, "Cars are not supposed to shift themselves. I only drive manual. I won't drive a stick." I had a few crazy cars in my lifetime. A few really crazy cars.
Like any muscle car. I really
You like those? I had a 5.0 and a Shelby at one point. Yeah, long time ago.
It's a DC.
Yeah, 6-speed. You're looking at the album of it.
Yeah, well, I like that they have the flight log in here. Which is really cool.
So right now, what's your name again? Just say first name. You don't say it. Give me an initial just so I can refer to you. Huh? G. So G right now is looking through the flight log from that day. It's actually here in the museum. They pull stuff out from that they don't necessarily keep out all the time, and then they some of the pictures are on the wall are a little bit intense. So I'm trying not to get those in. I don't know what YouTube would think about some of them, but she's looking through the log. There's some very cool stuff. Like if you want to see something cool, you see that shows all the different ways that the plane was supposed to open up. You see that on the second shelf, all the exits. You see you see that the 8 exits that are there. That's where they created the flight log through that. You like aviation?
I do like aviation. I look at a lot of online, usually on TikTok, they have transcripts from different other flights. And I look
Have you seen this one on TikTok? There's like literally hundreds.
I have not.
Oh, there's
Actually,
hundreds.
you know what? Probably I have.
If you just type in flight 232, there's hundreds. Amy, he got it.
This is
YouTube is picky. I know. I'm trying to keep it. U-Haul doesn't rate manuals. You're correct, by the way. And I actually had to say I got in a big accident with the U-Haul truck last summer. I can't stand it. U-Haul does not. You are correct about that. But that's all I drive. And for a while, I drove an Audi, guys, and a Jeep. Those are my 2 cars. The 2 cars that I love the most. So once I decided to cut off, like I said, the reason why I scheduled the 3 separate speeches is because I knew today, with all the visitors, it was going to be way too crazy. I'll ask him. Do you have an interest? Do you guys are you guys like interested in becoming a pilot? Is that something that you guys think about or not?
No, I really want. When I get older, I'm gonna try my best to join the army.
To join the army?
Yeah, because I'm really interested in like army stuff. I'm really interested in all the stuff. Yeah.
That's awesome. And G, what about you? What are you thinking of? What do you? So what I'm saying, what do you want to do? What are you?
I'm doing what I want to do.
Okay, there you go. So they're asking. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Sorry.
She's doing her thing, whatever she chose.
And if the army thing doesn't really work out, I'm gonna go on to being a voice impressionist. I already got the first step ahead of me. I can do
good impressions.
Yeah.
Mickey Mouse.
You heard one. You heard one.
I did hear. You're great. It's really nice that you came out today.
Do Dora.
Dora.
Hola, soy Dora. I can't do it that much. I can't.
You used to have, you gotta go higher.
I used to have it go higher, but I
Better.
Can't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't do it as good now.
100%. We had those. Those were decks of cards that were on the plane.
Are those the actual seats that might have survived the crash?
I believe that they definitely at one point did have. Yes. And those are the exact seats that we sat in on the DC-10. Yes.
My
sure.
brother and my ex-husband
If you don't
were
mind
in
me
a
asking.
hangar working when the plane went over them and crashed right in front of their hangar. And they went out and they seen it firsthand. Yeah, it was really scary for them.
If you don't mind me asking,
Yeah, sure.
how old were you when you were on the flight?
I was 9 years old. I was a baby. I was like a little kid by
Oh my
myself.
gosh, that would have been so horribly scary.
It wasn't as bad for me as for my mom. Like hearing they they pronounced everyone dead on impact, and that's what my mom was told.
There were
My mom's here.
How many survivors
That's my mom.
were there?
So
So your mom was a survivor too?
my mom wasn't on the plane. No. So it's a complicated question, but you can Google. They're differing, exactly. But I will say this: 112 died on impact.
Okay.
And then the rest, some made it to the hospital, some
Right. Okay, good.
difficult. If you look at that wall, the in remembrance
I
wall.
lost my glasses at
Oh,
so
okay.
it's like I'm blurry.
There
I
you
try
go.
to read
So that
stuff.
wall has the people that died on impact.
Oh my goodness.
Do you know the flight that actually got lost in midair?
No.
Do you know about that flight or no?
I've heard a lot of different flights, but
So you don't know about that flight?
I don't. They think that you're cool. By the way, they like it.
I might have another pair of
There's a lot of people here, guys. I'll start walking you guys around again. I knew that this was going to happen, which is why I scheduled the other speeches. But there's components that I haven't even told you guys yet, at all. Like not even remotely. Amy's going to love it when I have the opportunity to truly do it myself. But really, today is for my mom more than anything. Everybody's kind of getting packed around to sit, and one of the heads of it's only myself and the stewardess that literally I can't even talk about her without crying right now. But she is the greatest ever. But yeah, she's unbelievable, and she's the only two survivors that are here together. But yeah, my percentage of battery is going down, but have no fear, guys. Have no fear. I brought in some hardcore backup, so give me just a second, guys. Let's pick a plug. We'll just pick the best one. I think this one's the best plug. Okay. This is really the best plug, to be honest.
Don't go too far.
Okay.
And then I know that you guys couldn't hear me so well because I was trying to speak to the crowd and I didn't want to. But the other speech I'm giving is much more official by the park, and I'm going to focus on making sure everybody can hear 100% everything I'm saying. But we are plugged in again, so we're back to power again. Let me see when I start this. It's so weird, Amy. Let me know if this makes sense. But Amy, it split itself up into two streams. I don't know why that would happen per se, but that's just what happened. That's what it did. I don't know if that makes any sense, or you'll have to let me know. And I think we need everybody in a second, so we're kind of getting together to sit down. They did a good job for setting everything up really nicely for especially considering the fact that they actually had us coming here today, which is really cool by the way, guys, because that wasn't like an automatic assumption that was going to occur. at all. That was not the intention. So that's the office, guys. Just find something important. I can't find it now. Maybe I should. I'm gonna find it. So yeah, I know you guys see my mom wants to finish talking later as well. But for the moment, you guys, I'm gonna be with you guys. So anybody can. Natalie Webster gave a shout out. Good, thank you. Let's just see. I'm gonna go backwards. I'm gonna have to go back and look at everybody's comments, but I love you guys that you guys are here. And Amy, I'm speaking partially to the other chat. Jaden is adorable. Yeah, she's caution, yes. But that's awesome, Gina Marie. Thank you. You can mention to her that that flight actually originated from Hawaii. I don't know like what picture she used of me, but I usually don't care as long as it's like just like my normal picture. That's really cool. Amy is the best. Amy is absolutely the best. That is without a doubt. There is no question about that. Amy is absolutely the best. So I just walked away so I could talk to you guys for a little bit. That was Amy spreading the word to Natalie's chat. That's so cool. Oh, that's awesome. So she just gave a shout out. That's cool. Yeah, listen, I tried to email her a few times. It's hard. I know she gets busy. It's hard to reach her, and that's understandable. I want you guys who are of the Generation X to recognize how cool this is. But anyone who's alive to even remember, like I just have seen pictures, but this is what they had. This is one of the first trucks that was on the scene. This truck is I love that you guys are talking to me. Amy spreading the word is the bomb. Someone in Natalie's chat. Okay, cool. That's awesome. But this is what they threw me on top of. After they found me, 6 feet deep. But they had the Army vehicles out there. And these are suits that were actually being worn by the captain from when he was Blue Angel. There was the other captain that didn't make it. It's his chest. Those are the boots that were on his feet. This is powerful. Really crazy. Amy, you really are the best, by the way. Just so I want to quickly throw that out there. But everything here was the captain when he was part of everything. He literally was in the military up until the 80s, which is when he became a pilot for United. But prior to that, he was in the military very much so. That's him refueling at one point. Many, many years ago. Hurricane style, yeah. World War II. That is correct. There's a lot of World War II stuff here also, yes. He was in World War II. These are little things he put in the museum from the Air Force. (185th) Airborne. Mickey was another hero. 185th Fire Wing, Iowa Air National Guard, Sioux City, Iowa. 185th Tactical Fighter Group. I have like patches and everything from the Sioux Indians, like meaning proper. First one, Sudan Medical Center is a. They're very good, Amy. You're awesome. Yeah. Amy, you have no idea what they had to do. They had to eventually get Amy. I'll tell my whole story. I didn't say it, but it was crazy. I was in a bubble like ET. They wouldn't even let my mom in to see me. And when I speak, I'm gonna talk more about this. But they wouldn't even let my mom in. They like literally would not let my mom in. I was in a bubble for a while until my head was stapled back together. and they flew at a very low altitude in what's called an air ambulance. So it was basically like a private jet that essentially was an ambulance for myself. And my dad actually was with me. And all those people were so frustrated because I was like speaking and I stopped. But Susan came in, Susan White. When I tell you guys the whole story, Susan White's on another level. She's the greatest ever. But yeah, that's where they finally flew me. And that's why we ended up in Chicago. My whole family had to come because I lived in Children's Memorial Hospital for quite some time. Correct. Infection and blood clots. Those two components were the two most feared things. Blood clots in my brain and infection. You know, you explain it better than I do, but explain how elevation being too high and what it causes for somebody with a head injury who's like currently healing. I had a lot of internal bleeding in my head, a lot. My head got cracked in 5 spots, Amy, so. And my arm, they reattached my foot, and they were very concerned. So for about a month, I just sat and they flew in doctors to help me. And then eventually they flew me on this private little airplane that was like an air ambulance that took me to Denver for a short period of time because the specialist that started working with me in the very beginning flew in from Denver. And then eventually the main doctor was a surgeon in Chicago. And I was in Children's Memorial Hospital for most of that time. Listen to Amy, guys. That's exactly correct. It increases it on a huge level. Can you imagine that's actually his jacket they saw from the captain? I mean, he was in World War II, the Vietnam War. He was in the Korean War. He was in Vietnam. But I know in the 80s he started flying, commercial airlines. But yeah, there were huge risk factors, huge risk factors. And let me just tell them, Amy. Yeah, guys, so I'll just comment a little bit what she was saying. And they were asking also, Amy. So Amy's a nurse, by the way, everybody. So what she was saying, and yeah, in the Scientology chat, that less the higher you're elevated, the less oxygen that actually goes to the brain. Now we're going to go listen to a gentleman speak, and I'm going to be silent for the moment. I'm going to go sit with Susan.
We're going to wait just a few more minutes. There's a few more people outside headed in. We're going to grab a few more chairs so they have a place, and then we'll get started.
Anyone sitting there? There's Susan. Yeah, just me and Susan. That's her man. Derek, it's her man. Oh, it's huge, Amy. It's like two separate parts of two separate parts of the museum.
There are 4 chairs right up here in the center that are not reserved at all. Help yourself.
Mommy, please consider. Please consider. Please, I'm asking. Please consider. Please consider. Please consider. No, you're not lying to me. Sorry. Is that your first time meeting Susan ever? No. Oh, at the play. Okay. Here, say let everybody know real quick. February speaks. We're gonna have a lot of pictures here. A lot of pictures being taken.
We're in a lot of pictures of archives from 1989.
Yeah, there's pictures of us in the museum. That's what my mom was saying. Yeah. So they're going to talk a little bit. That's the layout up there. Hi, does megaphone. Hey, everybody. He's going to speak now, so I'm going to keep myself quiet. You guys, listen. Tell me if you can hear him well.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. We've got a few chairs we're going to put down, but we'll go ahead and get started so we can try to stay on schedule here this afternoon. My name is Tim Seaman. I'm currently the secretary on the museum board here. I also work at KCAU 9 TV. If you're from out of town, if you're from in town, I hope you know it, but out-of-towners may not. So that's who I am, and that's why I'm here. And on behalf of our museum board, our executive director, our sponsors, I do want to say thank you very much for taking time, especially in the rain this afternoon, to come out and be with us for this very important yet brief presentation. Each year that passes, we lose contact. We move further and further away from the events of July 19th, 1989. Fewer and fewer people have that direct contact that so many people have had with that day. And along with that, they lose contact with the heroic acts of that day, the care and the compassion that our Siouxland community provided not only on a day, but weeks and months, and continues to this day. And so we're hopeful that events like this one and future events surrounding Flight 232 will continue to share that story with a new generation of people that will learn what happened here and learn the compassion and the rest of the story that goes with a disastrous day. I want to take a moment to personally thank Susan White and her fiance Derek for being with us today. They really have taken extraordinary measures to be with us today. They went through some hoops, and we sure are glad that you came today. I just want to say thank you. Susan is now an international purser for United Airlines, and as I mentioned, she was a flight attendant on Flight 232. Derek is a captain today for United Airlines and flies 787s. I got the numbers in the right order. Thank you. The same can be said, what I said a moment ago about Dr. Mitchell Simmons. He's a retired Lieutenant Colonel of the United States Air Force, and our presenter here this afternoon, he and Susan have really communicated over the last year or 18 months or so, documenting the information that he's going to be sharing with us here this afternoon. So I want to say thank you to Dr. Simmons as well. Thanks very much. Please take time to check out the businesses on your program that have helped us make this day possible. We certainly appreciate their support. Join us outside if it's quit raining. We have stones to place in our updated memorial garden to remember those 112 people. And a reminder that you are welcome to step to the corner over here. The jetway that you see when you pull in goes out to our STEM classroom. You're welcome to go out and take a look at that. We're very proud of that. And most of all, we're just glad that you're here with us today. So without any further ado, please join me in welcoming Dr. Mitchell Simmons.
Thank you. I think in a second here, we're going to dim the lights so you can see the slides a little better. So I am Mitch, just call me Mitch, please. I don't want any formalities. I'm from the National Intelligence University, which is kind of a unique university under the federal government. So I'm actually a federal government civilian. So that's kind of my background a little bit. And just kind of by a show of hands, now that we've dimmed the lights, I can't see the hands, but there's enough here. If you had any part of Flight 232 35 years ago today, please raise your hand. So this is amazing. I mean, thank you. I mean, I'll give you guys a hand of applause. So let me just jump into this. Kind of the way I'm going to work this is we're going to take a pause at 3:59. I've got an alarm set on my phone. So when you start hearing the alarm go off and you're thinking, oh, who's the jerk that set the alarm, right? That's me. And I'm going to give you kind of like a 1 minute, kind of pause, and we'll talk. And then at 4 o'clock, which is 35 years, think about that, to the day, the time, the location of the accident, the crash. And then we'll just pick up from wherever we left off at that point. I personally use this accident as a case study in the class that I've taught. I teach currently about 3 times a year. And it's a great case study in the sense that it really kind of talks about the human element, stress, how people kind of work in really difficult situations on board, in that particular case, on board the aircraft. And it also talks about engineering design, and also speaks to basically emergency response, which is truly the model of kind of what you want to see, which is what happened here in Sioux City. So, just to back up a little bit, about 12 months ago, I had finished a series of articles on the World Trade Center survivors from 9/11, and I had built this kind of this model, this framework of survival for those that kind of survived the initial incident or disaster, and kind of how they need to get through and to the side, from the side of danger and death to the side of safety and life. And I really wanted to kind of a break because my mind was kind of just getting too much about 9/11. And so I think on July 19th, since I used this case study and I talked too much near my phone actually gave me a Facebook feed to the Flight 232 group that Susan runs, Facebook group. And I said, geez, there's still people out there that are, that are part of the crew that are willing to talk. And so I reached out to Susan. I said, hey, would you be interested in me writing an article through your perspective? And she's very eager to divulge and share her story. And so I said, great, let's get into this. I intended this to be like a 15-page article. It turned out to be about a 30-page article, which was published this morning. And at the very end of this, I'll show you a QR code, and I'll point to kind of where you could find this online. And I would encourage you to save that article and send it to people, to family, to friends that couldn't be here today. I also interviewed about 5 of the crew, of course, Susan, Dudley Bevork, the flight engineer, the first flight attendant, Janet Brown, and 2 passengers. And of course, Lawrence Gonzalez, many of you are familiar with the book 232. He was kind enough to call me, and he was able to share the NTSB, the National Transportation Safety Board docket, which is about 10,000 pages of just raw data and reports, which really makes up a very small volume, 200-page volume of the airline crash report. But this is a beautifully, masterfully written book. I know some of you that went through that experience would probably find it very difficult to read, but it is a well-done book, and I highly recommend it. But during my research and talking with Susan, I kind of discovered kind of a disconnect that we'll talk about, and that resulted in kind of finding out about an undocumented conversation that occurred with the flight crew, particularly 2 members. And that really allowed for a really clean chronology of laying out everything out of what occurred from the information flow on board the aircraft, which was really outstanding. And so without further ado, let me just quickly describe kind of this 8-step survival bridge construct that I kind of developed. First of all, you have to be able to detect that you're on the side of danger, right? You have to hear the explosion, you have to see something happening. And typically what happens then, you have to start to do is like, what's going on? And collecting information, your sight, your hearing, everything. And talking to people, listen to the radio, what's going on? And then you have to kind of make a decision, right? There's a kind of a debate. What are my options? If there's bad weather, there's tornado warnings, like, do I seek shelter? Do I get in the ditch? What do I do? There's that debate. And sometimes a lot of people kind of get stuck in that loop of collecting information and debating what to do, and they never make a decision, okay? More people will probably be killed from indecision than maybe making the wrong decision. But the fact is, even if you're making the wrong decision, at least you're on a path, right? You may not get to the side of safety in life, but standing there and just being indecisive isn't going to help you at all. Not going to help those around you. But hopefully you've collected enough information, you've made the right decision. Now you have to do it. You have to execute that decision, right? And you really have to have the drive. Using the World Trade Center as an example, a lot of people evacuated. They decided it's time to get out, and they evacuated, and they got off on the floor to make a phone call. They got off because their feet hurt. They didn't spend the time to go all the way down, and they didn't have that drive. You have to have that drive, okay? And then you need to deliver yourself to the side of safety. Once you're you're clear of the accident, you're clear of the infrastructure disaster, you need to divulge what you know and share it with others over the short term and the long term. But there's a lot of things that try to keep you from getting to the side of safety in life, right? People have a tendency to seek, misery loves company, so we gather around and we talk about what's going on. How many times have you been in a fire drill? You walk out of your cubicle, your office, and you stand in the hallway, and you're like, really? We got to do a fire drill? It could be the real deal, right? We have a tendency to gather and complain. People fight and flight. People, of course, when you have an infrastructure disaster, sometimes fate is against you, and you have no opportunity to go across this throttle bridge because it's you're injured or you're killed or you're incapacitated, and you're just eager to get out. Some people go through just a range of emotions, and there's a range of different things that can affect a person's ability to get across that bridge. So without further ado, let me just jump to the next slide. A little bit of background. Flight 232, as you know, is a DC-10, 3-engine. The engines were made by General Electric. It's called the Tri-Jet, which was kind of a neat name because it had those 3 engines, 2 on each wing, 1 on each wing and 1 on the tail. This particular one was registered by United Airlines as November 1819 uniform. It was an older platform, 1971. Of course, it had gone through a lot of depot maintenance, refurbishment, new avionics, that type of thing. And it's 43,000 flight hour existence. And it did about 17,000 cycles of landing and takeoffs and landings. Unfortunately, there was really an interchangeable part. It was a disc rotor. They made of titanium. And the disc rotor, when it was manufactured, had a small inclusion on the inside bore. I used to be a structures engineer for a tactical fighter program, and so I was pretty well versed in these type of components and that type of thing. And unfortunately, when you have an inclusion like that, it creates a stress riser. And as basically the takeoff and the landing cycles, every time the full power is applied, that stress riser created a crack, and it kept growing over its entire lifetime. And eventually, it reached a critical point. Even though it was going through depot maintenance, it was really in a weird spot to catch. And the fluorescent penetrating inspection, where they put a chemical on, they do fluorescent lights to try to catch cracks. It just didn't, the technicians just didn't see it. Then on July 19th, 1989, unfortunately, it went supersonic, which is how cracks go when they, in a situation like that, a high-speed rotating machinery. And it broke out to a blade root, and it came apart. But getting ahead of myself. So a little bit of background. The flight attendants, Susan and then the other, I guess 6, and then there was 1 added in Denver. They were running a little late the night before in Philadelphia, so they had to go into mandatory crew rests for a certain period of time. United actually considered about swapping out the crew. They did. They just started a little later to Denver. They got into Denver, and now they're running a little late, and so they're quickly cleaning the plane and doing all that. United was running a 1 cent per child promotion. I think for an adult ticket, your child could fly free for a penny. I'm not sure if that applied to unaccompanied minors, but that aircraft had a lot of unaccompanied minors as well. Renee LaBelle, 23 years old, flight attendant, she was added just to the fullness of the flight. And Dudley Dvorak, he boarded the aircraft. He was a flight engineer. He told Susan a joke, and then Susan was like, "Oh gosh, I got to get up to the top of the jetway and take tickets, right?" And not tickets, but basically boarding passes. And so she didn't have an opportunity to meet the pilot and co-pilot. The pilot and co-pilot, Al Haynes and Bill Records, board the aircraft, and Dudley DeWark starts the engine, and with basically a ground card because there was an issue with the auxiliary power unit. And they decided to take the aircraft off. There's really no decision not to do that. And they did notice, Dudley said that he noticed one of the engines was starting to overheat a little bit, cut back on a little bit. He doesn't recall which engine, but really not an issue. That was my alarm. And basically, right now, 35 years ago, the brace command came from Pilot Al Haynes. And Al Haynes states the brace command, and all the flight attendants are echoing through the aircraft, brace, brace, brace. And the passengers, all their heads went down. And some of them were sneaking peeks, and they're yelling out, "Keep your heads down, keep your heads down." And now the aircraft is coming up on short final, and they're right over this runway, and 100 feet up, the right wing goes from -2 to -20 degrees of dip. And the pilot's yelling to Denny Fish, who's operating the controls, left, 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 and Denny throttles both throttles. And at this second right now, the plane crashes. So let's take a quick moment of silence, just a reflection of the 112 that have passed due to that accident. Thank you. And so go ahead and get started and tell the story of this accident. Okay, so on board the aircraft, you had 296 souls. 285 of those people were passengers. So there's about 4 unaccompanied seats, or empty seats, which were basically be used. You could see there were 3 sections of the cabin. You had an A zone, which was a first class, a B zone, and a C zone, which happened to be a coach class. Okay, and at 2:09 per the black box on board the aircraft, the aircraft rotates and it's taking off. And it's a normal climb out to 37,000 feet en route to Chicago O'Hare from Denver Stapleton Airport, and things are fine. They're an autopilot. The pilots and the cockpit crew have been fed. They've had drinks. Al Haynes is sitting there with a coffee cup, nursing a coffee cup. And Susan White's in the back of the aircraft. She was seated here in back, exit 4 left. And she and Tim Owens, who was sitting exit door 3 left, they had basically gone the full length of the coach cabin. He was manning the drink cart, and she was ahead of him manning the food cart. She had finished the food service. She was ahead of him. She puts her food cart away. She comes back up to him and says, "Hey, what type of drinks do you need? What are you running low on?" Because he was about maybe 6 rows to go. He said X number of sodas, milk, whatever. And she goes back. She's got an armful. She collects this from the aft galley. She's now rounding her jump seat. She rounds the aft galley by her jump seat, and then the unthinkable happens. The number 2 engine explodes. That crack goes supersonic. The rotor explodes outwards, mostly going towards the right of the aircraft from the starboard side. The rotor sections, a lot of sections of the blade, it's so explosive that people on the ground 7 miles away can hear the detonation of the engine. And they can see the farmers on the ground could actually see pieces floating down. Immediately, anybody that's standing up pretty much goes to the floor. Not always by their own desire. They're just basically thrown down, because what happens is the bottom of when the aft engine and the tail blows, it now becomes an instant drag. And all of a sudden, the bottom of the aircraft, the tail section drops. And there's now a gaping hole on the right side of the starboard side of the air induct. And the induct for the air coming into that number 2 engine. And now there's a thrust vector that's pushing the tail to the left. So the tail drops and shifts to the left. Now Susan drops her knees. She's grabbing a hold of her seat. All that stuff that she was holding is now rolling away into the aft galley, into by the lavatories. First thing in her mind is, it's a terrorist bomb. Who on this plane is so important that they want to blow it up? Okay, that's the initial thinking. Jan Brown did the same thing. She's expecting that they're both expecting, catastrophic decompression of the aircraft. And they're just waiting. They're waiting for that next shoe to fall, which is decompression. It doesn't come. Okay, the plane somewhat stabilizes a little bit. There's a lot of, not panic, but people are quiet. They're just, what's happening, right? They're in that detection phase. And she starts thinking, what's going on? Okay, she had gone through her mandatory annual safety training just months prior, and they had warned her about, Pan Am 103, which blew up over Lockerbie, Scotland by Libyan terrorists. And they brought down a 747 with a lot of Americans, because that plane was flying to Detroit, Michigan. And anyway, so now you're in the cockpit. 3:16, about 11 seconds after the explosion. Mind you, there's no cockpit video recorder at this point, because the Sunstrand model that was on board the aircraft had basically a 30-minute loop. They were able to pick up the last 4 minutes of the tape over, and I think they were able to get 34 minutes out of it. But so we don't exactly know, but Al Haynes was reported as saying, "What was that?" Okay, Bill Records, the co-pilot, he grabs the yoke. You know, he's like, I got the plane, okay? He stabilizes the plane. The plane was on autopilot. He stabilizes and gets the plane level because it had just come out of a right-hand turn and it was leveling out. And then Al Haynes says, okay, you know. And about that time, just a little, you can see basically the gaping hole on the side of the engine cowling that's causing that thrust vector to the left. The engine was actually much further back than kind of what it looks like when you typically see a DC-10. You expect the engine to be up here. It's actually not. It's just a big air induct, okay? And unfortunately, when that engine exploded, it cut through this big accessory drive under the number 2 engine. So it wiped out the number 2 hydraulic system, okay? The shrapnel from the cowling, from the blades, from the rotor, from the duct, all this blew down into the horizontal stabilizers. Okay, the rotor pretty much cleared the horizontal stabilizer, but all that shrapnel did not. And in that impact of that shrapnel, it took out hydraulic number line 1 and number 3. Okay, and then what happened then is basically the pump started to whine because now the pumps are now bleeding all that hydraulic fluid off board. And we have a flight attendant, Virginia Murray, that basically said she could hear the whining. She didn't know what it was, but she described the whining. Okay, unfortunately, the DC-10, it had 3 redundant hydraulic systems. Each engine ran enough of the hydraulic system, its own system, right, to operate enough of the flight control surfaces, the ailerons, which allow you to basically roll. They work opposite of each other. Okay, the rudder gives you that yaw, and that's that vertical stabilizer in the back. Okay, and then the elevators, which are the horizontal stabilizers, gives you pitch up and down. Okay, but all that was now being lost, and all the control surfaces are being locked down. The only thing that's kind of moving are the ailerons, and they're just floating. They're both floating up. Okay, so now you have the flight engineer, Dudley Dvorak. Okay, he's now running down a checklist after he made this announcement. He makes an announcement to the entire aircraft. He says, hey, ladies, this is all paraphrased because we don't have a cockpit voice recorder. And when I talked to Dudley, he couldn't really recall what he said. But he pretty much, I would probably think something like, ladies and gentlemen, this is the cockpit. The sound you just heard was the number 2 engine that we lost. We're perfectly fine. We fly perfectly fine on 2 engines. We'll just go ahead and drop to lower altitude into Chicago. We'll be a little late in Chicago. About that time, one of the passengers back there where Susan was, basically turned to Susan and was like, I'm gonna miss my connection. You know, kind of, it's that kind of like mental, like, you know, it's all about me, right? But then Dudley starts running down a checklist with the pilot. You know, cut the fuel lever, or cut the throttle back, it's binding. Cut the fuel lever, it's binding, okay? And so then Dudley sees once again, the unthinkable. He sees all 3 gauges of hydraulic pressure and quantity dropping steadily down, okay? Because all that fluid's being pumped off. Okay, so at that same moment, you have the co-pilot he basically reports to the pilot, says, Al, I can't control the plane. He's got the yoke in his chest and to the left. Al Haynes looks over and sees this, what Lawrence Gonzalez calls a dissonant image, which is basically the co-pilot doing this, but the plane's doing the exact opposite. It's diving and turning to the right. And then Al Haynes says, I got it. I got the plane. He grabs hold of it and confirms that and then Dudley Dvorak basically barks out, we're rolling. The aircraft's approaching 38 degrees of bank. Okay. And at this point, Al Haynes, without any prior training, having never read anything about it in the flight manuals, he does something that's really pretty incredible. And from a training perspective, when you have somebody that's got like, I don't know, 40-some thousand flight hours, something like that, I can't recall off the top of my head that he had. Sometimes you can do, it just comes instinctive. And so he reached over and he swatted down the number 1 engine, which is the port engine, the flight idle, and he firewalls the number 3, just like that. Okay. And then after about a minute or 2, the aircraft starts to level. Okay, now understand, he's got 2 engines, but he's got no flight control. They're fighting the yoke despite the fact that they don't know if they're actually putting input into the aircraft or not. But then the aircraft starts to do what's called a fugoid cycle, which starts to try to fly at its trim speed. It's kind of going up hundreds of feet a minute and down. It's speeding up, it's starting to slow down, and then it's starting to pitch over, it speeds up, it starts getting lift, it comes up, and it keeps wanting to turn right because of that gaping hole on the right side, on the starboard side of the tail. Okay, so flashback now. You're the coach flight attendants. You know, after the explosion, Susan quickly picks up all her stuff and off the ground those drinks, and she grabs and throws them in the car, and she looks at Tim like, go, let's bring the cart back. And, you know, we don't want to be out here with this cart. It's heavy, it's got coffee on it, you know. Let's take it back. It's too dangerous to have out. They were taking glances to Donna McGrady and to Jordan Del Castillo on the basically the starboard alley. Let's bring this back. They put their carts away. Now they're standing, and then they hear the announcement from W. Dvorak that it's just been their hearts are pounding. Tim Owens is like, oh my gosh, that's scary, you know. And Susan, her adrenaline is pumping. And then they make the decision, okay, it's just an engine. Okay, yeah, let's go ahead and finish the drink service. You know, because you've got some people that didn't get their drinks. They go back and start serving drinks again. Susan is reported by a passenger as visibly shaking. Okay, so much that when she pulls the liquor tray out, it falls to the floor. They finish the drink service. And so, you know, adrenaline is a horrible thing. Once you do that adrenaline dump, it's kind of a hard comeback from it. At that time, about 3:20, Jan Brown gets a time at her number 2's or exit two left station, where basically the purser sits, or the first flight attendant sits. She's getting a call from W. Dvorak, the flight engineer. He says, you need to come to the cockpit. She knows mid-flight, that's bad, something's going on. She goes up there, the door opens, and she's standing in the threshold of the door, and she sees the straining of the pilots in the cockpit. And now Haynes just launches in and goes, we've lost all hydraulics. Secure the cabin, prepare the passengers. And she looks and she sees they're still at altitude. Okay, so she's like, okay, we're at 36, 35,000 feet. I think I got time. So instead of, you know, running through the cabin and causing a panic in the passengers, she goes to the forward galley, and she basically debrief out two of the flight attendants, and the third walks up. Okay, so she basically conveys that information. But understand, when she closed that cockpit door behind her, okay, she basically said in a conversation with me, she said this in Lawrence Gonzalez's book, that she didn't know what the loss of hydraulics meant. She thought it meant like loss of brakes, like in a car. Okay, so she didn't know what that kind of meant. So she simply conveys that to the forward flight attendants and says, I don't know how this is gonna turn out, so be prepared, right? Okay, then she basically crosses over to the port aisle and she walks back. She's trying to walk as normal as she can, but she can't look at anybody in the eye because she fears like she's gonna betray, you know, what the terror that's going on in her internally. And so she walks the full length through B zone, through C zone. Okay, she comes up into the aft galley, and there's Susan White, Donna McGrady, and Tim Owens, right? And they're, you know, kind of the proverbial wringing of the hands, like what's going on. And then Jan Brown basically conveys what she was told. Hey, we've lost all hydraulics. Y'all need to secure the cabin and put everything away. And maybe not quite communicating the urgency of the situation or communicating the dire situation in the aircraft. Susan White kind of makes not a joke, but kind of a statement like, no second coffees, right? Because that was drilled into them that you always provide people second coffees when they had coffee, right? Because those little itty bitty coffee cups are never enough. And so they always do second coffees. And Jan Brown was like, no second coffees. Okay, and then Jan Brown goes forward back to where she needed to go. Okay. Now here's kind of the path of the aircraft, right? It blew here, and it's now in a sweeping right turn. There's Alta, Iowa. People actually could hear it 5 miles in the air, but I think it had like 6 miles, and whatever the hypotenuse of that triangle is, was 7 miles slant range. They can hear that explosion. Okay, and I just wish there was kind of time hacks on each of these little dots, but these are radar hits that were recorded, and this is a chart that came from the crash report. Now, while Jan Brown is back in the aft cabin, telling the coach flight attendants, okay, Virginia Jan Murray had come up into the first class section, and now she's kind of walking back to the coach cabin, and a man by the name of Denny Fitch, he's not in uniform, but he's a United Training Check Airman for DC-10 out of Denver, but he lives, I think, in Chicago. He basically reaches, he's against the window, he reaches across and touches her arm. He had been talking to Jan Murray, Virginia Jan Murray, early. He says, hey, don't worry about this. This thing flies well on 2 engines. We're fine. We just got to get to lower altitude. And she leans in and says, Denny, you don't understand. We've lost all our hydraulics. Okay, now he can't put that into perspective. It's outside his scope of understanding because this plane is still flying. Okay, and he pretty much says, well, that's impossible. You know, he's thinking that's a condition of flight in a DC-10. You have to have at least one of these hydraulic systems operating. And she said, well, that's what we're being told. And he's like, he takes a moment and says, go to the cockpit and tell the crew that there's a DC-10 training check airman back here. I'm willing to help. She's like, okay. She scurries up, rushes up to the cockpit, knocks on the door. Okay, the door opens. This is the first time Jan Murray has seen the cockpit. The door opens, and she's terrified. What she sees the pilot straining, the tension in this air, right? She's overwhelmed, and she just yells in there, there's a DC-10 training check airman back here, he's willing to help. And Al Haynes, without even saying anything, because he's trying to manage the controls, and Bill Records is trying to manage the other number 3, and he says, just sit him up here. Yeah, sit him up here. So she turns and she goes back and says, Denny, they want you up there, okay? He wants you up there, come on, right now, okay? So this is recorded. Now, by this time, the cockpit voice recorder's going, okay? It's recording all this. And I've spent hours going through all this and laying everything on my timeline. But Denny Fitch makes his way at 3:29:35, he knocks on the door, he enters the cockpit. That's all recorded, we know that, okay? He's standing behind the flight engineer who's to his right. Okay, kind of sits behind the flight engineer, kind of sits at a 90-degree turn behind the co-pilot, first officer. And Denny Fitch scans the instruments and sees 0 pressure, 0 volume of the hydraulic systems, all 3. He sees that all the buses haven't tripped. Everything, full avionics are going, electricity is flowing, everything's good. Okay, he's like, this is okay. And then he sees he's described in an Aero Morse video. He basically, Denny Fitch says he could see the tendons on the pilot's and the co-pilot's arms raised up because they're straining to holding the yoke to the left and to their chest, trying to fight this dipping to the right. And he sees Bill Records. Doesn't he have his shoulder straps on? He goes over and he fixes Bill Records. And then Al Haynes says, go back to the wings and see what we got. Okay, so Denny's like, okay, got it. Okay, so now Denny leaves the cockpit, the door closes, and he heads back. He goes down basically the starboard aisle. He goes down to what we think is exit door 3 right. He looks out, he sees the ailerons floating up. Okay, then he crosses over and he sees the left exit, because looks out the window of the porthole of the left exit door. He sees those ailerons are floating up. He's like, wait a minute. Ailerons operate opposite each other. That's what allows you to roll an aircraft along its axis. He's thinking, this to me confirms the loss of hull hydraulics. So now he goes back, he's going to go back into the cockpit. Okay. So at this moment, Denny Fitch probably knows more than anybody on this plane, being a DC-10 training check airman and seeing what the wings are doing. He knows that they are in deep trouble, this aircraft. It's in really dire straits. Okay, I'm going to pause here and kind of give you a discussion about some logic I had to go through from a research perspective. So I interviewed Jane Brown on the phone, and she was adamant. She went back and talked to the coach flight attendants one time. I'm like, okay, but when I read the book implies that you went back once and said this, which was, secure the cabin, put everything away, we've lost the whole hydraulics. But then there's this big statement that she went back there and she said, we have no hydraulics, we have no brakes, we have no steering, we may have to ditch, we may end up in a river at the end of the runway and there may be fire. I'm thinking, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense. And the book I read the book about 5 times. I'm like, this doesn't make sense to me. And I talked to Susan, and Susan's like, oh no, she came back twice. I'm like, oh, really? Okay, and so I laid everything out and all the information out in a timeline. And I could start seeing what triggered what, okay? And, but then I started scratching my head, like, a person that comes out of the cockpit not knowing what a hydraulic brakes do, how did you gain all this knowledge in 150 feet, which is the distance it takes to get back to the aft coach cabin, roughly? So there was a disconnect. And so I tried to reassure reassure Susan, because I told Susan, I said, no, Jan's saying that she only went back once. And so Susan's now scratching her head, and maybe it was only one time. I'm like, well, no, because this timeline I built is basically supports Susan's position, that, you know, it was a two-visit kind of thing. And so I started gently pushing Susan a little bit with my foot sometimes. Reach out. Can you talk to perhaps some of the other, you know, flight attendants, especially Donna McGrady or Tim Owens? Could you perhaps get some corroboration if she came back? And good on her, she did. Donna McGrady, texted or emailed Donna McGrady, and Donna McGrady said, oh yeah, Jen came back 2 times. Ah, great, we got that clarified, okay. And then, but I'm still wondering, like, how did she get so educated, Jan Brown? What was going on? Then there was a breakthrough. This breakthrough was, Peter Allen was a uniformed United pilot that was sitting next to Denny Fitch. Okay, Denny Fitch had been displaying clothes. In fact, there were actually 7 deadheading pilots in first class on that day. 7, that's a lot. Okay, because Denver was a major hub, so was Chicago. So they were flying between, there probably a lot of them were flying home. So anyway, but Peter Allen, after Denny Fitch had looked at both the wings, Peter Allen told Susan, which then came to me, basically that he saw Denny Fitch stop and talk to Jan Brown in the first class section by the one left door. This is something that had never been reported to the NTSB, the FAA, had never been discussed at all, this communication. And I'm like, aha, this is what happened. This is how she gained her knowledge. I talked to Jan on the phone, and I said, I got corroboration from Peter Allen that this conversation occurred. And she kind of was like a little stunned. And I told her about the timeline, and then the phone call kind of ended a little cordially. And I sent her an email, and I laid this all out, okay? 2 weeks go by, I'm thinking, I'm in an impasse. I can't finish this article. If I can't clarify this point, I'm kind of dead in the water. And then she came back and says, yeah, I agree with everything you're reporting. And I'm like, Eureka. This is, you know, not only did we, because when people go through unique traumatic events like this, we all have our own perception. And from that perception, over time, we build a perspective of what happened. And that, you know, and that perception turns into perspective by gaining other information. And you kind of the mind starts filling in the gaps. And her perception, her initial perception at that moment changed. Her perception changed over she had a perception, her perspective changed due to new information. So good on her for being willing to challenge her own recollection. So back to what's going on in the cabin. So Denny Fitch approaches Jan Brown, and as I told Susan, they weren't, you know, exchanging biscotti recipes. I'm sure Denny Fitch was telling her the unvarnished truth. Okay, this plane is in serious trouble. We don't have hydraulics. We don't have good control. We have no brakes. We may end up having to ditch it. You know, there's a river at the end of the Missouri. There's Missouri rivers at the end of the runway. We may end up in that. You know, so he's giving her the unvarnished truth. And Jan is probably feeling pretty overwhelmed by hearing all this and having seen what's going on in the cabin, or the cockpit. So now Denny Fitch goes in, and but this is now all corroborated. So I think I jumped in. Nope, I didn't. So Denny Fitch goes into the cockpit, and he says, guys, what do you want me to do? Nalhan says, run the throttles. Okay, and Denny Fitch stands there and starts running the throttles with inputs from basically, this is, I'll show you a picture in a second. Basically with inputs from Al and from Bill Records, because they're on communication, they're on no mic. Denny Fitch had no headgear, so he couldn't really communicate over them been telling him. So now, Jan Brown spurred into action. She gets a phone call. One thing here. When Denny Fish starts running the throttles, Al Haynes, after about a minute or two, says, are they getting ready? How are they doing back there? They're putting things away. He says, Denny Fish says, well, they're putting things away, but they're not doing really fast. They've got whatever reason. They're just not doing really fast. And Al Haynes kind of says, well, they better, because we're in trouble up here. And so a few minutes goes by, probably about 5 minutes, and then pilot Al Haynes calls back to Jan Brown and basically says, this is an old United term. You need to do a quick and dirty, which means a short notice passenger emergency evacuation notification. Okay, and so Jan Brown then goes into action. Okay, she goes back to the aft galley in the very back of the aircraft. She's passing through, I think, B zone, and she sees Tim Owens, and she comes up behind him and says, follow me, we're doing a quick and dirty passenger briefing, come on. And she gets back there. And Tim Owens, so picture this, you have this aft divider wall back here, which kind of hides the aft galley. Jan Brown is standing here, Susan White is standing next to her jump seat. The two of them are facing the aft galleys, and there's two on each side. Okay, in front of them are Donna McGrady and Tim Owens, the other two flight attendants. And Jan Brown basically says what we just said. We have no hydraulics, we have no brakes, we have no steering. We may end up in a river, we may have to ditch, may end up in a river. Be prepared, there may be fire. Okay, all this, right? And as she's kind of finishing this declaration, Virginia Jan Murray, the one that had put her head into the cockpit and was so terrified, she comes back down the starboard aisle, and she comes around that aft divider, and she comes up to him and says, the pilots are up here like this, basically indicating they're holding the yoke in the 12 and 6 position, and they're fighting, and she's describing it very animated. And she's saying this and describing this, she basically must have indicated that there's a training check airman up there as well. Okay, and so at this point, the conversation ends. Jan Murray quickly turns it around because a lot of the flight attendants are now in the back aft galley, and Jan Murray heads up the starboard aisle. Jan Brown then turns, walks behind the aft divider, and follows her. Okay, and at this point, Jan Brown is stopped. She's the first flight attendant. She's the head flight attendant. She is stopped by a passenger, and the passenger basically points out, hey, come here. And there's a little boy, about 10 years old, sitting next to this passenger. They say, hey, look out the window here at the aft right tail right stabilizer, horizontal stabilizer. And your hand's looking out, and she sees damage on the leading edge, and in the middle, kind of like a bird's nest of metal coming up out of the kind of the center of the right horizontal stabilizer. And she's like, oh gosh, the pilots seem to know this. And so she's like, okay, and she rushes up to the cockpit. Okay. She comes up to the cockpit, she knocks on the door, and nobody answers. She waits about like 30 seconds or so. She knocks again. And there's another long pause. Because they're inside fighting this plane to keep it alive. And Al Haynes is like, open that door. And the door opens, the door turns and opens the cockpit door. And she steps in. And before she can even open her mouth, Al Haynes launches into a big declaration that we're trying to put it into Sioux City. We can't go into Sioux City, but we're going to try to put it down into Sioux City. He means Chicago. He is highly stressed. Okay, and he's trying to communicate this. And he says, once this plane's down and comes to a stop, we're going to evacuate. My command's going to be braced. So he kind of has inverted some things. And now Jan's a little confused, and she kind of asks a question, and he's like, no. It was, my command to brace will be brace. I'm going to say there with a PA. He goes, but then once the aircraft comes to a stop, he goes, just wait a minute and then evacuate. Something to that effect. I'm not trying to give you a verbatim quotes here, but he makes a comment. He goes, but honey, I don't think we're going to be standing up. And that implies that this aircraft is probably going to do something, right? It's probably going to have a crash. And then he wishes her good luck. And then she says, good luck to you too. She turns and walks out the cockpit. She's now walking away into A zone, and she's like, oh my gosh, I never even told them about the tail damage. So she turns around after about a minute, and she goes back, knocks on the door flies open, and there's no wait this time. She leans into Dudley DeVorak and she says, there's damage to the right wing, to the rear wing. She can't even think about what it is because, there's so much stress going on in the air. And then when she closes the door, Dudley DeVorak, flight engineer, tells the crew, you want me to go back and she says that there's damage to the right tail. Do you want me to go back and take a look at it? And Denny Fisher goes, no. Denny Fisher says, no, we don't have no time for that. And then Al Haynes is like, yeah, we got no time for that. And then Al Haynes pauses and says, yeah, go back and take a look, see what we got. So then that's when basically Dudley DeVorak stands and he heads out. Meantime, here we are in the back aft galley. Susan and Tim Owens are doing their thing, and Susan's being kind of in the aft galley area. And an Eastern Metro Airlines pilot, an individual of actually Iranian descent, handsome guy, apparently is what Susan told me. I think Jan Brown kind of may have said the same thing. But he was a pilot, and he was actually on his third interview with United. He wanted to fly for a bigger airline, well, they could so much. And so he was probably interested to see kind of this conversation that Jan Brown had with his passenger. So he's probably thinking, what's going on? So he stands up, and I think he was in the center section. I don't know exactly know what he did, but he gets up and he goes over and he looks out the window and he's like, oh my. He sees the damage that the passengers had pointed out to Jan. And he goes back to that aft divider and he comes around and he comes up on Susan. He's like, and he's got boots on. He reaches into his boots and pulls out his credentials as a pilot. And he says, we've got a real problem, basically. Come, let me show you this. And he points out the damage. He says, we can't land safely. We're in a lot of trouble here. This plane can't land safely. Something to that effect. And again, some altruism here. Yet another pilot on board there got to say, I'm willing to go to the cockpit and help. By this time, Susan has already heard from Jan Murray that there's a DC-10 training check airman up there. So we don't need probably another pilot up there. And she says, well, okay, I'll pass that on. And so she's kind of debating, and then all of a sudden she sees Dudley DeVorak rushing down the aisle. Now, some passengers said he was running, and Dudley DeVorak kind of refuted, I wasn't running, that would have been too panic, I wouldn't do that. But a lot of passengers said that he was kind of almost running, rushing. But everybody kind of agreed that he was pale. And there's Lawrence Gonzalez makes a beautiful description of what Dudley's disposition was. He said he looked like a horse. And he looked like a horse with the walled eyes and a fire, like a barn fire. I mean, kind of like a panda kind of look. And so Dudley comes back. He looks out the three right exit door, and there's two other guys are now in the aisle. It's not the pilot. The pilot, I think, has gone and sat down. But the two other guys that Dudley describes as bigger guys, and they're like, no, come this way. And so Dudley goes back there. He's having to put his arms on the headrest because the plane is so unstable in the back. It's kind of moving around. It's kind of wallowing, right? And so Dudley looks out the window and it's like, okay. And he stands and there's Susan. And he comes up to Susan and says, are you okay? And she responds, I'm okay. She's not okay. She's far from okay. She's breaking inside because now all of this is crashing down on her. The fact that, everything's adding up to, oh my God, we may all die today, right? All 296 6 people of us. Don't forget, Susan's the one that took the boarding passes at the top of the jetway. Okay, she saw everybody board that aircraft. Okay, other than the two pilots, she didn't have an opportunity to introduce herself to, but she saw them, right? She knew the whole crew. They'd been flying together. When Renee Lugo came on board, she's a reserve stewardess, flight attendant that came on board because it was such a full flight. She made an effort to go talk to Renee because she knew how difficult it was to basically join a high-performing team that had been flying together for several days. Okay, she had seen everybody, and And then, it's pretty amazing. So all this is kind of crushing down on her. And she responds, "Are you okay?" And Dudley reaches out, touches her arm, looks her in the eyes, and he says, "Good luck." And he crosses over behind the afterbiter wall, looks out the window at the leading edge of the left horizontal stabilizer for any damage, and then he rushes up basically the port aisle to the cockpit and enters the cockpit and takes his position again. What Dudley was doing in the cockpit, his role was to really open up communication lines. He was talking to the system aircraft maintenance in San Francisco that United runs, and he was communicating with them, and they were not providing him any help. Because this was a 1 in a billion probability that a DC-10 could lose all 3 hydraulic systems. They had the system engineers for McDonnell Douglas had calculated that as a 1 in a billion chance. And so it was basically dismissed. What are the odds of a 1 in a billion, right? It's like winning the lottery a couple times. And so from a risk calculation perspective, it wasn't something they needed to basically protect against, what have you, from a engineering design standpoint. They didn't have to do any shielding of the hydraulic lines. They didn't have to separate them further. They didn't have to put a 4th, hydraulic system in. The odds were just in their favor from a company standpoint that they didn't need to worry about it. And so those system engineers in San Francisco could not wrap their minds around the fact that this happened, and they were absolutely no help to Dudley Dvorak and that crew. Now Dudley has left. He's back in the cockpit. Susan is distraught. Okay, she feels she's on the verge of crying and breaking down. She looks. All 4 lavatory doors are occupied. She's thinking, "Oh my!" And then one of them pops open. It's the inboard lavatory where that yellow arrow is on the port side, which is her side. She rushes in there. She closes the door, and she feels gutted. And she closes the door, she looks in the mirror. Now here's a person, 25 years old, too young to die, right? I mean, imagine that. She blows her nose, she's shaken, she starts praying. She's praying for the passengers, she's praying for the pilots, she's praying for just to survive this. And then she's on the debate stop, that's Spiral Bridge. She's got to make a decision. I can just hide in here and not do my job, or I can go out there like all the other flight attendants and do what I've been trained to do what I've been hired to do, and to do the right thing. And so she's like, "Okay, compose yourself. Try to look as normal as possible." She opens that bathroom door, that lavatory door, and what she hears is the PA announcement from Jan Brown, basically telling all the flight attendants to get to their demo positions. Okay, and to basically demos, they're going to demonstrate, right? And they have a demo card. Okay, so this is an example of the actual demo card that was used on the flight. And there are several versions of it, and but we actually have a photograph of the crash scene that occurred out here, and you can actually see the back of this demo card with these 2 critical pictures. So we know that this is the exact version of the demo card that she would have had. And so she grabs that and probably a seatbelt and a mask, the typical demo gear. And she's now walking up the aisle to exit door, not her exit door, because if she's at her exit door, no one's going to be able to see her because all the backs are going to be to her. So her demo position is exit door 3 left, and that's where Tim Owens, his seat is. Okay, as she's walking up there, she hears the PA click, okay? And then that PA is clicking because somebody's about ready to make an announcement, okay? Jan Brown was on the verge of clicking her PA too, but her lips were dry. And she had reached over into the forward galley where her station was and had wetted her lips, and because her lips were so dry, she just felt like she needed to do that to be able to talk clearly. And so luckily, Jan Brown paused, and she prevented herself from talking over the pilot. Now, for whatever reason, the cockpit voice recorder is fully running in the cockpit at this point, but all the PA announcements and all the interphone announcements within the aircraft were not recorded for whatever reason. But a couple of years after the fact, Al Haynes pretty much said, "This is what I think I said," and it's been corroborated by some other folks. So But he said it in about 12 seconds. I'm not going to kid you. We're going to make an emergency landing in Sioux City, not Chicago. It's going to be a very than anything. Please pay close attention to the flight attendants briefing, and we'll see you in Sioux City. Okay. We do think there was a preface to this announcement, which was, I know that the flight attendants have given you emergency instructions. Okay. I think by this time, Al had assumed that Jane Brown had led all the flight attendants basically in the short notice passenger preparation notification. That hadn't happened yet. And probably that same woman that's complaining about her Chicago connection, you know, she, as Susan was walking past that individual, that individual turns and says, well, you haven't done that yet. And Susan's like, we're getting to it. We're getting into it. Okay, just, you know, deal with us. We're getting to it. So now, Al Haynes unclicks his PA system, hangs it back up. Now Jan Brown's got their full attention. And she launches into her short notice preparation emergency instructions, or otherwise called quick and dirty. But Susan's standing there. She's totally astonished what she just heard. Okay, now, you know, this is 35 years ago, okay? I can tell from the crowd here, most of you lived in through the 1960s, 70s, and 80s. Yeah, I get it. Okay, and back in the late 80s, for women, the hair was big, and, you know, and earrings were big, and there was a lot of bravado with guys, especially in the airline industry, and a lot of the flight attendants at the time were female. That's just the reality of it. And a lot of the pilots at the time in that era were men. And so the kind of, amongst the female flight attendant, you know, field, their feeling was the bigger the commercial jetliner, the bigger the ego of the pilot. But what she just heard from Al Haynes was really the honest truth of a humble man. And he was just laying it out for him. And she was just like, oh my God. She probably would have welcomed some male bravado, like, hey, we're going to land this sucker, we're all going to walk away and get a beer. But that's not happening. That's not what Al Haynes was giving off. And so she's like, oh gosh, this is astounding, right? And what she sees is probably a little more astounding. She sees many people in Hawaiian shirts, which is in stark contrast to the mood that's on this plane at this point, right? Because there was a flight that came from Hawaii, and a lot of people had boarded this aircraft and from Hawaii in Denver, and they were flying on to Chicago. And so a lot of them were in festive outfits from Hawaii. And but now she sees these people weren't festive. You know, people were crying, people were holding hands, people were praying. Husbands were comforting their wives, and boyfriends and girlfriends were comforting each other. She saw women putting driver's licenses down their bras, thinking that, you know, if I'm killed or they need to identify me, my body, you know, maybe they'll have an ID. I mean, and Susan's standing there thinking, I wish there was somebody to comfort me. Okay, but she then notices a young woman seated in 29A. A woman's name happened to be Cindy Muncie, and this woman was just crying uncontrollably. And Lawrence Gonzalez uses a really kind of unique word to describe Cindy Muncie's kind of what was going on with her. It was a word called keening. And if you're not familiar with that word, when a person is keening, it means they're crying so kind of uncontrollably, not really loud, but they're crying so hard that they have trouble talking. Okay, they're hyperventilating and they're sweating. It's a full, complete, you know, physiological thing going on. And she's crying and she's shaking, and Susan's like, okay, you know, I need it. So Jan is still talking. Susan leaves her demo position, and she's walking up there, and she sees a man sitting next to her, this woman. And she thinks they're together. They're about the right age, you know. Cindy's, you know, she can't tell. She looks very young. She's about 25. And she figures out that there's no connection here. They're just strangers to each other. And then so Susan reaches over and hugs Cindy. And Cindy kind of looks up and says, are we going to die? I can't die. I have 3 children at home that are waiting for me. Are we going to die? I can't die. And Susan's just blown away. She basically prays to herself, God, please help me not cry. Please don't let me cry. And she hugs this woman. Now, you know, her sweat, this woman's sweat and her tears and everything, you know, is now on Susan, right? In fact, Susan's blouse, I can see it line of sight, and it's hanging on that back wall. It's never been washed. I mean, the fact is, Sydney's DNA is probably on that blouse. Okay, and Sydney didn't make it. And Sydney had 3 young daughters, and Sydney was only 25. Okay, so, and the only thing that Susan can convey to this woman, she didn't want to lie to her, but she simply says, let's do what the pilot just said. Okay, let's get prepared for a hard landing. And Cindy, I want you to pray. Just take a deep breath. I want you to just pray. And Cindy's okay. And the keening kind of gets tampered down. But Susan needs to kind of, she does her best to comfort this woman, but she's got a job to do. She goes back and to the, you know, to the demo position, and she gets the kind of instructions from from Jan Brown. You know, the flight attendants need you to go check brace position. Look, you know, make sure that everybody knows how to do that, and check seatbelts. Okay, so they get launched off to go do that. So Susan goes up and she finds a man that's sitting there in her section on the port aisle, and probably C-section, and he's got a towel on his lap, and there's a blanket over top, both of them, and there's the seatbelt. It's under the blanket. So Susan comes up and peeks under the blanket because she kind of figures out what's going on. And the man had basically, he must have been, not like me, thin enough to have a toddler and get that seatbelt over both of them. Okay, the fact of the matter is if there's any turbulence or a crash, his momentum, his weight's gonna kill that child. She's like, no, we can't do this, that's not gonna work. And she takes the blanket off, drops the floor, you know, and we need to put the child on the floor in front of you. And he's like, the floor? And he's like, that's what we've been told to do. It sounds asinine coming out of her mouth, but this was 35 years ago. Things have changed. And so, well, we're going to take I'm going to bring you some pillows. We're going to get some pillows, and we're going to put around the child and a blanket. And then 2 people in the aisle actually hand over pillows and blankets. It's a woman, her name is Janice Brown. She actually used to fly for United. And Janice Brown and Jan Brown, their emails and mail, everything United always got them mixed up because the names were just too close. And Janice was flying with her daughter, Kimberly, who was like, I think 11. Sadly, Kimberly and Janice Brown didn't make it, nor did the toddler and the father. But then Susan moves on after she figures that out with those folks. She walks to this 13-year-old minor, unaccompanied individual, meaning her parents were flying with her, beautiful little Hispanic girl who lived in New Mexico. And she was flying unaccompanied up to Chicago. And the little girl had talked to Susan before the explosion, early in the flight. She said, I really want to be a flight attendant. And that kind of touched Susan. So Susan gave her those little United wings, those little plastic airline wings. And she had she pushed it on her blouse. And now Susan comes up to her, and she is leaning over, and she's tightening her belt, making us tie this, and she looks up at the man next to her. And the man kind of, he clicks in, and it's like, okay. The man's like, yeah, because we have an evacuation plan. We have a plan to get out. She's going to hold on the back of my pants. And Susan's kind of touched by light. She's like, okay, great. Thank you. Then she goes back to her seat, and she talks to the immediate people around her, where her aft fore left seat is, or door seat is. And she basically, it's difficult to explain to them, not difficult, but she's explaining to them the procedure to basically undo the door, to open the door, and how it opens, and the lever, and how to pick up the interphone and call the cockpit to report if there's fire. But Susan desperately wants to open her own door. She doesn't want anybody else to do it. She wants to be able to have this plane get on the ground, and she wants to be able to get up and execute and get out of this plane with all the other passengers. Okay, but she recognizes the fact that something may happen to her, and she says, if this happens, be sure to get me out. In other words, help me get out of the plane as well if I'm unconscious. Okay, so now we're at the 4-minute warning. Everybody's seated. Okay, Susan's now battling with her thoughts. She sees the air phone. Remember the old air phones you swipe a credit card through? It's on the back of the aft divider wall facing the galley. And here's that aft divider wall right here. So it's on the other opposite side of that. She sees the airphone. She had seen people pulling the airphone out, calling home, and saying goodbye and all this stuff. She desperately wants to talk to her parents. She can't. She knows she can't because this is going to torment her parents. She knows too that she's a crew person, and she can't do that. And it's against everything they've been trained to do. So she passes on that idea. I just can't do that, And then she starts battling her thoughts, and she's now concerned about her evening plans being sidelined. Now that sounds trivial, but the fact is the mind under very stressful situations tries to seek out normalcy. And so she starts to basically think about, oh gosh, I'm going to miss my co-ed softball team that night, the United team. And the problem is when there's not enough women that show up, because they're always short supply to play on the softball team. She left Asper softball. The fact is, she's like, oh gosh, we're going to have to forfeit. So she's worried about being viewed negatively for not showing up. And she leans forward and she's like, Donna's over here. And Donna's like, what? And she's like, Donna, do you think they'll understand why I'm not at the softball game tonight? And Donna's like, yeah, Susan, I think you're okay. I think they'll understand. And so Susan sits back and she's okay. And then she starts thinking, gosh, I don't think I can fly tomorrow. Because she's on a 6-day block. She's 4 days into it. So typically she could be called up for other flights. And so she leans forward, Donna. And Donna, okay, what? And she's like, do you think they're going to release us for tomorrow? Because I don't think I could fly after all this. And Donna kind of lovingly says, yes, Susan, I think they're going to release you for tomorrow. So she sits back. And she's like, okay. Then her mind's going, okay, what happens if I die? How are my parents going to handle that? She's one of many sisters. And so she's like, how are my parents going to handle that, burying a child? And then she starts thinking, oh, my Pontiac Grand Am. There aren't too many Pontiac Grand Ams left in this world. But she had a Pontiac Grand Am parked in Chicago in the Employee United parking lot. So she's starting to think, how are my parents going to get that extra set of keys? How's that all going to work? And, and she's trying to bargain with God. God, get me out of here. And she's catching herself. I can't bargain with God, And she's thinking about her pastor announcing her death to the congregation of her church. She's imagining her sisters basically, dividing up her jewelry as keepsakes, of her. And all of this is going on. Okay, then Susan looks over and she sees Donna McGrady doesn't have her hoop earrings on. And that was kind of the thing back in the late 80s, was larger hoop earrings. And so she starts to chastise herself. Oh my gosh, I've been telling all these passengers, take out pens and eyeglasses and sharp objects and put it in the seat back and take all that. And she's got her earrings in. And then without any forethought of the muscle memory or the action, she undoes her buckle, she takes her straps off her harness, and she stands. And Donna, I can imagine Donna McGrady leaning forward going like, what are you doing, right? And she's standing there, we're like 3 minutes out, and she's like, I got to take my earrings out. And she pulls her tote bag from underneath the seat, and she puts her earrings in, zips it shut, puts it back. She's back in her seat, like within seconds, right? And she's in her harness, right? Okay, now it's coming up on the 2-minute warning, and that actually 2-minute warning is announced. It's actually about 1.5 minutes out, so it's a little late. But she's now tugging her seatbelt as hard, about every 10 seconds, she's tugging her seatbelt. Tighter and tighter, just as tight as she can get it. And that was one thing that she told when she went and checked seats. She was checking everybody's seatbelt. She basically said, tighten it until it hurts. Tighten it until it hurts. Okay? Now, I will contend that the people that she spoke to, I bet you at least one of them survived this accident based on this guidance. For whatever, there's a lot of variables that cause a lot of deaths, but I would contend that probably at least one person survived with lesser injuries because of that guidance. Tightening that belt until it hurts. And so that's what she's doing to herself. She's looking out the windows of her exit porthole of the door. They're going way too fast, and she realizes that. She's now making peace with her fate. And she's trying to put her whole life into context. She's still on the do step, right? Okay, now, 3:59 and 29 seconds. The brace command comes from the pilot Haynes. Brace, brace, brace. And all 8 flight attendants bring up the chorus. Brace, 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 pause, brace, brace, brace. Heads go down. Jan Brown describes it as a field of wheat being blown over as everybody goes down, grabbing their ankles. A lot of them put their hands on the back of the seat in front of them, rested their forehead on that. And then Susan, as she's parking the brace command, she's also saying the Lord's Prayer at the same time. And then she basically comes to a point where she says, okay, Lord, I'm in your hands. And then basically peace washes over her, okay? And then the plane hits. So the plane hits us right outside this building. And fortunately, Flight 232 was coming in very, very fast. Twice the normal speed of a typical safe landing. It was coming 3 times in the descent rate, which meant the structural integrity of the landing gear was compromised. It was coming down way too fast, the descent rate. But having the pilots, and the decision was made, and Al Haynes did a masterful job in crew resource management, making sure everybody in the cockpit had a voice, making sure it wasn't just him that was making decisions. They all debated and they kicked around the idea, like, well, one of the things they kicked around was lowering the landing gear. Should we lower it? Should we not lower it? How do we lower it? Because we don't have hydraulics. And they were able to lower it through an emergency procedure that Denny Fish had really understood, because he was a training check airman. And the landing gear was able to be dropped and be locked. And a good thing, because that landing gear really kind of protected, created yet another buffer, right, for the aircraft as it came down. And as it came down, they were within 100 feet of the runway, over top of the runway, and basically the right wing, which was already at -2 degree bank, drops to -20 within seconds. And Al Haynes is telling Denny Fitch, left, 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 and it was too late. At the last minute, Denny Fitch floors both engines as far as he can reach, because he's strapped in to the flight engineer seat, which is basically operates on tracks. It's shifted over, now it's pulled up between the pilot and the co-pilot. And Dudley Dvorak had to move over and sit behind the pilot in a seat. And they were all 4 strapped in. And then Denny Fitch pushes the throttles as far as he can. The left engine spools up very fast. The right engine, for whatever reason, spools up slower. Then the right engine hits after the wingtip hits, and the right landing gear gets slammed down into the ground, and basically creates a big trough into the concrete, this World War II hard concrete out here. And so that dynamic of being slammed down pretty quickly causes the tail to be ripped off along the manufacturing scene where they connect during McDonnell Douglas at the engineering plant in the 1970, 1971, where they were basically connecting the different sections of the plane together. It basically separates at that manufacturing scene, and it goes on its own torturous path down the airfield runway. And then of course, you've seen the video, I'm sure all of you, where basically the right wing gets ripped off, creates a big plume of fire, and the left wing, it's got the left number 1 engine, which is one full open, and it starts to pirouette and turn over and turn and actually physically bounce, they say, about 3 times. And then the cockpit rips away and goes on its own path, and that midsection fuselage, minus the tail, minus the cockpit, minus the wing, flips over and plows into the cornfield out here, and comes to a stop. Okay, so this is a photograph of basically the tail section, basically frames from the video. And here's the tail section here, and it's tumbling. And here there's so much dirt and grit in front of the tail section. At this point, it's basically slammed down in its final move. And then once all the smoke clear, here comes a big gray cloud of concrete, dust, and kind of everything. And a lot of this black plume is basically the aircraft jet fuel that's being burned off. But Susan described it as an overwhelming, like a freight train sound. It's just a roaring, a sense of energy the kinetic energy of this thing tumbling and tossing. Remember, she's facing aft. She's facing the lavatory doors. She doesn't see what's going on behind her, which would basically be the whole length of the aircraft, right? She doesn't have that perspective, right? But what she sees is sections of panels coming down, insulation in the air, wires, metal. You know, at any second she feels like there's a piece of metal that's going to cut her head off. She has her arms up over her head. She has her feet perpendicular out in front of her. In her mind, she's thinking these heavy drink carts are going to come undone, and they're going to come back and they're going to crush my legs. She's fighting. A piece of metal cuts her upper right thigh. Another piece of metal cuts her shoe, and just, you know, and then she hears something sloshing. It's the lavatory tanks, right? And the lavatory doors blow open. They were locked because they're always locked, basically to prevent people from going in there after a crash and dying on the plane. They basically, the locks break open and fly open, and then blue septic water kind of spritzes in her face, and she's thinking, oh my gosh, how many people went to the bathroom in there? You know, she's thinking normalcy, and all this is going on, okay, and then all of a sudden, it stops. And she's leaning precariously to the left, and she's like, oh my God, I'm alive. And it's dead quiet, and then all of a sudden, that gray cloud I talked about right there, that gray cloud envelops the tail section. And so when she kind of comes to realization, she sees like nothing but gray, a lot of gray. And the other passengers who are facing the other way, they describe the same thing, just like they're in this gray cloud, okay? Now, she's leaning precariously to her left. And she's like, you know, this is when training kicks in. And in terms of that survival bridge, there was a statement at the bottom that said poor training. Good training can make up a big difference in terms of your survival. There's an old saying, fight like you train, train like you fight, right? And so she starts barking her command, which is what she learned in training at the safety center in Denver. Release your seatbelts and get out. Release your seatbelts and get out. So she's leaning to the left, and she's kind of like looking down, or not down, but she thinks she should be looking over at Donna McGrady, and she sees debris, and she doesn't see Donna. She's thinking Donna's been crushed, she's been covered in debris, she's dead, you know. But then she hears Donna bark the command as well. She's like, oh, thank God, Donna's alive, okay? And now she's reaching for that buckle, which is probably around the bottom of her ribcage. She can't open it. She can't open it. What's going on? And then she like pauses and looks down. It's a different style buckle than from her training. Her muscle memory had kicked in and gone back to the training at the safety center, which was a different muscle movement, okay, muscle memory. And she's like, okay, I know that. And she flips it open, and then the buckle releases. She's pretty athletic at the time, 25, softball player. She's got her left arm in the harness, her left shoulder. Okay, and now she's dropping, and she swoops around. She plants her left foot on the back of a seat, her right foot on that aft divider wall. Okay, and then she brings her head up, and then she's astounded. All those people she had been serving, collecting trash from, comforting, checking her seatbelts, they're all gone. The aircraft is gone. There's no plane there. She just sees daylight in a farm field and debris. You know, she's like, oh my God. And she's like, I gotta get out of here. Okay, and she's gonna take her device, release your seatbelt, now it's time to get out. Okay, and she looks down, and there's a man down below her, pretty far below her. And he's stuck on the debris. He's like, I can't get out. And she can't reach him. And then her mind flashes back to a car accident a year before in which she got hit by a drunk driver in her mother's car. And she had to basically extract herself through a window by wiggling out. And she gives this guy the command, wiggle, 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 wiggle. He does, he wiggles and he gets out. His wife follows him and they clear, and then she's pretty high up. We're talking, this is probably 10 or 12 feet, I would think. And so she jumps and commits herself by jumping forward to try to clear the debris. And she basically, her forward momentum pretty much carries her out of the aircraft. Now in Lawrence's book, he pretty much describes that as she jumped and ran away from the tail. That's not true. That was probably a misunderstanding on his part. It's just the fact that her forward momentum carried her in bounding steps out of the aircraft. And she all of a sudden, when she comes to a stop, she's right in front of Donna McGrady. Okay, and they embrace and they hug and they're kind of probably jumping up and down a little bit. They're amazed that they're both alive. Donna McGrady's bracelet comes off on Susan's wrist, and then Susan hears there's people still in the tail. You got to go back in. You got to go back in. She does. They convince about an 8 or maybe to 10-year-old boy that's there and his father to jump down, and they're kind of fearful. It's a long drop, and they said, "We'll catch your son," and he drops. They help break his fall, then the father gets out. By that time, first responders are in the cockpit. Susan thinks they're actually passengers. She's telling them to get out. Anyway, so Susan steps out. During the whole sequence of this crash sequence in the tail, she has her eyes open the entire time because she's fighting. She's fighting to maintain consciousness. She's fighting to keep debris from injuring herself. She's fighting. Okay, that's the key word. Now her eyes are filled with grit, runway grit, vegetation, insulation. She's having trouble seeing now. And so she gets a bottle of water from a first responder and she cleans her eyes out. Okay, and then she shakes her head and she looks and she sees a woman whose dress is slightly up, stockings are torn, face down, and she's like, "We got to get that woman." And the first responder puts his arm around her and says, "Yeah, we already checked her," meaning she's deceased. And he kind of starts leading her away, and she says, "Where's the plane?" And the first responder says, "It disintegrated." Because from his vantage point, he has no idea what happened. All he saw was this big plume of fire and smoke. He doesn't see that the midsection is off in the distance, in the cornfield, because it's tall cornfield. He's not, it's probably like 7-foot cornfield. He can't see over it, nor can he see that far down. He sees a lot of smoke. And then she's like, "Where's the cockpit?" It disintegrated too. And her response was, "Oh, poor Dudley, her friend, the flight engineer." Okay. And then the reality of gosh, I prayed to survive this, and now I'm one of a handful of people that actually survived this whole thing. Is that a blessing or a curse, right? But she's on the deliver stuff. She's now safely planted on the good earth, right? Now Susan and Donna they start triage at the tail section. She's helping people. She's helping people stay alive. Hang on. People are going to be here to help. Just hang on. She sees some horrific injuries in people. She sees bodies and other things that are, they're 100 years later. So after a while, they triage is kind of done there. They start wandering off to the right, and they can see this makeshift triage kind of off in the distance with ambulances and people, and so they kind of make their way there. It's a real chaotic scene, and it's an overwhelming response from the community here, from the Woodbury County Emergency Services, the 185th Iowa Air National Guard, just the overall community, the airport personnel. It's truly amazing. Really sets the benchmark for how it should be done. Key thing is they basically declared that the tower declared an alert 3, which sent like 80 pieces of equipment from like 40 different locations around the community to descend upon here. They had air medevac in the air before the plane even hit the ground, and everyone was ready. And in fact, that's why the first responders were so quick to get into that tail section, because they were already pre-positioned, ready to go. And so truly amazing. Just a picture here. This Gary Brown, who's not here, I don't think, but he did a hard push in the mid '80s and finally got concurrence in 1987 to basically, as you know, run a large basically exercise, basically using local hospitals, and they brought in special effects people to put injuries on people, and they ran through the paces of what a large mass casualty event would look like, and how people should respond and where people should go and this and that. And it played huge dividends in terms of saving lives. These are approximate times. I don't exactly know when these photographs were taken, but this is the midsection inverted that's on fire. It's a running fuel fire because the fuel tanks are on the bottom of the aircraft, and the aircraft wings are inverted, so the fuel is running down into the aircraft, and that's a really tough one to tackle. Here's some members, the airmen of the Aeronautical Guard here, the local guard unit, and they're out there looking for survivors. Sadly, there's another photograph of this same scene right here, but it's taken along this different axis, about 90 degrees over, and there's about 3 victims right here. This is at the airman's feet, and clearly I could tell they didn't make it, but a lot of these people, I mean, perhaps some in this room here, really saw a lot of things that others shouldn't, that human beings shouldn't have to deal with. And so I commend you if you were part of that and having to deal with those kind of images. But the triage was set up. A lot of first responders were helping transport the most serious people to air medevacs, to ambulances. And then, other triage occurred. There's Donna McGrady with a big bow tie, which is the uniform at the time. She's got her apron on. Susan also had an apron on. And in her pocket, she had the unaccompanied minor information for the little 13-year-old girl. And in fact, there were some other United flight attendants. I think they were here on a layover. They had heard about this accident, and they had come and rushed the field. And they came, they actually took that information about that unaccompanied minor to try to help, to kind of relieve Susan of that, that having to deal with that, because they weren't sure where she was, and they were going to try to track her down, hopefully in the hospital. Here's a picture, of course, the cockpit. It didn't look like a cockpit. It was just a massive tangled material. I think for like over a half hour, a lot of people kind of passed it by until somebody finally kind of saw, I think Dudley or somebody was waving something outside through a hole, and was able to get the attention of everybody. All 4 people in the crew in the cockpit survived. It's amazing. They were pretty much entombed and probably a mile's worth of wiring, which really kind of buffered them along and kind of protected them from being killed. They were seriously injured. I mean, Bill Records broke, I think, both legs, pelvis. I mean, he was severely injured. He was in a local hospital here for about a month, just to the point where they could move him back to Seattle where he lived. This is the cockpit. This panel right here is actually inverted, but this is basically the position of the flight engineer. And this is a seat of what we think to probably be Renee LeBeau's seat. And she was basically in the first right. She was in the inboard seat of exit door 1 right behind the cockpit. And this is the inverted section, midsection of the aircraft. And there was a running fuel fire. Most of the people in this section lived, were able to get out, and then the running fuel fire basically burned and melted a lot of this part of the aircraft. But most of the people aft of this section here, basically where the 2 wings come together, were pretty much trapped. They couldn't get out because the aircraft was somewhat buried into the ground and basically had been crushed down. And a lot of them were either incapacitated or they were overcome by smoke very quickly. And a lot of them just died of serious either blunt force trauma or smoke inhalation. Now Susan's at the midsection triage area now, okay? And she is on an adrenaline rush, which is not unusual for people in these tough situations. And she's like, give me something to do, give me something to do. She's, the first responders are like, go do this, go do that. She's kind of getting into their hair a little bit. But they're kind of like, she sees Jan Murray, she sees Jan Brown. So there's 2 more people added to the list of survivors from the crew. She's ecstatic that she sees them, right? But she doesn't see Renee LeBeau. She doesn't see Barb Gillespie, okay? Unbeknownst to her, there was another woman, another flight attendant that had been deadheading that had been moved to a jump seat, Kathy Shen. So she was not aware of that, but and then she's like, she had seen Tim Owens, so she's, but she knows Don McGrady is okay. And so she's running around, right? And Then all of a sudden, she sees Tim Owens being brought out of the cornfield, Flight Attendant Tim Owens, in a stretcher. She's super excited. She runs up. And he had hurt his back in the tumbling and all this accident. He actually gets off the stretcher, and they're jumping up and down together. And I'm sure the stretcher bearers were like, what the heck? Get on the stretcher, let's go. And then she sees Dudley. Prior to that, she basically had heard that there were pilots that were being tended to, that had survived. But there were 7 deadheading pilots in first class, okay? And so she wasn't sure if they were them or not. And so she basically rushes up there, and it's Dudley, and she's excited. Then she convinces a first responder to take her back, let her see if she can find her tote bag, and they do. But she sees a lot of images that are going to stick with her. Then Susan and another passenger are taken to Marion Hospital, and she then gets released after being checked out at the cafeteria. And she'd always heard that if anything ever goes down on the flight, you call the crew desk in Chicago for United. And so she sits down and she starts making a list of, Barbara Gillespie, don't know the status. Al Haynes, don't know the status. Dudley Dvorak, he's alive. And Tim Owens alive. She's making a list. And then she mentions Renee LeBeau and basically, I think a passenger, I don't think she mentions it, a passenger at the table says the redhead didn't make it. And Renee LeBeau was 23, beautiful, petite redhead, the big blue bow in her hair. And he says, the redhead didn't make it. And she says, are you sure? And he's like, yeah. He goes, I saw her. She had been ejected from her seat, and she had died basically on the runway with a massive head injury. And so she writes that down. She calls the crew desk, but she doesn't mention Renee LeBeau. She doesn't want anybody from the crew desk getting ahead of formal reporting of a fatality of a crew person. Then they're carted off to Briarcliff College, where they end up spending a couple nights, and they don't want them interacting with the passengers, and that's kind of hard. So they talk to Red Cross volunteers and all this. And then Thursday's kind of a down day. Then they have to, basically Susan and the rest of the crew have to give their final kind of a brief out to the NTSB, the FAA, United Safety, and the Union Rep, basically a 4-person panel. And they go off to a hotel to do that. And then she sees her father show up. He had taken a flight into Sioux City and had been taken over from here and taken to the airport, taken to the hotel. And that's a very emotional kind of reunion. But in all, 112 folks were fatally injured. 46 had serious injuries. Minor injuries was 125. 13 didn't have any injuries. So that's pretty amazing of its own right. 138 people had minor to no injuries on what should have been a total loss of all souls on board. I mean, this is considered the impossible landing. Nobody should have survived this. But I want you to understand something. I got to show it right here. Oops, it didn't work. Right in this section here, there are 142 seats. If you count these 2 seats here, then if you go in 3, and on this, basically on this half, on the port side of the coach cabin, are 142 seats. Okay, those are the people that Susan most interacted with, that Tim Owens most interacted with. Okay, 59 of them died. Okay, that's more than half of the 112. So Susan served them drinks, she collected their trash, she comforted them, she checked their seat belts, and she also had talked to and looked in the eyes of the 296 on board at the jetway, okay, on the 285 passengers that came to the jetway. She also went through the aircraft at the beginning of the flight and counted everybody. So she's seen everybody again. And so what occurred there is pretty amazing. The fact that she had the most interaction there with everybody. So on Saturday morning, out here, they brought in a chartered flight that Susan boarded. They put her in first class with her father. And they taxied off this runway to the taxiway to take off, and she could see the tail of 232 off in the distance. And they took off to Des Moines, Iowa. They landed in Cleveland, Ohio. And here's a picture of her reunion with her family. and her father and her mother, which were divorced at the time, all of her sisters, two of the youngest. This was well, I won't go into all that, but a blended family, let's just say that, of sisters. And she was from Wadsworth, Ohio, so she spent about 6 months just kind of recuperating from not really just the psychological impacts of what happened there. But she decided that this is her career. She wanted to do it. She wanted to get back on it and to keep flying. She's still flying today after 38 years. And sadly, you know, DC-10s, she had to deal with flying on those again. She had to deal with actually sitting in the same seat that Flight 232 crashed on. But a lot of healing occurred in the year. And the 1 year reunion occurred here, which I was not a part of, but many of you were. And at that 1 year reunion, people came to her with portraits of people that had died, and she was seeking information about, you know, those people were seeking information from her about their loved ones, and how they, if there's any memories, including the, you know, the 13-year-old family of the 13-year-old girl that died. She mentioned the little plastic wings, and the family was just like, wow, that those plastic wings came home in a bag with the body, and that they had those little plastic wings that Susan had put on her. And then kind of a more cheerier experience in 1991 was Al Haynes' retirement, and United put together a special flight. They brought the entire flight crew back together, of course, minus Renee LeBeau. And they basically gave Al Haynes a send-off on a final flight from Denver to Seattle, where Al retired at from the airline. Susan married in 1990, and life went on with its ups and downs. She overcame her fear of flying, fell in love again with the job. 2001 came crashing down, impacted a lot of us, including myself. But she was good friends with Jason Dahl on United Flight 93, which went down to Shanksville, Pennsylvania. And that, a lot of trauma resurfaced from, a lot of buried trauma from Flight 232 resurfaced, and she had to get more help. Her 1990 marriage broke up in 2014, and then Susan fell in love with a man over here, Derek, and they've had a long engagement, about 10 years, and they hope to make it official within a year. Let's just say that. Susan has surpassed 38 years of service to United Airlines. She's still proudly flying. She's still willing to divulge about her story and talk to people about it, and work with me for a year and have me challenge her recollection, have me kind of push her and all that. I'm not going to say this concludes her story, because I do have a few more slides, but I'm going to zip through them and get us out of here at 5:30. But truly a remarkable experience through the eyes of Susan White. This is not to elevate her role in any way, or role of anybody here today or on board the aircraft. It was my academic desire to basically apply that survival bridge, looking specifically through her perspective. And so, and along the way, we discovered something that nobody knew, a conversation that occurred, which in the end ultimately saved lives, because the flight crew, especially in the back of the aircraft, had their game face on, because Jan Brown was able to convey the unvarnished truth, basically what was going on with the aircraft. But from a response perspective, this really touches a lot of you. And really comes literally from my slide deck I use at work when I teach a class on infrastructure vulnerability. The emergency response here was amazing. You know, they declared the War 3, everybody came together, okay? The 185th was here drilling. And so you had a lot of people that were, you know, competent people, physically capable people, people that had been trained to some degree of triage, treating shock. I mean, these are military members, okay? You had, you know, people were triaging survivors, okay? I digitized and turned that picture black and white just to kind of desensitize a little bit. You had two very capable hospitals here, burn units, you know, and in emergencies, and doctors came in from everywhere, nurses. I mean, when you hit that emergency room, you had almost your own doctor and your own dedicated nurse, okay? A hard decision had to be made. This happened at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, right? And so they had to make a hard decision. They didn't have a mass casualty process, a morgue set up to basically handle the number of victims that had occurred. They didn't even have a good handle on the number of victims they were really dealing with. And so they had to make a hard decision. That was to leave the bodies in situ, because if they acted too quickly, then you would lose the ability to say, okay, this person came out of this seat with this serial number, which happened to be this row and this seat number and all that, or personal effects that, might indicate identification. But the community came together, the airport personnel, the 185th Woodbury County Emergency Services came together, and they defined work areas and security and office and meeting areas and communication. And that was before all of this. I mean, we're talking, being chained to the wall with a phone line, we didn't have call waiting back in '89, I don't recall. So it was a really different time. Securing car rentals, securing billeting after the media had basically swooped in and taken all the cars and all the hotel rooms. I mean, those were difficult things to come by. Bringing the Red Cross in to establish food, establishing break areas, okay? They had to come up with a plan to handle these victims respectfully. That was difficult. They had to secure refrigerated trucks to handle the bodies. They did bring in medical equipment from around the local community and the country to help process and help set up. I mean, literally, mortuary operations that we have today by Health and Human Services, HHS, and the federal government is somewhat modeled based on what was happened here. Okay, and Lawrence Gonzalez kind of talks about that in his book. And then they had the hard task of the victim recovery. And then once the victims were recovered, they had to define and place those victims in a certain reference system so they understood where those bodies were and that type of thing. And then data analysis. This is before high-speed computers and all that. I mean, this has more computing capability than basically, the computers of the day. Okay, so documentation. We're talking, electric typewriters. People that understood basically mortuary paperwork operations, archival. They had to do strategic communications. You had to have spiritual support. This was a difficult time for a lot of people, having to deal with things that they had never thought they'd ever have to deal with, right? And once again, I made this black and white to kind of tone it down. But kind of what they set up was, set up a really incredible system of, you assign the tracker to every body, every victim. And the photographer would take a picture of the effects of the person. They would take pictures of the body, clothed and unclothed, okay? Because they had to take pictures of tattoos and scars, anything that would help identify the body. Because if you misidentified one body, you're actually misidentifying two. So they wanted to make sure they didn't do that. They then took the body to a full body x-ray, looking for trauma. They're looking for artificial hips, shoulders, those types of things. That would help identify the body. Because not everybody, had a wallet in their pocket, right? And then they would take to a fingerprinting station where FBI technicians would take fingerprints. They had, then the bodies basically had a very quick autopsy to look for major trauma, to document. And that helped overall aid lessons learned regarding trauma of the body in an aircraft accident. And then eventually the bodies were embalmed by morticians that respected their profession and these victims so much they actually wore suit or jacket, shirt and tie, okay, out of respect of that of the victims before they were put in secret cases or coffins and respectfully shipped back home. That's a notional photograph to their loved ones. And this isn't something you can draw out, and so amazingly by Sunday, everybody had been identified, 100% accuracy. And that's pretty amazing. So last two charts, stick with me. Get you right out, get out of your head right on time. So lessons learned of Flight 232 on Mini, right? We added to the body of knowledge. I mean, this research and the work I've done with Susan, we helped add to the body of knowledge regarding a conversation, a flow of communication that we didn't know before. It also talks about an incredible emergency response, how people act under stress. It really exposed a lot. but also help us increase aircraft safety awareness, airfield response, mass casualty and mortuary response, and how a diverse community can come together. And lastly, this is a dedication. Of the 296 passengers, 184 survived and 101 passengers passed. One of them passed after about a month, and then he was added to the 111 crew member died. So those are lovingly remembered as the 112, and remembrances just like this. And so this is a presentation is pretty much dedicated to the 112. It's dedicated to the 184 survivors that, many of them suffered physical injuries, psychological injuries. It's also dedicated to many of you here that were affected by that participated firsthand. So, and then of course all the first responders and healthcare professionals. So at this time, this whole presentation was basically based on this article, and it was published today. Disclaimer: I get no money for any of this. I'm a federal civilian. In fact, I paid my way to be here today to talk to you. I live outside Washington, D.C. And so the article was published this morning. That's the QR code. All you got to do is take a picture of it, and when you hold your phone up to it, a little window will open. You'll see a little thing at the bottom, and you push on that, and it'll take you right to the article. Okay? And then when you do that, you can email it to yourself, you can text it to yourself, you can save it. Okay? And so with that, you got two pictures here. And Susan, she's got a live mic as well, and I'll turn it over to Tim.
Yeah, Kevin, if you'd turn on the lights out real quick. Thank you, Mitch, and please join me in a round of applause. Susan's up here. She and Mitch said they would both be happy to take a few questions. This is kind of out of order, but I want to tell you there is cake and punch and fruit over here. Please visit our 232 Education Center. You can take the ramp out to that classroom. And of course, the 232 exhibit is straight behind you here. Susan, I'll let you have this. And thank you.
Any questions? Come on, there's one brave soul. Go ahead.
Do you know what caused the right wing to dip right before they impacted?
I don't know. I don't know if we'll ever really know. I think it just... Oh, the question was, what made the right wing dip about 100 feet off the ground right before touchdown? The aircraft is Dudley DeVore. When I spoke to him on the phone, he said, Mitch, he said, after the explosion, the aircraft never flew level again. And I think it kind of goes back to that the aircraft was in a phugoid cycle and it was always wanting to turn right. And I think there were a number of factors. It could be just ground effect of an aircraft so close to the ground, you do get a ground effect that the aircraft basically just kind of became unstable and the wing dipped. And, had that not happened, I think the plane still would have crashed because they were coming at such a high descent rate. It would have, in fact, when it did hit that whole right landing gear, it put an 18-inch rut into the ground, and it drove the landing gear up into the aircraft. That aircraft was going to do something. And I think Al Haynes kind of said, he says, maybe it was meant to be, maybe that touching of that wingtip, it's unfortunate the 112 died, but it could have been far greater casualties. Maybe all of that movement of the aircraft and spinning, pirouetting, and all that took a lot of energy out. In fact, we got a tour this morning of the airfield, and I was really shocked. I'm like, everything seems so much closer together than, so the aircraft did come to a stop relatively quickly, maybe a quarter mile. So I think a lot of energy got taken out just due to the movement and the sequence of tumbling and everything. And like Al said, a lot more people could have died.
Yeah, I'm just going to stand up if you don't mind for a second. I just want to add one thing. I was in the field center.
Yeah.
I was in the last week. I just want to say that it's difficult, for years. I know for sure I can understand where Stephen was coming from, falling, and I healed in many ways, and then I fell really, really hard, and there wasn't a lot of support that I always felt. But Susan has always been there for me, and I want to point out now that the captain who's no longer with us, I was in high school. I was like a little kid. I was 9 years old at the time, and the captain used to call me if the rabbis in the high school knew something was wrong, the captain used to call me just to talk, just to have a conversation. And it did a lot more than anything else. So, love you, Susan. I appreciate everything you know that. And shout out to the captain.
Thank you.
Israel was one of our unaccompanied minors that we had on board that day and was in the tail section where I was. Thank you for coming back.
Any other questions?
There was one slide of the flight pattern, going into Sioux City. We had heard reports of like attempts to land on Highway 20 and all that kind of stuff. Can you briefly go over that? Were you aware of that when you were in the air, or was that just trying to control the plane to get it?
We weren't aware. We were told at one point that they were closing down a highway. We possibly would not make the airport, but we might land on a highway.
So a lot of those circles were just trying to get the plane to come in safely?
It was the only way that they could steer the plane. Yes, they could just steer from engine thrust, the throttles.
Yeah, the air traffic controller, Kevin Bachman, was really over the top, providing every option he could to the pilot and the crew by giving them all sorts of highways and other runways, and interestingly, right at the critical moment when they're on short flight, like a minute out, Kevin Bachman says, I kind of forget how it went down, but the fact is, Sal Haynes says, well, we're pretty much lined up on that one, on this runway. And Kevin Bachman was like, roger that, that's great, so that'll work. We have equipment on the field. Because they had all lined up on the closed runway, thinking he was going to come in a different direction. And so they basically had to get all that equipment off the field. And but that was the exact field in 1987 that they had done the mass exercise on. So it was pretty ironic, and that may have saved lives too, because it was such, for those that participated in that, it was, it was almost too real to deal with. So.
You talked about this big crevice or hole in the bottom when the engine flew. What would have kept the people from flying out that hole?
Yeah, the engine duct, or the air duct in front of the engine was outside the cabin. It was part of the structural tail of the aircraft, and so it was really separated, and that fragmentation basically hit the horizontal stabilizers. None of the fragmentation actually impacted or compromised the integrity of the cabin itself. So yeah, the folks were pretty much protected. So there was a question in the back.
Susan, thank you so much for being here. Do you do any teaching or instruction with flight attendants or in your industry at this time based on your experiences?
I don't, because I'm a little fearful of being in front of people. But I do tell my story. If I'll fly on a trip without even mentioning it to anyone. And now that I'm in a new base, I'm based in Newark, and I don't know a lot of flight attendants, and they don't know my story. I never bring it up. If someone knows, I'm always happy to share. I share my story quite a bit. Anytime anyone asks, I never deny anyone that, because I feel that it's knowledge. It could have happened to anyone. Any one of us could have been there. But I do not do any of the teaching or speaking. But I do tell my story quite often. And I also just want to say, I'm representing the crew, our entire crew. They would love to have been here, but due to circumstances, this was a short trip, a short notice trip. So on behalf of our entire crew, just want to thank Sioux City, Siouxland community. It just feels so good to be back here. I get really emotional, I'm sorry, but so thank you all who were here that day, hoping, and it means a lot. And this place will always be very special to me and to our entire crew. We all love Siouxland.
She did not make it. the aircraft broke along basically your seat row, unfortunately.
Yes, so for the last 3 years, I've been an international purser, and you, as an international purser, you are the coordinator of the service and the crew on an international flight. So being based in Newark, that's all I fly now, anywhere to Europe or South Africa.
The voice. The voice. I just feel enveloped. So
I was her age when it happened, but as I look at those pictures, I remember all of the people I served in restaurants. They were saying the trauma dripping off their face with all the people that helped. And
quite a number of youth that
I looked at I saw you guys at your younger years. You're beautiful then, you're beautiful now. All right, the love is still there.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You give them one of my gifts.
I will. Thank you. Thank you again for being here with us again.
Full running trick.
That's so beautiful.
Anytime.
How you doing?
I'm happy to see. This is the first time I've seen him. I remember as a teenager serving the public at the restaurant and all the counter and sitting in everybody's faces, and now I get to meet one of those little things. Let's wrap our love around you again.
How do I turn the camera?
No, just leave it, because I'll get a screen.
Okay. Okay.
There's actually on the phone,
Yes, any of them
there's a few survivors in the...
There's so much love we want to
Aaron
wrap it
Badis
around
is
you
pilot.
again.
Aaron Badis became a pilot. He was a baby. Wow. Aaron Badis and Spencer Bailey. Spencer Bailey. Yeah. That's the statue. Passport.
Again, any of you two need anything, we're going to take off pretty soon. But if you
Okay,
guys need
we got
anything,
your
you have my
card.
number.
You betcha.
My pleasure to be of service, my honor.
So cool that you
Thank
came.
us for letting us borrow your son for a minute and
Yeah.
come
It's
back
so
and see
cool
us.
that you came.
Yes, our love is
So
here for you
dope.
anytime you want it.
We're going to be using it because you have no idea what happened. Like, we didn't realize like all the Uber issues. So we're actually going to be it's almost about now that I'm going to be here for the next 3 days. So I'm actually going to make this my daughter Zoe.
Hi, Zoe. How are you?
We discussed this before. We got so screwed this morning. It took 3 hours to get our half a mile in. No, it's because of these laws.
Yes, those restrictions are there, and I can work my day job. I'm on the weekend, so anything you need over the weekend, please, I'll happily come be of service to you.
I'm literally going to,
Exactly the way you described it.
If nothing else.
No, but I want to set it up like it's the easiest way to do that because like today we took a ton right down here.
Anytime, yeah, you text me whenever you want me or need me. In fact, do you need a ride back? I can give you a ride back.
It might take time. I don't know if you have to wait. She has the card. How about this? We'll call because we're gonna probably stay till a little longer. And my mom will text me. She has the card, okay?
Yeah, I'll be out, so I'll come get you.
Okay. Mommy. After when it gets close to Shabbos, we're gonna call. She's gonna take us from here back. We're gonna call her because otherwise, the taxi couldn't even find. So,
My honor to be of service, my lady.
So how long are you?
really, literally, I went to that gas.
How long are you in Sioux City?
I'm here till Sunday. And my
And I finally got into the thing, and they're like, "This is for cigarettes." I'm like, "No." So I bought like 10 cigarettes. Right. And then I took out a bunch of cash.
Anything you need. Just keep wrapping some more on you. My pleasure.
Yes.
I'll talk to you later.
Yes.
No, you don't want to be.
Oh, that must have been, what was Jonathan's sister's name?
John, yes, Avi was here.
Avi was here.
Avi, yes. Okay. So you could say hi to Avi.
Oh, is she there?
Yes.
Oh.
Hi.
She's saying hi back, Amy especially.
That's nice. That's special.
Amy, I love you. For real, Amy. I can't tell you. I was bawling, so I couldn't really respond, but I was out of my mind.
We'll never forget.
Amy, you're so good. I'm so happy I was able to keep the chat this way. Amy, for real. This gentleman and his daughter, I've taken pictures in the past with them, and so now I can match them up. I'm going to send them out. It's pretty cool. They're on Google. I told you they're on Google Maps. It's 3.5 million views.
Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy, right?
Well, that is crazy. It is crazy. Anyway.
And don't worry, guys, you're catching up. I'm going to be speaking over the weekend too. So, thank you, Squirrel. And wait, you'll get my speech. Hey, mommy, from everybody, mommy, not everybody on both chats are big love, big hearts, big everything. And you guys are awesome. Hopefully, you guys can hear me right now. Great speakers, everyone. Yeah, you want cake? Aaron, hold on. She's got it. Where's Susan? Where's Susan? Stay, Aaron. Stay. Stay, Aaron. Please stay. Stay. Don't go anywhere, Aaron.
We went to Brussels together. So I picked up the trip.
I'm so sorry, but Aaron's going to drop out of the thing. Aaron Badis is in the...
Hi,
You know he's a pilot now.
Yes, I do know he's a pilot.
Just to say
Very
hello.
proud, very
He
proud.
sends his love.
He's-
He loved the speech, the whole story, and I'm sure you remember, Derek.
Hey,
Say hello to
how you doing,
Aaron.
Aaron? Good to hear. See you.
Yeah, he talks about you whenever we talk about flight.
Yeah, we've talked numerous times.
Okay, good. Yeah, because when he came by the captain's memorial, he came, made his respects, and kind of left kind of quick. So I didn't really get to hang out with him. He's so dope. Yeah, we're like friends. Like I've seen some awesome pictures of him and stuff. But amazing, dude. And you know you have a special one, so I don't have to convince you of that. I'm sure. You're awesome.
No, I'm glad you guys can make it.
And you're keeping yourself in. I don't know what you do, but you're in great shape. And like, dude, good for you.
What's that?
Well, you're in great shape. Like for me, I have to kill myself, like just to look good. Like you're looking amazing, man.
Oh,
For
thank
your
you.
age and
No,
stuff.
you're looking great too, man.
Well, I just Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is like keeping me alive. I always say that because no more getting hit in the head from the fighting.
No, you don't want to do that.
Yeah, I was for a long time, but that's when I fell, and they took me out of the fights because I would sit there and I would take a lot of punishment, like psychologically, like I would just like let myself get beat, and then use a little jiu-jitsu to win. But I would I would make what they loved it, but the fights were lasting like 15 minutes, and they shouldn't have. I was just,
Yeah, I remember doing like 3 minutes sparring and.
Have you sparred?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my God! Just
So
that
I'm
3
like
minutes,
since
like,
'98.
jeez.
I've been doing BJJ, which the UFC.
Yeah.
So all my friends are the stars in the UFC.
Oh, really?
Those are I trained with. I was getting my doctorate, so I didn't get to do it. But the most important fight ever in the UFC, Stephan Bonner, I was his training partner.
Oh wow.
People like Anderson Silva, George St. Pierre.
Mm-hmm.
I've gotten to train with Michael Bisping, Kenny Florian.
Wow.
Yeah, all of them. Miguel Torres was the champion of the world at the time. And we were under Carlson Gracie. I was under Carlson Gracie Senior, the original.
Wow.
Yeah, so it keeps me it's the best. It's wherever you are, you should check it out. You guys are in Florida too. You guys are American Top. You gotta go anytime. Drop my name, they will let you in.
Okay.
Literally the greatest in the world, American Top. How far are you from like the Boca / Del Rey area?
We're in just south of Tampa.
Right. So I'm saying, so how far is that? Because they actually threw me into a rehab when I felt really bad.
Okay.
I ended up in a rehab where you live. I actually know where you live. It was my mother will remember the name, but I know exactly what it was because I know only because of the drive from the airport. The airport we flew into is that airport with all the palm trees.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's still like that. This was back in 2013.
Okay.
And not real palm trees; they're fake.
Oh really?
In the airport, it's the Tampa airport.
Man, I don't remember seeing that.
Yeah, they changed it. They knocked it down, but it used to be like all these things. Anyway, I ended up there. Literally, when she mentioned where you guys live, I was there for like 3. It was bad. The government put me on medication, methadone, and at the third highest level that anybody had ever been on in history. It was, you have no idea how horrific my family went through. I weighed 350 pounds. I couldn't, you have no idea. It took a lot to get back to, because I was in such great shape before then. But Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu really saved my life in so many ways. So yeah. But anytime you want, I'm telling you, where you guys live, you guys literally have the 3 top camps. I'm just mentioning the American down in Boca because it's like Black Zillions. It's like amazing. But But yeah, you guys are right around there. I'm like jealous when she told me where you guys live. We do have a great school in Chicago called New Breed, but I was really jealous. Yeah, you should go out there, man. You'd do awesome. You would love it. You would love it. You would love it. But yeah, that's really cool that Aaron. I got Aaron to.
No, no doubt.
Yeah, Aaron, I'm here. Yeah, he's saying. He's letting you know. I love Aaron. He's
That's
awesome.
good, yeah. I don't remember.
There's such a. It's so crazy because I made plans to be here because my mom finally built the courage to come back for the first time, and so I had already planned on being here. And then all of a sudden I hear this is going on. Like I didn't even have a clue, and I was like, "Wow, is this meant to be?"
Came together.
Yeah, I was like,
last
"Wow,
minute,
is this meant to be? It is meant to be." You know, it's really crazy. I'm
Because
sure.
at first Susan and I had talked about early on, it's like, what do we want to do for the 35th?
Yeah.
The other crew members, I
Yeah.
don't really want to do anything.
Yeah.
So she's like, you want to just go to Sioux City? I'm like, sure, that's fine. So as it got closer to it, she goes, well, nothing's really going on and stuff. I'm like, all right, well, I went ahead and picked up another trip. It was supposed to be yesterday, today, tomorrow. And then I actually ended up having a Lisbon trip go over by one day. So with our contracts, they have to restore a day. So I just picked a trip, which was the one I was supposed to be on now.
Oh, that's awesome.
So that
He's a pilot, guys.
And,
He is the pilot. Yeah.
And so it worked out beautifully.
It's amazing.
Let's go do it now. It's perfect. So she
That's
set everything up.
amazing. Oh my God. See, it's all meant to be. I believe it doesn't matter religion, not religion. I'm not talking about that. It's just shit in life. It's just sometimes it's just meant to be. You know what I mean?
No, I totally believe in the universe.
Something's there. It's exactly the way I see it. Exactly the way I see it. We have no idea how happy it was to get to see Susan. It was awesome.
I thought I had your phone number. I was going to send you the picture of the two of you hugging. I think I just have it on.
Oh, take it. Take my phone number. Do you have it?
Yeah.
773.
Just a second.
Here, I'm doxing myself on, I don't even care.
Okay.
773-415-2078. And you could text it to that.
Okay.
Then I'm going to go over there. They wanted to. What station is that? Do you know?
I'm not sure. Let me shoot that to you right
Shoot
now.
that to me. Let's go listen to her. I don't know what
I
she's
thought I
saying.
had your phone number.
Do you have it? I just got, no, that's something else.
I was 6 at the time. I just got done coming from the dentist office. My grandfather was driving me down the river.
Are you from Sioux City, Iowa?
I
am. Or I'm from Sloan, which is south.
My grandfather.
But yeah, I was.
Did you guys get the whole thing today, or no?
Just bits and pieces of it. I didn't record the whole thing. Yeah.
You guys interviewed me like a few years ago. Yeah, that was like a bad time in my life. Things are different now, but yeah. I know, Amy. It's all right.
Here I am.
Clear the number from the stream. I don't care, squirrel. I know it's crazy, but it's. I know, guys. I'm sorry. I don't really care, to be honest.
So glad.
Sweet. Thank you guys.
Do you remember from 2000? How
Yeah, I
are you?
remember. Yeah.
How's everything going?
I saw you, and I was like, hey, I know that guy.
Yes.
I interviewed
A different
him.
time
Well, I
back
didn't
then.
interview you, Marina did.
Right. Different time. I'm in a better space now, but yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's great to see you guys. Oh yeah. I absolutely
Okay,
do.
so I'm gonna take
if
all-
you
yeah,
that's
take
we're
all-
waiting because
Yeah.
in Shabbat is starting stream, but it doesn't matter. I'm not like that's like guaranteed. My mom is like super religious, but it doesn't matter even if she wants to leave. I'm not going until I
Yeah,
do
I'll
it.
take you all out there.
If you don't mind.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now there's one thing I don't know if you want to announce, but there's a religious thing that you do. You make a blessing, and I wanted to know if you guys wanted to catch that. There's a very special, it's a quick thing. I don't know if you wanted to.
There's no mic out there or anything.
No, I don't know how on the phone. I'll catch it and I could send it to you too, also if you want. But it's a special thing. It's like people emailed me about it, and then the rabbi said he was going to come. He's going to come in on
You
Sunday.
want me to take that picture? Get the airplane in the back. Good job. Got it.
And I know with Captain Haynes in the background. But yeah, so is everybody going out there now? You tell me.
Okay.
Are we going out? So
Thank you.
Derek, right?
Derek, yeah.
Hey.
I want to introduce myself. My name is Chris McGowan, the president of the local Chamber of Commerce. And the experience that you've endured has defined the community that we call home. And it's my hometown. And I want to tell you how grateful I am to you for coming back here today. I'm sure that this is not an easy thing to do.
No.
But God bless you for being here. And know that if you ever need anything from this community, we're a phone call away.
Thank you, because I'm going to talk to him a little bit about that, because there's a few of us from the crash that people don't know, and there's no one really that, like, it's almost like the only people that care are Sioux City people. I really, ever since the captain passed away especially, Susan's all I got. I don't feel like people understand that. There's two guys getting so close to on the streets.
Is that right?
On the street. I'm talking about, like, on the street. Can't even put shit together. People like me, for every nickel they gave me for whatever, it cost a quarter or $1 for all the surgeries. I've had 6 spinal surgeries in the past 6 years. And it's like the support was like cut off, besides whether or not people personally wanted to stay in touch. It's really rough. I'm 44. It's really rough. I'm telling you, my mom couldn't come back here till this year. I mean, it destroyed, the rehash of things destroyed my life in many ways. And it took me a long time to build it back up.
Where do you call home today?
Mostly in Chicago, and I spend a lot of time in like Israel, in the Middle East. That's where I was born. So.
And the individuals that are homeless today, where are they located?
Oh, no.
No, I was gonna, if you want to set that.
Oh,
there.
yeah. So I'll just say one of them is in D.C./Baltimore. That's all. I'll be in touch about it for sure. I was going to speak to John and just see. I actually planned anyway. My thing is that I called, a little frustrated with because I called too many times, and it's like, oh, legally we can't do it. It's like, legally, like, where are you guys even talking? Like, no offense to them, but what the fuck are you doing? Like, we're getting people's lives that were affected forever. So you signed it?
And you're worried about
my case was signed, I was 11 years old. I wasn't even an adult. It's not like I signed it. So it was my parents. I'm not saying good or bad. I'm just saying, like, what are you talking about? I'm not, like, I've been extremely frustrated.
So what you say, and I'm a lawyer, but I don't practice, maintain a license for over 20 years. I lead the Chamber of Commerce here.
By the way, my eyes are really damaged. I'm going to put my glasses on from the crash. Yeah.
So what you're telling me is that my parents signed the settlement.
That was like, probably, no exaggeration, probably 10% of literally just purely what it's costing me based on, like, medical bills. Forget about the rest of the trauma. To destroy my life. I had, like, the perfect life. Like, for a while, I was, like, on top of the world. I'm a doctor, clinical psychologist. I was married to the love of my life, and high school. Everything was amazing. My daughter turned 9. I was 250 pounds, couldn't get out of bed, walking out with 2 guns in my hand, scared should do something after, and not psychologically realizing and making the connection between the two at all. And that destroyed her life. My daughter right now, she'll be 22 in October, and we were like, she was a daddy's girl. And now, there's like this distance that breaks my heart. And it's all 100% directly because I don't know if you've ever heard the term, but it's a term. Sometimes to treat you like someone, sometimes that is the only, to love that person, to love the thing.
I didn't get it.
And I know, I love coming back here around it. I went on, they had a parade 2 years ago. I was here, fell out. I was on the parade.
What are you guys going to get to downgrade to like polos, right? That's all you want.
Got me messed up.
I was probably going to the Shields.
Felt so
White shirt.
This was
30 years. 25.
Like,
And they finally said, you know what? He came home from work that last day. Like Hulk Hogan.
Like,
took the whole thing. I mean, I can't get on those shirts and die.
First name's Yisroel. Last name a lot of guys don't know. It's famous. The 9-year-old boy who played basketball pop like that. I was a public speaker for a while. Like my
And I think there are some people going outside.
Yeah, I know. Walk out there. Yeah, you'll see my mom in a second out there. I'm going to introduce her to you. Dude. Guys, we're laying stones right now out there. I know, the captain was amazing. I don't care about my phone number. I'm not worried. I get so many friggin' prank calls, but yeah, I'll go through it. I'll make it somehow. Yeah, the captain was amazing. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. The Chamber of Commerce. Yeah, I know, right? That's awesome. Here, follow me. We're going to go and we're laying some stones out here through the back door, I think. Did they exit out of this door?
What's that?
Where'd they exit out of?
Well, there's that plane back there.
No, I know we're laying stones, but do you know if they went out that door or?
Oh, for laying stones, you got
They
to
went
go
out the
this
front.
back
Oh,
door.
okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll go through the front.
And
Yeah, it's all the way around. I
yep.
figure. Yeah,
Yep.
that's awesome, Amy. Stay with me for just 2 more seconds, Amy, if you want. If you're not able to, I understand. And then we're gonna set up. The speech is gonna be really great. You guys are gonna like. It's gonna be a whole different component that like it's not even talked about today. Today was really about my mom and the stewardess, and my mom didn't want to be mentioned at all, which everybody respected really in an amazing way. But we're laying stones, and I, Amy, make a bracha for surviving, and I don't know where they are. Oh, here we go. This is powerful stuff. Here, the whole news channels are here. Hold on. You guys will get to see what we're doing. Here we go. Sorry about that. We're gonna lay our stones right now. I did. I turned off the Wi-Fi. That's exactly what I did. And then I don't know if they laid all. Did they lay all them stones yet, or?
Oh no, there's all these still.
But I'm saying, is there a specific thing they wanted to do? Do you remember the rabbi?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he was gonna also come out. I just want to say, I have to say, I don't know if is Susan around here or no.
No, Susan
No.
is.
I don't know where my mom. No, because there's a religious thing that we're supposed to do, like a Jewish thing, and I wanted to be able to do it with my mom because my mom's shy, but I wanted you to talk to her. Ma, she's in the plane. I think. She walked in there. So everybody's laying stones right now.
We're just offering a chance to do that. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to do it
And
with
place
my
it
mom.
wherever you want.
My mom suffered more than I did.
That's what
I had not been back until 2016. I was in a really bad place in life at that time, but ever since then I've been coming every year.
Where do you live?
Chicago most of the time, Israel part-time. I do for work. Psychology and doctor in clinical psychology. I work with trauma victims and
citizenship that you were doing?
I was born there, so I was. It's a rare thing to happen where you're actually born a dual citizen, because usually you're born a citizen and then you become a citizen of the other country 2 minutes after, right? When I was born, all they cared about was where you were born. I was born in Israel. America, all they cared about was where. Yeah, I know, right?
Careful.
In America, all they cared about was where your parents from. Both my parents, my dad's from Hartford, Connecticut, my mom's from Ohio. So I was born. My mom even forgot about it. I ended up going back to Israel, totally forgetting about the army. I got arrested on the plane going back there when I was 18. I think she's been with them.
And they can't cut there. It's an emergency exit.
So where did they?
Yeah, they moved it over here.
You said me, right?
Because I remember that. Was that the plaque right there?
Oh, so that's why.
So yeah, I think they moved it over here to get rid of.
I don't know.
Because they got the.
Hopefully lock them
It's an emergency exit, so you can unlock it when there's
Yeah.
But anyway, and then most of the rest of the time.
That's really cool. I really want to do it with my mom. I don't know where she's going. When she comes, I'll use it again. Hey guys, so we're laying the stones. I'm gonna make a bracha too. I'll make a bracha, Amy, you could say. Amen for the bracha. Give me just a second, guys.
Because I know this was on the.
I did. That's Amy. You were correct. Thank you. Thank you, neuropsych. Neuropsych. That's what I do for a living. I don't know where my mom went, but I have to make a blessing and lay the stones. But I'll tell you guys while we're waiting here, I'll say hello. So I have the. And by the way, guys, I really don't care about my phone number. What are they gonna do? I get prank crazy calls anyway. It's not a big deal. It's like you can block things and whatever. But can you guys hear me clearly? Still? I don't know if you can hear me.
Nice to meet you.
Tradition of laying stones, yeah, 100%. 100%. Yeah, 100%. Are you guys gonna do it? I will.
Okay.
slippery. So what's the deal with the stones?
I got a sheet here. Let me get a towel.
Supposed to pick one up and place it sometime.
Yeah, I think it's to just commemorate everybody who was on the flight and all that. Yeah, it doesn't tell me.
So this is Israel's
Yes, I believe so. Yeah, it doesn't tell me, but I believe it's just Israel on the flight.
Okay. Place it in the okay. Yeah, want a really big one. Some of the big ones that have been taken already.
What would you consider the tail if this was the plane? Where's the last scene?
Trying to think of it in my head. So it came in from the left. I'm trying to think.
Where's the tail from? That one.
Well, the tail flew is over.
That's what I'm saying. So that's what we put it over. Mommy, I have it all on video. Come. I'm gonna put for Richard Suglow where the plane went, where it would have been. The other big one.
They're not really. Thank you.
Well, it is here. We can't go through there, but if you go back into the room, you can go all the way, it's open, all the way up. And right there in the summertime. And we teach flight and aeronautics and physical therapy. So, and then our older kids, are like the 7th and 8th grade, they have another teacher. They learn what I do.
Absolutely. That's amazing. I have still the hat that you guys gave me. You know, did you stay in touch with Dave?
Here you are. I just wanted to help you.
He was part of it. Yeah, that's what I wanted to see. Yeah, for sure. Here. Yeah. And then I want you to send it to me too, if you don't mind.
You take a picture of us.
Okay.
Because you're set up.
There, Zoe. You're the.
Oh, okay. Get out of it.
Okay.
Okay.
You do this.
Here, Mom, go to the other side. So the sandwich.
Okay.
He's the one of us.
That's lovely. We got a few. Thank you. Thank you.
Your name is Yisroel?
Yisroel, yeah. Brownstein. Okay, put in that one picture. These are important for me.
Okay, so can you write it down?
And then you have to get
Yeah.
it later.
Yeah, yeah.
For what? Oh. Yeah, I won't. Usually get. Oh, no, I don't.
Here, let's see if we can.
I'll get it working. I know I can get on my pants. So
Okay.
it's for the morning.
Where do you live now?
Chicago.
That is sucking in there. What's your name?
My name is spelled
probably
the way
there.
it's
Okay.
so my name
No, you're not in my way.
and just send it and just with your name.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so Y-I-S-R Brownstein. Okay.
Gentleman who's sitting next to us. son in the
Yeah,
back
I'll
row,
send that to you.
Richard Sudler, his wife and daughter came to visit us that year.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah.
Make sure you stand right there. I want to make sure. Stand. No, you stand right. Oh, it was pointing the wrong way the whole time. Hang on, guys. We just placed stones. This gentleman right there was part of the 185th Air National Guard that responded that day, and we just exchanged pictures and stuff. But we put stones there. I'm gonna put another stone up there, and yeah. What's your name? Do you mind saying your name? Keith Churchman. Wonderful, wonderful man. Here, I'll get in with you.
Oh, this is recorded.
That's exactly.
Used to come back quite often. It was great to see you. Rich came back.
I didn't really heal until I came back in 2016. My life had been amazing, and then it fell apart. And I realized that Dad would never let me come up there because of religion. Whole long story. Finally, I just amazing at 35 years old.
Oh boy, there's some things that I'm sure that was for you. For you, it's got to
My
be
mom and I had gone shopping
every
so we saw it all happen. Got the bridge. Yeah.
They were telling me. Well, I used to touchdown.
Yeah, so I'll tell you, it actually crashed pretty much right here. You could see it. Yeah, it's actually here.
Right by the cornfields.
And that's straight over
They
there.
picked it for Captain Haynes, being that this would have been the safest place, and clearly was the safest place. There was no
By
other
the way,
place
I
safe.
heard
But
5 different ways. No, what I'm saying, everyone.
yes, absolutely, yes, absolutely.
I think the only thing everybody's doing they did this. So it was right over
This gentleman hey, Pam. He says he could point out exactly where that touchdown.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
He actually doesn't. That's what I'm saying. He knows better than because some other people are giving me different information.
This lady helped me with
Oh, really? That's awesome. That's so cool.
yeah.
That's amazing. So it's a small world here. That's for sure, right?
Yeah. I'm just going to see if I can get that in.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Hey.
It was amazing to see you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So guys, let me tell you, if you look in the distance, whoever's still in the chat, Amy of course is. Did you see me, Amy, laying the stone, or was it backwards? Yeah, there was huge. I just scared. The legacy media was here. Yes, ma'am. They're just leaving now. It's like 6 cars. I'm not a fan. They'll see this. I don't care. I'm really not a fan.
As if if we step back into Sioux City, something bad was going to
Blessings. Oh, yes. You see released on government. Through the cemeteries. That's really cool. Yes. Share whatever you want. Oh, you can't hear? Yeah, Keith Churchman. I'm going to show you now. I'm so sorry. I'm doing it right now. Okay. You got it. All right, Amy? I'm going to do it again with my mom. Can we all walk? There's survivors that are.
Well, guess what? We have to get our bags out of the building. They're
I understand. I just want to
closed.
walk. If you can just walk, because they didn't see the stones. Would you come? You. No, I wanted you guys to come with. I want you guys to. Did you guys put stones yet? Did you
I'm
guys
gonna
put stones?
do it with my.
Okay, you did it. Okay.
Did you?
I put one. I want to. I want to
your
put
mom
a.
did one?
Mommy, I want you to put another one. Put one more, Mom.
Where's yours, Israel?
I'll show you, and I'll make the blessing again.
Oh, another helicopter. That's the second
Here,
one.
Mommy,
Yeah,
come
what's
here.
going on?
ברוך אתה השם אלוהינו מלך העולם שעשה לי נס במקום הזה.
That is, thank you. So where's the memorial park or the park that? Wait,
I'll show you
this
when,
is the
when we're leaving.
memorial park.
No, Flight 232 Memorial Park is totally separate. We're gonna walk there on Saturday. It's too rainy to go today. She's never been there.
Oh, I
Yeah.
am curious because we had the river flooded.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of.
There was a problem. I actually saw it, and they're letting people in now
Are they?
at the top of it. But yes, you're correct. It was affected. Yes. Mommy, I was telling you that slope,
Yeah.
it went, the water was above the slope, but the stones, they said, are actually intact. The
I'm sure.
statue's
Yes,
intact.
Good.
Yeah. So guys, this is the area. I know, Amy, with the legacy. Yeah. I'm showing you. Couldn't see it. Saw it. Yes, I can hear. Okay, good. This is not the wreckage. That's all gone. They took that long ago. Put stones on all gravestones. That's really cool. That's also cool. Aaron, Mommy, literally Aaron just asked. Aaron, I'm going to put a stone for you right now. Aaron, I got you, bro. I got you, bro. Aaron, buddies, talk. Yeah, talk to Aaron. Here, you want to say hi? Aaron, people want to say hi to you.
Hi, Aaron. we thought about you today, and so glad you're listening to Israel and your own. So
We're going to put a stone. You want to do with me? Let's do that for Aaron.
with you.
Here, let's do it. Aaron, we're going to get a big stone for you. Where do you want it, Aaron? How about I put it by the bench? That way people that come by will be able to enjoy it.
Do we want to put Aaron's whole family? Is it famous?
Yeah, let's put let's each
Thank
grab-
you. We'll get one for Mom and Dad. And
This is for Aaron Badis, guys. Aaron, we got you, bro.
small ones for the boys.
That's a good question. They probably are just going to stay wherever they get put.
That's what
Aaron, we totally got you. Everybody together. Perfect. Oh, that's beautiful.
Well,
Perfect.
which I said was wonderful.
Aaron, I'll do this for you. ברוך אתה השם אלוהינו מלך העולם שעשה לי נס במקום הזה. Thank you so much, actually. That's awesome that he shouted out.
Yes.
No problem.
He doesn't always come back and talk to me, which I love when he does. Aaron, we totally got you.
When I'm teaching even.
He said straight up, Pam. He said specifically to you, hi.
Oh, hi,
There you
Aaron. Good.
Anywhere. We got you, Aaron. God bless Aaron. Yes, guys, Aaron was a little guy on the plane back then.
Yeah.
But so you're actually, I heard from like 10 different people, different things. I heard you have the most accurate information on where the plane touched down. So can you walk it through? Am I right about this? He is, right?
He knows it. He's studied. Yeah.
So where did the plane hit?
We can't go to that because it's.
I know, it's the
underneath
other
that
side.
building. No,
So
it's under that building.
that building was built on top of it. See, this is what I've been saying the whole time. The guy that used to told me that it was right here.
Well,
So you tell me.
the
Let's walk.
original impact would have been somewhere underneath this FedEx building.
Okay, so you guys, you understand. Hopefully you hear him, but you want to say your name?
Randy Bartles.
I know your name. I'm saying it.
Randy Bartles.
This is Randy, guys. Randy has the most information on this type of stuff, guys. Most important.
This, and if you can see here, there's this layer of asphalt that's been put over.
Yes,
the top.
that I could see.
Okay.
Yes.
That was put. I was told that was put over to kind of cover up, to hide the scars and the
That's what I
damage
heard.
from
Right.
the. Okay, but and then this is the old an original runway. It wasn't
Right.
really in use. It wasn't a primary runway.
Right. It wasn't a real active.
So this would have been where it would have impacted.
It impacted
somewhere
guys
there,
below the building, below the FedEx building.
and then kind of skidded and
It
was
slid and made that
across
bounce
here, and
or
then
whatever.
It started coming apart.
Yeah,
as-
then it tumbled and it broke apart.
Yeah.
Where did and the tail where I was, the last seat?
Would have been
Straight
over
out.
here,
That's what I
like
thought.
where
Okay,
that
so that
kind of where
guys
that
all the
veil
way
is.
in the distance. That's how crazy it is. You see the watchtower? All the way out there is where I was. All the way. And this year there's no big cornfields, but the year of the plane crash, the corn was like what? How tall does it get? Like 10 feet high?
Yeah.
10 feet high, the corn, all the way out there, guys. I rolled, if I'm not mistaken, they calculated 300 yards. 300 yards from the actual impact.
Yep.
I rolled in the back of the plane.
And
Yes, they built over it. Exactly. I don't like it, but it's life, that's the way it is. They did have to cover some of, what had actually happened. It was a little bit too much for most people. So they had to cover that.
Yep.
And then they're all saying hello to you. And so I'm just making sure that because they're talking to you. So there you go. Aaron, we love you, man. I'm so happy you're in here, Aaron. Oh my God, I'm so happy. Aaron, you are the bomb. Aaron, you are amazing. I'm so happy. Aaron's in here.
You brought another bag, but
I have to go get
they've
it.
already Shut it down. So
No, I have to go in and get
I
it.
don't know where it is.
I'll go get it.
We'll get it.
We'll get it.
We've
We'll
got
go right now.
keys.
So okay, so
She's got
yeah,
keys.
we got to go in and just get. What did you get? Just the two that were on the chair?
Yeah, just the two
They're,
black
the backpack's in there. Yeah, if somebody can.
And Strelly, we
Take
need
my,
that.
I know. You need to call her. Call
I
her
don't
up in the
have her
card.
number. No, the card is in the hotel.
Mommy, here. Oh no, this is the Commerce.
If
All
the
right.
door's
Well,
locked, we'll come get you. We'll get it, Fred.
who could we call for a taxi or an Uber right now?
An Uber would be more probable than a
So the Ubers will work here, Mommy.
I think so.
Okay.
Not
Let's
that
see.
Well, where do you need a ride to?
We'll get there. We're just going to the hotel.
I know. Where's your...
The Marriott on the
It's kind of far.
on River
Marriott.
Edge,
Minutes away.
on the riverfront.
Yeah.
Oh wow, look at that, Aaron. They're still laying the stones.
We'll be around for a while. If you can't get an Uber, let us know.
I will. Thank you so much. How can I get in the building?
Just go back through the main doors.
Okay.
It'll let you.
Okay. So how many of my bags did you grab?
How many bags did you bring?
I brought a big backpack, that, and my carry bag. I have two black gloves, and my two bags are in there also. Two more bags. Okay. I am. They offered a ride, Mommy. I think that you should take them up, but the Uber's not going to come. Mommy, that's what this community's all about. Here I am yelling at my mom, guys. Right, Amy? She's real strict about Shabbat. But Amy, I might see you on Shabbat. You can look out. Today was a little bit rough. I had to walk out, by the way, Amy, at one point. I didn't walk out. I just walked to the back and just slumped by a wall. It was a little too rough. When they talk about the tail section that it blew off the plane, they talk about it like that because, thank you so much, because there were like no survivors. I was one of the only ones, and it's rough when I hear that, because when you guys hear my full story, which you guys haven't even heard like a tenth, 100th, when you guys finally hear my full story, you'll see that, oh God, it's a little bit too much sometimes to even think about, let alone. But when they talk about the tail of the plane, when they refer to the tail of it, that was my portion of the plane. Then it smashed into the. Oh, guys, it's rough. It smashed into the ground and rolled 300 yards, my section, and everybody got torn to shreds. And I'll tell you guys the story about the man that saved my life. If Susan was the one talking, she plotted with him. They literally made a plot, assuming that they were not going to survive. They made that assumption that they were not going to survive. And they plotted, and I'll tell you guys the whole story. Right now I'm trying to respect Mom. I'm going to come back here, I think, on Sunday if Rick's here. Are you going to be back here on Sunday? Are you going to be here on Sunday?
It's the only day I get off.
Oh, okay.
But if you want to come, I will make it.
No, I want to. I could do it. Are you here Monday?
I will be here Monday.
Then Monday I'm going to come. I'm going to speak here Monday.
I was telling your mom, I want you to know
Here, you can take the rest, yeah.
that you and your mother are welcome here anytime as honored guests.
Thank you. I just want you to know something. I want to say something, okay? I didn't get a chance because I actually wanted to talk to the man that spoke today. The man that spoke is still out there?
Yeah.
Really?
Dr. Simmons?
Yes. Well, I actually want to have a word with him, but one of the things that's so frustrating is that, listen, I am so happy to secure you, okay? But we got survivors from that flight that can't even make it back to Sioux City. It's so bad. We have 2 on the streets, on the East Coast, on the streets, because of this trial. And it's like as if I tried to call United at one point, and it's like they forgot. Like, it's like, listen, I am so happy we took care of their staff, but I'm shaking when I say this. It breaks my heart that all they do is they say, well, legal papers were signed. Legal papers were signed? The other 2 people I'm talking about are younger than me. Legal papers were signed when I was 11 years old, and therefore now you're not going to come out and try to assist. Like, what are you talking about?
It's not your place to say.
It is my place. He told me
it's
who's
not.
the Commerce, the chief of Commerce.
Not your place to say.
Mr. McGowan?
You want to talk to someone, you talk to United Airlines.
Mr. McGowan. Nope, United won't speak to me. Mr. McGowan is the chief of commerce. He's doing it. He's taking care of it.
Okay.
So yeah, you have no idea, man. Aaron Badis is in. Why isn't Aaron Badis here? Why? Why isn't he here?
I don't know.
No, I'm not. I'm saying what I'm saying to you is
there's a problem.
Yeah.
And you're advocating.
Exactly. Forget about me. That took me to 2016 to get
Don't
here.
forget about you.
I won't. I'm just saying.
You're advocating for them, which puts you in a place of very, very high importance. So I understand. I want you to know that regardless of all the other stuff that I have no understanding.
I understand. You've been amazing to me.
I want you to know that you are very welcome here.
I heard how good you were. You don't understand. The other day I was on the phone, and they were like, we can go get him. I said, what's he out doing? And you're like, he's out there making signs and making everything. I said, do not bother him. You can ask. That's what I said on the phone. I said, he can call me back if he's
No, I
able.
got your first message.
That was for Larry?
It was for Larry, but there was no contact.
Do you not know? I know because Larry just went. Do you know Dave Bernstein at all?
The old mayor of Sissy. He used to be the mayor of Sissy.
His dad.
Oh, okay. So no. I
He's
know
a big,
his dad.
he's like literally, he's on the council. He runs like half the city. Anyway, he wants to connect with you because he was frustrated that Larry hadn't called him. Not frustrated, but like he thought Larry was still working here. And so if he thought that, that's crazy because he lives like 2 miles away. Dave,
There are
like,
people who
Dave,
talk to
like,
Larry
everything-
today.
So Dave, like everything that's just around Arizona, you can give at least probably 10% credit of everything to these guys.
So
He's
there are people who spoke with Larry this morning who came here and didn't.
Where is the gentleman that's there?
He's in that group of people up by the.
I want to get his number. I want to talk to him. I just want to have a He said, yeah, but. All right, Mommy, I'm going to be right back. Yeah, I'll take this.
And please, Phil, Izzy.
Yes, Izzy's fine.
I had a friend named Israel that we just called Izzy. That's why I said. If you need anything that I can help with.
Yes,
let me know.
I appreciate that, man. Thank you
Yeah,
so much.
you got it.
If I by mistake drop something in there, just put it aside. I'm going to call you. I'm going to be back on Monday for sure.
Okay. I will
Okay,
be
when
here.
it's like a little more serene, I'll be able to just. Thank you so much. So what are you guys saying? Let me go back. Yeah, this is Aaron, man. We're going all the way back. Yes, bless you, Aaron. You're amazing. Yeah, they built over it. I'll explain that when I speak. It is, Amy. I just want you to know it's a shame. Amy, now you'll just talk. I'm not standing near people. You and I will have a conversation. It's part of the reason I advocate so much is because I know what I experienced with lack of advocacy. So, yeah, I'm D. Savage and Amy. I will absolutely discuss that. But my best friend, I gotta say, is saying this next to me. That's awesome. Aaron, are you still there? If you are, buddy. Can't see. You're the man, Aaron. So I'm gonna walk out there with them and where's the gentleman that spoke?
I'm sorry, what?
The gentleman that spoke. Is that him over there?
Yes, in the white shirt.
Oh, okay. Because I wanted to have a quick conversation with him, but is he having like a private conversation or?
No,
they
they're
were
just trying to.
Oh, okay.
looking for the.
So did you explain, or they don't let you? Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Hang on, guys. I'm gonna catch up with you. Hey guys, I don't want to make you start again, but can you show me also? So like the entire, because I've gotten like 3 different versions of the. You want to hold it? Okay. So where was he? I think it was under the building. Yeah, they built over. I know this, the tail, because I know this from the guy that owned the cornfield. My tail, I was in the tail that ended all the way over there. That's the only thing I know. That's what they told me. 300 yards from impact. That way. That's what I was told. Does that not make sense?
We got the call this morning from the guy who went on the run.
What's his name? He actually has some. It's one of my frustrations is I've always tried to figure out, and I've gotten a lot of different. Do you have a contact so that I can just have a conversation with you?
Sure. Email you.
Do you do that?
Yeah.
So contact on Yahoo also. So it's my phone number YISROEL. Yep. Last name. Just keep going. Brownstein. BROWNSTEIN. And just, put this like for you all, just remember that. I really appreciate it.
Yeah,
Your speech was very powerful today.
Yeah.
Susan's really
I
had a
enjoyed it.
tremendous effect on me.
Yeah.
So
Take care, brother.
I really appreciate it.
You guys
Thank
heading out?
Oh yeah, because of Shabbat, the Jewish Sabbath.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll be here for the next 3-4 days though.
Yeah, I'm heading out.
You're heading out?
Tomorrow morning.
Okay.
So,
Thank you so much. Thank you again. Really appreciate it.
yeah, take care.
Even the way, Amy, even the way that guy talks to me, it's killing me, man. That's all I'm telling you is it's killing me. They didn't know my stuff was there. Yeah. They're closed on Sunday, but I'm going to be here Monday. Sunday, I'm going to the Memorial Park. They have built a whole nother thing based upon the plane crash all the way in the distance. Hey, Glenn, what's up? You'll have to go back to the... There is so much, man. You have no idea. You have no idea. Yep. Corporate greeting, you have no idea. Like the guy that spoke today, he is going to get ripped. No offense, he wasn't in the crash. He doesn't know shit. It's just he doesn't have like a... I don't want to... It's... Listen, God bless everybody that cares. That's it. But I was supposed to be here anyway, month before they even decided to do this. One and done south, trust me. If I wanted to really fight it, I could have. I don't care about the money. It's what they did to my family. And it's like they took care of the crew really well, like he was doing, sitting and talking about the crew. And I don't really care making a public email. I'm going to. After, especially the way he treated me. No way I'm letting that go. He wasn't on the plane, but Susan, she's the greatest. She deserved everything today. She deserved everything. But like I was supposed to be here before they even decided to do what they did. Oh, God, my heart is sinking. You guys are amazing, by the way. And I just want you to know,
Susan
I think
finished
it's important.
putting out all the 120.
I know, I wanted to do it with you. I just want to say this. Like, you it's okay to be like that gentleman who's like, thinks he has everything mapped out. Just, it's okay to be more vocal about it. And I am. Because I don't know.
Why do you have to be a naysayer?
No, we had a conversation. This gentleman knows exactly the way things happen, and he's out there with his phone making a calculation with some compass. He knows what happened.
Okay.
He thinks that the impact was where we were just standing.
Yeah. Well,
it wasn't.
Well,
it couldn't have been.
You don't know.
I don't
It's
think
one of the bounces.
It
couldn't
skipped
have.
along.
They built over it with the FedEx. It skipped along. He's out there, and it's all he's way too concerned with physical
That's his
calculations.
business.
That's
He's a
his-
calculating
that's his life.
person.
Yeah, the thing you have to remember is that it was going so fast that
it happened in a blink.
I mean, it's just going to be covering hundreds of yards.
No, we know that my section, like whether he believes it or not, we know that my section ended up like you were saying.
Then the cockpit could have been over here.
Yeah,
'Cause It
100%.
went the other direction.
Well, and then what I am kind of disappointed in, because we don't know why, you think you know why, they put asphalt on that.
Oh.
He just said,
I think just to cover up the scars and just
Which
they
is
didn't really want
anybody
that to be
to-
a memorial. You know, I think at the time they didn't really want that to be a
which is
memorial.
sad because that's where the memorial ended up being.
Well, and then all of this got developed.
Guys, listen, this is what I'm
And
talking about.
A
Amy.
lot of that just disappeared and.
Listen, I'm more focused on what they have.
Yeah, don't
made
rock the boat,
and-
exactly,
and-
Amy. But I'm
and
rocking
is
this boat because I can't.
whole future.
Correct.
This is the first time ever, by the way. It's funny that I'm live streaming. This is the first time ever I've been like hurt and emotional and frustrated at the same time. Usually I'm not like this at all. It's just everything he's doing. He's out there making physical calculations about lives that were, they made they literally made financial calculations of what a life is worth. Can you imagine that? I didn't go back and fight with them later. It's not like I cared about that, but think about that for a second. That's what they did. That's what his job was, to make fiscal calculations of what a life is worth.
It's so chaotic.
Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
Can you imagine that?
It's pretty serene.
Yes, it is. Yes.
Can't believe it's 35 years ago.
I can.
Yes.
That's a long time.
That's a long time. Yes.
I love seeing you guys. Thank you for coming out.
No problem.
When I brought up the fact that you might be like, he like didn't even want to talk to me about it. It was like okay. I just walked away. I told him, he took down my email address. He said he'll email me, but I'm not.
It's somewhere.
Do you have
within
my
a couple
email?
hundred yards. Pardon?
Do you have my email?
No.
We should be in touch, Mommy. Can you just get a piece of paper out just to write down his,
I don't have any people.
or write down mine? Here, take mine. How about take mine? That's the easiest.
Yeah, there you go, honey.
Good.
Yeah, we have time. We're fine. Relax.
Did you
It's,
find a ride?
Just a second.
Well, if you don't,
You said you were
we'll
at.
take it.
She's not gonna. She doesn't want to, but we might have to because of Shabbat. But right now, this is. I'm more concerned about getting
South Sioux or the Marriott?
South Sioux
South Sioux.
Riverfront.
where that
It's like
is.
15 minutes away
Who cares?
Big deal.
She doesn't get it.
We're waiting for Pam to get done so we can go to dinner.
Let's just sit and wait.
We'll just take you, that's fine, and then
And
we'll come
she'll-
back and pick up Pam.
Yep, she'll wait.
if you're sure.
Yep,
Here,
let me
dear.
go get my
I'm gonna let
purse.
you
So we
do
have to
this.
go now.
I don't- Can you just make a note?
New reminder.
Yeah. Or just.
Where's the
No.
glove, she said.
I'm gonna go get my purse. Ask him his name for sure.
Well, you're gonna come back here on the
That's the one. I thought you put it in.
Sure it's not in there?
Positive, yeah.
Maybe in this bag?
No. He doesn't. Also, where's my my microphone?
We would be.
Thank you. Really did not want to bother
Well, we're retired. What else?
Did you try to call me? No. You want me to call and see if there's one? What do you want to do?
We'll take it.
You're gonna take it? Okay, yours me.
Okay.
Okay, so now close down your camera, Raleigh.
Everything's ready to go.
So that, you know, I was in the middle of one story when we arrived that I never got to finish.
You're gonna get to finish
But I'm
it.
not
That's the
finishing
point.
it today.
That's okay.
Go get the car.
Oh, thank you. That's very sweet of
Hey,
you.
no
Thank
problem.
you.
You know what, that's one of the things I like about the Midwest.
It is all an
People are just
academic
so
thing, yeah.
kind.
They are.
It's really true.
I taught in
Yep.
Kansas for a while.
Oh.
But
I am
grew
trying to work
up
through
here.
everything.
And you came back.
And I came back and
You have no idea, guys.
So,
Squirrel, you have no idea.
I realized
so many
now
are
what
amazing.
I
Like
had
that's so weird to me
missed.
that
I mean,
Susan's
Kansas
like
was
the
wonderful,
greatest ever.
but
I
I
have no
realized
idea.
now what I missed.
1992,
Susan is the best
3 years
ever.
after the plane crash. So Susie was our driver. She
Psychology
took
is my
herself,
field,
we asked
guys.
her, but
I
she
understand
would
these things.
not
Even when I get
let up.
frustrated, it's calculated frustration. That's what I refer to it as, calculated frustration. I don't allow myself to fall apart because my life really
I
fell apart
thought
as an
maybe she would
adult.
be here today.
I'm going to tell the
Maybe I
whole
would see
story
her.
to you guys a different day. But, you know, when we're able to, but I just want you to know that that's exactly what I was talking about. It's rough that my mom has to hear it like that. And, you know,
I'll grab you a bottle of water. Shirley.
it's just rough that she's got to hear it like that.
So,
Sorry about all this stuff.
Excuse my dirty car.
Oh my God, are you kidding me? Your car looks beautiful to me. Where's the, where did I put the glove here? Who are you on the phone with?
Okay.
Yeah.
Here you got all your stuff.
I think so. Where did I just put the glove down? Did I put it in here? Let me just make sure because I brought it out.
Okay.
Oh man, I am all over the place. I think I did. Yeah, I did. That's
Sit
it.
in
Thank
the
you
front,
so much. Oh, you sure?
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Sit in the front, and I sit in the back.
Oh my God.
Or my grandkids.
I can move the seat way up. It is so sweet of you guys to give us a ride. This is why I love the community here. It's just like, he's amazing. Just amazing community. Amazing community.
And you said South Sioux.
Yeah. River, South River.
Because there is another one, but be a different direction.
Are you going to be here till Sunday?
Yeah.
Well, where you're staying on Sunday
Yeah.
is Sunday brunch.
Sunday brunch?
Yeah.
Nice.
What is it? It's kind of expensive.
Where?
It's under
It's not
$20.
It's not kosher. That's the only thing.
No.
Oh.
Otherwise, I would.
But that's okay. We went to Walmart today. Well, first of all, I went shopping in Chicago, cooked food.
That's exactly correct, you savage. But it's all good. I only have love inside of my heart. You know, that's not like Susan's fault or Derek's fault. That's him. He has no connection to any. You know, he only spoke to people to make a timeline because that's what he was studying.
Well, guess what? There's a
And I have it all in Canada, so it's not like there could be any like they can't cut it up. That's the crazy thing, Dee. And Amy, they can't like cut it up. I have it. I have the live. You know what I'm saying?
and watch. Yes.
It is what it is, you know. But,
I am too.
and Amy, you'll have to tell me later, but I'm assuming that like this came out as a bunch of videos because it keeps cutting out and coming back and starting again. I'm assuming that means it's a bunch of different videos, but I'll put out a very specific drop for it.
So is it a popular venue?
So this is Al Haynes Boulevard, right? This is Al Haynes, right?
Yes.
So guys, the street we're on is named after the captain. It's actually named after the captain.
Very nice. That's very nice.
Which is super dope in my opinion.
Or safety. Exactly, driving.
In my opinion, super dope.
Right, exactly.
Thank you. And I was like, I mean, listen, surviving the survival is the most complicated part of it. It's not surviving the accident. Surviving the accident is one thing. It's surviving the survival. The survival is what's so difficult to survive. That's what's so difficult. It's not like, you know,
it's not exactly like,
you know, it's surviving the survival is.
So it's got its own style. Frankly,
surviving the survival, guys. That's what it's all about. It's all about surviving the survival. That's what's so difficult. It's not about the actual accident.
That was what I picked.
I've never been to Chicago now.
It's living in this world.
We've been through Chicago.
Well, yeah, I know.
That's what's so difficult.
He took his
Just functioning in the world.
Oh yeah, that's a big. And I always tell people you cannot do that museum in one day, or not probably even in 1 week.
Yeah, it's all one
Now during
day.
COVID, they did renovate.
Amy, so even though it starts like on my thing again, it starts the timer again.
With it, and they made a new exhibit there, which is about saving our planet and the water.
And y'all definitely come back for my speech. You guys are gonna really love it. So.
I saw that.
And there's still a lot to see in Sioux City.
Oh, that was awesome.
Even Saturday night, we're probably gonna be up.
Yeah.
So Amy, it'll be late for you, but like on Sunday, you can watch the replay of what we're gonna do on Saturday night if you're not able to make it. A lot. Look at that, guys. Everything. I don't know the right way. Everything's
somebody ran into
destroyed.
it.
Like a big sign.
Everything.
Yep.
Oh, is that what happened?
Yeah.
Guys, there was a sign there that was destroyed.
What did you do? Or did I ask you that already and I forgot?
Like
Survivor's guilt is the number one. I'm my doctorate. I'm a doctor of clinical psychology. I haven't told my story yet, neuropsych, but if you want to talk about survivor's guilt, listen to my story
That
because
summer before I went away,
I killed someone in the process of this whole thing.
Yes.
Having to deal with that on a daily basis.
My mother's
really, really
a physical
happy.
therapist in a hospital,
amazing man.
and she let me
Obviously
come in
made
and
a
assist
choice,
her and all
but
that kind of stuff. This was
regardless,
the 70s, so it was a little.
yes, it's always one step at a time. Everything was amazing. I had an amazing life, guys. Don't even sweat it until I was like in my very early 30s.
29 years.
Not that long ago, but to my early 30s, I was like 100% fine.
Primary grade,
And then
first
when
and
my daughter
second grade.
turned the same age that I was in the plane crash, I completely fell apart.
So I taught quite a different range.
No one else. He thought only Susan was going to be there. He was speaking to the Sioux City community. He didn't know I was going to be there.
You look way too
He had
young
no
to
clue.
be
I
a
come every year. He just happens to do this.
She started in
And
childhood.
convinced Susan to come out with her fiance Derek, who I love. I love them to death. That'll never go away. They're the greatest ever. Susan plotted to save my life.
So I did fifth grade.
And I know she has guilt inside of her heart because she knows. She knows what's happening.
And then I got my master's in administration. And my family is from here.
1945, yes.
I decided I wanted to go home. So I got an administrative job at one of the schools nearby. And
but for me, it was
so I was a principal for a while. And
that's the worst
you're
part,
gonna
guys.
laugh at this, but
Survivor's guilt.
I thought when you were a principal, you could change the world.
Like, the reason that movie Fearless, here I can tell you guys this, you guys think this is cool. So that movie Fearless that was made, so that movie that was like a famous they straight up based it upon, they put him like in the seat I was in, and I was a kid, and my dad had told a story about my lack of fear at that time, the physical fear.
That's critical.
Because like my body was a mess, and I was still telling like my mom's phone number and my address so that they could let my parents know I was alive. That was like an important detail to me. And so they, that was a big deal. And but that's it is what it is, man. It's like
And he had found 4 districts
it's
that
difficult.
would pay.
It's difficult. Usually every year is different, but it's not usually like this. Like it was unexpected that this individual came and spoke. But I'll tell you this. One thing that made it super and dope is that the city comes out and the community members in Sioux City are unbelievable human beings. I'm telling you, Amy, it's literally identical to the from community. It's just like our communities. These people are the kind. Right now, we're getting a ride home because they're not allowed of Ubers in Nebraska. How does it work? Is it illegal?
No, I just don't know that there are any. Right?
No, there's a legal thing. We're not even legally allowed to call them to come out there. You have to tell them to come to the Hard Rock, and then they come to us.
They want you to
That's
do
the trick,
their
she
job
said.
too.
She said there's a law. I have no idea.
That I don't know.
I
I
have zero.
said, excuse me, aren't you the boss? And he goes, yeah, but those teachers listen to you. If you tell me what to say, I'm like,
Yeah.
oh my gosh.
Yeah, neuropsych,
But anyway, I did that for a few years.
Logical sense, and you're saying all the things that are appropriate to be said. But sometimes words. I want you to come in to listen to my speech. I want you to get a different perspective on the way I my experience personally, which is actually crazy. A lot of the experiences that they have documented are the crew, because they took care of them really well and they stayed in touch with them, which is awesome. They deserve that. But they didn't get all the stories. Now, Dr. Lawrence Gonzalez, that book that he was talking about, he absolutely spoke to us. I sat with him for like 2 years, 3 years, something like that. I sat there with him for a long time, and he was interviewing me, and it was the worst stage of my life. It's literally when my life was falling apart. And he's seen me years later, and the way he describes me in the book has got nothing to do with the way I look, and then now it's just crazy.
We flew to Israel one year.
But he absolutely sat with us.
KLM. Oh. And so we stopped overnight in Amsterdam. It
Don't
is
worry, Dee.
absolutely
Yeah, it's all good.
exquisite.
Yeah,
She's so
that's. I
excited.
came for the whole
Everybody gets
weekend. I
around
don't
on
care. I
the
would just
canal
listen.
boats.
I'm here
We
for the
even
people
stood
here.
and watched a wedding
Look,
on
my
one of
mom's
those
having a
canal
blast in the
Well,
back.
we're gonna
talking
do
to
the canal
community.
boat for 10 days.
Well, maybe you could
See that,
have
guys? This is what it's
renew
all
your
about.
vows on a canal boat.
Well, we
It'll
got
be
to,
20 years.
Love
Yeah,
thy neighbor was
we
a
got to
serious
laugh
commandment in most
because
religions,
there's a
and I
side
believe in it.
trip to Belgium.
I think we just need to be kind to each
They
other,
have
and that
booked
brings
a
so much healing
Belgian
in and of itself.
or Belgian
None of us can ever
chocolatier to
put
teach us how to
ourselves
make
specifically
Belgian
in someone
chocolate.
else's shoes.
And after
We can only
spent
make
the day
references
doing that
in
with
our
him,
life
in the
to that
evening, we're
which
having
other
a
people
wine
are
and
experiencing.
chocolate party.
That's the most.
And Randy tells everybody
Look at this, guys. This
that's
is
the
cool.
only reason why
We're in
mine is.
Iowa. Well, guess what? You are watching us go to Nebraska.
I love that.
This is actually cool. You guys get that. Mommy, see it? Welcome to Nebraska. Nebraska, the good life.
I see.
Me and Usher and Rifki walked back and forth on this bridge.
But I laughed.
If we go another couple miles that way,
Is that the one that we walked on? Oh, right, South Dakota. Right. How many states is it? 3 states, or I thought it was 4. 3. Okay, guys, got confirmation. It was 3 states. I was wrong.
But what happened was, pardon me for just a moment. Can I call you back in 3 minutes?
Yeah, I wrote everything. I mean, the book's gonna come out soon.
So,
I'm just trying to perfect it. That's all. I just want to be
But I went back to school to
as
be a
like
physical
absolutely
therapist.
blatantly honest
Practiced
as
physical therapy
possible.
for 16
And
years.
I'm literally
In the
fact checking
nursing
myself,
home and
making sure that
outpatient.
everything that's written
But then
is with the
got very
understanding
depressing.
that other people also have.
Back to school
And
again, and
we
took
can't put ourselves in those positions, but we can be
management
kind to each
courses,
other, and we
and
can
now
just try to
I'm a
do
restaurant
what's in
manager,
front
which
of
just
us.
sounds kind of funny, but it's a lot of fun.
Oh, we'll get
I'll
plenty
tell
of
you.
rest over
And you
the
get to meet a lot
Sabbath.
of people.
My mom's
That's
very
just what I was
religious,
gonna
and
say.
I am too,
You're
but
not
my
gonna
mom's
believe
like,
I do a lot of
so we're
teaching
literally gonna
in
sit and
the
just
management of
like
restaurants.
hardcore,
Yeah,
like
you
crazy.
do.
So
I'm gonna keep
so
you guys on
that's my
too until we
career.
start.
I probably wouldn't
We're
have
literally
quit,
just gonna. I'm just gonna keep
except
streaming
he
it,
had already been retired
and
for
I might put on mute for like a little bit,
sat me down and
all the way up
goes,
until
now that
Shabbat.
you've done 45, I think it's time that you
Yes,
quit.
we
There
can
you
see
go.
Nebraska
My
from the hotel.
answer
Amy, if you look at the beginning of this
50 was a
morning's
nice round
live,
number. And he goes,
you will
no.
see it. In the
Wait till
beginning
you
of
hear
this
this.
morning's
My husband
live,
just retired
you'll see
after
there's
30
3
well, it's
states
been
that that you're looking at. I have it on video for you guys.
fundraising, which is a dirty job.
That is.
So
And so on June the 30th. So the beginning of July, I come home, he's resting in the reclining chair. I said, well, what did you do all day? I sat here in the reclining chair waiting for you to come home to serve me.
What you're talking about? Of course.
Oh, I
My
love
dad.
How do you like that for an
I
answer?
love it.
That's my dad to a T.
That means you're never going to retire because
No, exactly. My mom is.
Oh, dear.
If you guys met my dad, you'd be like, wait, what? They're the same age, my mom and my dad, right? And they look at least 10 years apart. You know what I'm saying? At least. No exaggeration. No cap. No cap.
He's got Parkinson's. He's got AIDS.
It was so
he's
kind
got
of you to
different
bring
things
us
that just
back.
bog him down.
I love geography too,
You know,
Amy.
emotional stuff, it's too much for him. So this trip,
My mom loves it.
he'll ever make it.
My mom
And it's
loves
to
it.
his detriment, to his loss.
I agree.
well, I hope this is the right place.
Yes,
This
it
is I know.
Thank you.
No, I know for a fact we're
I don't
right
think
place.
I would have ever gotten Srelly out of there.
Thank you.
Well, I wanted to
So
talk to him.
nice
He didn't want to
meet
talk to me.
you.
I wanted to saw that he had no wish to talk to me.
Really?
Nothing. He said, he went like this.
Yeah.
I'll email you. He went like this.
I love that.
Can you imagine? Like, why would you do
every
this?
Sicilian.
I love everybody, though. I love everybody. I have compassion and understanding, and I'm sure that's his job, and that's what he's supposed to be doing, and that's all good.
To you.
That's why I'm staying the whole weekend, is because I want to have the reason that I'm staying the whole weekend is so that I can, go through my own experiences without the filter of other people. You know what I'm trying to say?
All right, you got 2 bags, Yisroel.
And just put it down outside, Marcus, before I go up. That's not my mom's, right?
That's my job.
That's what okay, perfect.
Thank
so
you so
much,
much.
man. I can't tell you. Oh my God, I can't tell you how much.
You have a safe trip back.
Okay. You have it. Please email me, and then I'll. Did you take down my email?
No.
Here, take that down. Let's be in touch.
You got your
Now I for sure want to be in touch.
Yes.
I want to be in touch with you guys, like for real,
to
for
give us
real.
his email.
Aren't these guys amazing, chat? These guys are the best. My Mama Brownstein is a social butterfly. They're telling me my mom. My mom is.
Talking about the wedding.
Oh, my mom's just on and on and on nonstop with it. Where'd she go? Did she go inside?
Yeah, she did.
Oh my God, and she's
Took
walking
her
around with
stuff,
my
or
stuff.
where'd she go?
Yeah.
Okay.
So just
What's
take down
that?
my number. It's the 773-415-2078.
Well,
Well, we'll get you. We'll give you a call and we'll
Give me a call.
give you.
and his mom.
Give me a call so that like Saturday night I can even just touch base with you to make sure that I have your number. Or
Okay.
you can call now whenever.
Okay.
Thank you so much,
You're
man.
welcome.
You're the best.
Thanks.
You guys are amazing. You're what makes me feel so good about coming back every year. I mean that. I really do mean that, by the way. Thank you. Did my mom walk by just now? Do you see a lady with a bunch of bags? No.
You want to do that before you jump on the rack? Want to try that?
Yeah, those are amazing. Can you guys for me, please? Yes. So what are you guys doing? Wedding?
Yeah. Yeah.
Look at these tuxedoed up little guys. Are you guys going to 4-2 or
No, three.
3? You guys enjoy yourselves. Don't get drunk, okay?
Well, we'll do.
Little guys, right? My mom just like runs away, like if she's like. She is in the room ready, by the way, guaranteed. Here we go. I can guarantee it. Oh yeah. You didn't have your card? So, but I needed those bags downstairs. It's fine. I mean, like, I'll take different, 6. I'm ready, though. Where are you? Oh, down there. I'm going the wrong room. I by mistake went in the wrong room. That door was open too. You could do whatever you want. I'm not like a bad area. Yeah. Shabbos is not for another hour.
Shkia?
What up, what up, what up? Hang tight. Where did you put my stuff? Things very well. None of hang tight. I'm back on the thing. Hang tight. So what's up, guys? Okay, Amy. I completely understand that. You're the best, Amy. Thank you so much for taking care of it today. You're awesome. You're really the best. Everybody thank Amy like crazy. I need to meet you. Amy, you're 100% right. I can block their number. It doesn't matter. Amy, thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, guys. Y'all have a really, really good one. Thank you for bearing in and come back again.